I am the universally hated male supporting character in an overpowered hero novel. After my mission failed, I wanted only to die, so I could return to my original world as soon as possible. But when they realized I had truly lost the will to live, those who had betrayed me all came back to beg me. They begged me not to die, not to leave like this. But I had given up on them long ago. I failed to win over the devoted second female lead in an overpowered hero novel. I wanted to change her fate, where she could not have the male lead's love, and killed herself because of it. Yet one call from the male lead still made her walk out on our engagement party. After the crowd dispersed, I went alone to the rooftop terrace of the bike group building. I kept asking the system in my mind whether, if this body was destroyed, I could finally go home. After the system confirmed it, I began walking toward the railing. I had barely taken 2 steps when a derisive laugh sounded behind me. I turned around and saw another familiar face, Fang Qinghe, my sister. Though not by blood. I had found her in a trash heap when she was 7 and brought her home. We depended on each other until she turned 14, when her wealthy birth parents took her back. When we met again, she had become one of the fanatical admirers, following the male lead, Jinnian. Back then, I had work to pay for her schooling. I had held 3 jobs by myself, yet it only moved her briefly when we first reunited. Later, when she found I was exactly as the rumors claimed, a vicious nobody jealous of Jinnian, all she had left for me was mockery and suspicion. Now, at my engagement party with Ningbing, the second female lead, news that Jinnian had been kidnapped and gone missing easily drew everyone away from the party, including my fiancé, Ningbing. Before leaving, she even grabbed my wrist, her eyes dark as she warned me it had better not have been you. Then she left without looking back. Since I entered this novel, this was the 100th time she had chosen Jinnian over me, so the system declared my mission a failure. There was a reason she was the devoted second female lead. That was simply who she was. This so-called salvation was merely the self-importance of mission players and the system. Thinking of that, a mocking smile rose on my lips. As I looked at Fang Qinghe, my gaze was no longer kind. I do not know why you are still here, but you had better stay out of my business. If you are any slower, you will miss your chance to fawn over your idol. After all, this so-called kidnapping was all a scheme orchestrated by Jinnian and the Song family behind him. Their only goal was to ruin mine and Ningbing's wedding today. Once they all arrive, Jinnian will show himself. Perhaps because I had never treated her this way before. Fang Qinghe froze. She was about to say something, but I had already turned away, refusing to look at her again. Now that my mission had failed, there was no reason left for me to remain in this world. The only consolation was that the system had seen how earnestly I tried to complete the mission. It applied to waive my penalty. As long as I left this world within the time limit it gave me, I would avoid being erased. Only, my body in my original world did not have long to live because of its severe illness. I thought of the time before I entered this novel, of my parents' gentle eyes, filled with heartbreak whenever they looked at me. I clenched my teeth and quickened my pace toward the railing. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? As I drew closer to the railing, Fang Qinghe's voice behind me lost its initial contempt and gained a trace of urgency. She followed close behind me. What trick are you trying to pull now? Threatening suicide will not work on Sister Bai. Did you not know that already? Besides, after all the wrong you have done, even if you died right here today, you still would not compare to Brother Song. Fang Qinghe's voice abruptly cut off, because from where she stood, I climbed over the railing without the slightest hesitation, and leaped toward the glittering city below. The world before me expanded endlessly. The howling night wind lashed my ears raw, but it could not dampen my soaring heart. I was going home, back to my parents and friends, leaving behind every grievance and regret I had endured all these years. Just a little more. I could not help closing my eyes. The next second, the sensation of falling was violently cut short. Someone seized my arm, pain tearing through my strained muscles, and dragged me back into this world. I opened my eyes and saw Fang Qinghe, half her body caught in the railing, clinging desperately to me with both hands. Let go. I spoke to her calmly. Fang Qinghe gritted her teeth. Her eyes had reddened from the strain. She said, Fang Yuan, you win this time. You have made it look convincing, but it will not change anything. Sister Bai, let go. I did not want to hear Ningbing's name again. I began struggling violently. When Fang Qinghe had tried to catch me earlier, she had no time to think. She had simply lunged for me. Luckily, her body had become wedged in a gap in the railing, but as time passed, nearly half her body hung over the edge. Her pale arms trembled continuously from the strain. The moment I struggled, she could no longer hold on. She shouted, stop moving. We are really going to fall. Seeing that I was not listening to her at all, in her panic, Fang Qinghe took a deep breath and softened her voice. I will not stand by and watch you die. If you keep this up, I will fall too. Can you really bear to let me die with you? Brother Yuan. Her voice was intimate, with a hint of coquettish pleading, just as it had been when she lived in my home, and we had only each other. Back then, I saw Fang Qinghe as my only family in this world. I indulged her in every way, and she grew used to acting spoiled with me. Now, I looked up into the girl's bright, star-like eyes. She was looking at me too. Beneath her feigned calm lay a hidden expectation. She was waiting for my response. At that thought, my own wishful thinking nearly made me laugh aloud. And I did laugh, staring into her eyes. I said, word by word, whether you die has nothing to do with me. What? All color drained from the girl's face in an instant. She seemed unable to process my answer. Fang Qinghe stared at me blankly. Her grip on my hand began to weaken. Hope rose in my heart again. Her fingers were almost completely open when a cry of alarm suddenly came from nearby. Then calls for help erupted everywhere. Fang Qinghe snapped back to her senses and seized me tightly again. Still shaken, she looked at the hand she had nearly released. Her expression conflicted. After we were both pulled to safety, she no longer confronted me the moment she saw me as before. For once, she was quiet. When I tried, while no one was watching, to once again climb over the railing and jump, Fang Qinghe pushed through the crowd. In full view of everyone, she grabbed my wrist without a word. We still do not know what happened to Brother Song. You are the prime suspect. It is my duty to keep an eye on you. As she spoke, her eyes uncontrollably reddened. When she noticed me watching her, she stubbornly turned her head away. For one brief moment, I saw a trace of sadness on her face. What was she sad about? I gave a self-mocking smile. Back then, Fang Qinghe was the Fang family's only daughter. Her parents' business rivals kidnapped and abandoned her. The girl wandered through the slums, bullied by other children, and chased off by vicious dogs, with nowhere left to turn. She hid in a trash heap at the mouth of an alley. It was July. At the height of summer, flies and bedbugs swarmed everywhere. She would rather endure the stench of the garbage than dare take another step beyond that dim alley. She crouched there in a tiny ball, waiting to rot alongside the rats and cockroaches. The only thing she did to save herself then was call out to me as I passed the alley after school. Later, I led her out of the trash heap, washed her clean, and altered my mother's old clothes to fit her. I was only 12 then. As an orphan, I split my community allowance between the two of us. I had transmigrated into this world before I was born. At that time, I had not yet remembered my identity as a mission player. I had no special advantage whatsoever. So Fang Qinghe could go to school and eat me every day after class. I scoured the streets collecting scrap. On weekends, I washed dishes at a small restaurant. Child labor under 18 had to be kept hidden. I was paid far less than everyone else. I earned a cent for dishes I washed. But how many dishes would I have to wash out a future for Fang Qinghe and me? I did not know. All I could do was numb myself, again and again, picking up another dish to rinse and scrub. The restaurant's sweltering back kitchen, with its creaking little fan and its ever-present, thick, unremovable grease stains. Those grease stains became a memory of childhood I could never wash away. I once asked Fang Qinghe, so many people passed that alley, why did you choose me? Still just a little girl then. She looked up at me with a wide smile. She said she had watched for a long time before choosing me. So many people had passed by, but I was the only one she believed was truly kind. That was Fang Qinghe. After being taken home at 14, she vanished without a word. One moment, she kept saying she believed I was truly kind, but whenever the male lead inevitably clashed with me again and again, after only a few moments of hesitation, she resolutely chose their side, loudly condemning me and voicing her disappointment and contempt. And now, thanks to her insistence on watching me for Song Jinnian throughout the entire trip back, I never found another chance to kill myself. She summoned several bodyguards to watch me on the way. As for her, after seeing me twice, without hesitation, climb over and jump, she finally realized I was not seeking attention. I truly wanted to die. Her attitude toward me suddenly improved greatly. She even patiently tried to talk me down along the way. She said, though you have done every kind of wrong before, Brother Song is not petty. As long as you sincerely apologize to him, we can all go back to how things were. I had no interest in what she said. I kept my eyes closed the whole way. I only became slightly alert when she mentioned my Ningbing. Seeing that, Fang Qinghe's smile became even more self-mocking. I had no desire to care about her changing mood now. All I could think about was Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing loved the male lead so deeply. If I provoked her using the male lead, she might even kill me for his sake. After all, Bai Ningbing was my mission target. As this story's obsessive, devoted second female lead, she came from a good background, had immense family wealth, and an unhappy childhood. Song Jinnian was the only brightness and salvation in her youth. Even later, when she became a domineering chief executive who could easily influence the balance of power and met people from every walk of life, her devotion to Song Jinnian never changed. Later, after clearing the path for the female lead and waiting for the male and female leads to reach their perfect ending, she chose to end her life alone by jumping into the sea. Back when Song Jinnian, the male lead, transferred to our school in 11th grade, my identity as a mission player awakened. At that time, Bai Ningbing had already fallen for Song Jinnian, who would rather get soaked in the rain than fail to offer her his umbrella. But her love for Song Jinnian was subtle and profound. She could even just to make Song Jinnian happy. Except another man she did not love. That man was me. Back then, Song Jinnian mistakenly believed the female lead, Shang Xinci, and I were involved. He drank all day to drown his sorrows. No matter how Bai Ningbing comforted him, it did no good. In the end, Bai Ningbing chose to pursue me, keeping me, the man always opposing Song Jinnian, her love rival, under her watchful eye. The ridiculous part was, back then I thought my efforts all along had finally moved Bai Ningbing. I even joked with the system that, sure enough, with sincerity, even an ice-cold goddess could be won over. Ice can indeed be melted. Sadly, not for me. When Bai Ningbing came back, Fang King was sitting in the living room, guarding me. She watched me far too closely. I could not do anything. Bored out of my mind, I started playing a game. Just then, the servant's voices welcoming Bai Ningbing home came from outside. The next second, a hand knocked the game console from mine. Bai Ningbing's exquisite features suddenly filled my vision. Before I could react, she shoved me hard onto the floor. A choking sensation rose in my throat. She used all her strength with both hands to squeeze my throat. Her bright red nails dug into my flesh. When I looked up, I met her reddened eyes. She demanded, "Where exactly did you hide Song Jinnian?" So they had not found him, I thought, unable to stop a smile from curling my lips. Of course he was the male lead. Even with the stage set, he would not show himself so easily. He had to keep everyone waiting first. Perhaps my smile provoked her. Bai Ningbing's grip grew even harsher. It was as if she truly meant to choke me to death. Right there, only then satisfying her hatred. I was quite at peace with that. Go on, choke me to death. Then I would be sent back home. And Bai Ningbing, that vile woman, would face the law too. She could spend the rest of her life behind bars. Then, the next second, a startled cry rang out nearby. Fang King rushed over and violently shoved Bai Ningbing off me. Her face was filled with fury. She helped me up and shielded me behind her. "Bai Ningbing, you almost killed him just now." Bai Ningbing had been staring at her own hands in shock. At that, she lifted her head. When her gaze swept over me standing silently behind Fang King, it turned cold again. She said, "Fang King, Fang Yuan is my fiancé. What happens between us is none of your business." With that, she stepped past Fang King and ordered me, "Come here." I no longer came running whenever Bai Ningbing called, as I once had. Fang King could no longer hold back and shielded me more firmly. She shouted, "You know he is your fiancé. Is this how you usually treat him? Who gave you the right to treat him like this?" He arranged for someone to kidnap Song Jinnian. Song Jinnian's fate is still unknown. Fang King finally provoked Bai Ningbing too. Her exquisite features twisted slightly. "Fang King, remember when you had just returned to your family? Who willingly stayed by your side when you could not adjust? Who brought you back into the circle and spared you from being excluded? Song Jinnian was so good to you. Do not repay kindness with betrayal." Fang King fell silent. When it came to Song Jinnian, she always gave in easily. But this time, after a long silence, she suddenly asked, "Do you have proof?" Fang King's voice grew agitated. "From start to finish, there has been no proof that Fang Yuan did it. Why are all of you targeting only him?" Hearing that, I could not help glancing up at her. So she knew that everything required proof. When she accused me for Song Jinnian's sake without proof before, why was she so self-righteous then? Has he not done enough wrong to Song Jinnian? Over the years, he has framed Song Jinnian countless times and stolen Song Jinnian's things. Everyone has seen it. Every time, Song Jinnian generously forgave him. Is that not enough? Fang King fell silent, standing behind her. As I listened to their argument, I nearly laughed aloud. Of course Song Jinnian had to forgive me. Without me, who would highlight the male lead's noble selflessness? Just as I lost patience and was about to yawn, ready to provoke Bai Ningbing into killing me, Fang King spoke. I believe him. This time, I was the one in disbelief. I believe Fang Yuan. I believe he is innocent. Fang King repeated it loudly. Bai Ningbing stood across from us. Her gaze gradually grew dark. "Do not believe me." Standing behind her, I gave a humorless smile. "Every time you open your mouths, you insist I am the villain. After all these times, one more will not matter." With that, I moved to walk straight past Fang King, but she seized my wrist tightly. I turned back, yet she did not look at me. Instead, she stared at Bai Ningbing. She asked, "Under what circumstances would someone choose death to prove their innocence?" Fang King, do not let him deceive you. Bai Ningbing warned coldly, but Fang King ignored her. She continued, "All the way here, I have been thinking about it. If someone is so wrong that they do not even fear death and must prove their innocence this way, then there can only be one possibility." She paused. She swallowed the pain in her voice, then continued, "It can only mean that before this, he had endured countless times of being misunderstood by everyone, unable to defend himself. He could only prove himself this way. Bai Ningbing, when you abandoned him earlier, he jumped from the building in front of me. He truly did not want to live anymore." Brilliant. Now I understood. Fang King had kept looking at me all afternoon. She had been imagining all this. When I jumped earlier, the heartfelt smile because I thought I could go home must have looked like a wild smile of release. Bai Ningbing's pale fingertips fingertips trembled at her side. A flicker of pain flashed in her eyes. I wanted to interrupt their wild assumptions, but the next moment, Fang dragged me toward the Bai estate's front door. She kept saying, "They do not believe you. This time, I believe you. Fang Yuan, come with me." But this time, I shook her off. Under Fang Qinghe's astonished gaze, I gave her a cold smile. I said, "Fang Qinghe, stop pretending to be a good person. I do not trust you at all now." Judging by how determined she was, if I stayed by her side, I would never find a chance to go home. By Ningbing, in her current fury, would be easier to provoke. If I handled it right, I might get to go home, while she got the perfect ending of prison. After I rejected her again and again, I thought Fang Qinghe would get angry and mock me as she always had. But she did neither. The young woman only looked at me quietly. Her eyes slowly filled with tears. "I will not let anything happen to you." Finally, she left those words behind and turned away. I turned to the silent Bai Ningbing. "You are close with her." Her expression remained cold, but the bitterness in her eyes seemed unnoticed even by her. "We are close enough. After all, I raised her." This was the first time I had revealed my relationship with Fang Qinghe. All this time, her shameful past of being lost in the slums had been carefully hidden by the Fang family. No one knew how she had survived, or who she had spent those years with. The next second, the world spun around me. Bai Ningbing suddenly shoved me onto the sofa. Her palm again lingered over my neck and shoulder. Unlike her earlier brutality, her grip this time was gentle. The posture was even rather intimate. I narrowed my eyes and faced her in silent defiance. After a long while, she seemed to yield. She sighed softly and released me. Her thumb slowly brushed across my neck, over the bruises she had left. Then she slowly rested her head against my chest. She said, "Let us stop fighting. Will you tell me where Jinnian is?" For one brief moment, I truly glimpsed tenderness in her eyes. It seemed that not long ago, when she held the wedding ring and asked me to marry her, her eyes had held that same tenderness. She had said then, "No matter what happened before, as long as you straighten yourself out from now on and stop doing wrong, we will be happy forever." But by then, I already understood. She had pursued me, only for Jinnian's happiness. I had long given up on her, but for the mission, I suppressed the humiliation in my heart and accepted the ring she offered me, for another man's sake. The moment the ring slipped onto my finger, Bai Ningbing smiled in relief. Urged on by the crowd, she even kissed me with apparent affection. Though the next moment, news of Jinnian's car accident called her away. Now, I looked at her again, and slowly smiled. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. Hope rose in her voice. She said, "Yuan, will you please behave? I can let this incident go. As long as you do not hurt Jinnian again, we can be happy forever. Dream on." The next moment, my voice cut her off. How could anything be that perfect? Bai Ningbing, do you think you have a harem? You expect him and me to get along? If you have the nerve, kill me. Do not think I will not. Her voice turned icy. Go ahead. If you cannot kill me, you are a coward. I had thrown down my challenge, but not long after, exhaustion sent darkness flooding over me, and I passed out completely. While I was unconscious, the system told me to act faster. I had to leave this world. I did not have much time left. As I began to wake, my mind was foggy. A warm hand kept caressing my face. At times, it was followed by a breath-warm kiss. I thought it must be a hallucination. I had pursued Bai Ningbing for 7 years, and been her boyfriend for 5. The times she had kissed me first were pitifully few. I could count them on one hand. Yet this hallucination felt increasingly real. I could even hear the helplessness in her voice by my ear. She said, "Yuan, what am I supposed to do with you?" I could not take it any longer. The instant I opened my eyes, I met the emotion Bai Ningbing had not managed to hide. For a moment, I was stunned. Around me, Bai Ningbing had always been cool and restrained. I had rarely seen such a look in her eyes. Pity, loathing, repression, and reluctance. So many emotions tangled together, making her seem like a stranger. But that unfamiliarity lasted barely 2 seconds. Soon, her expression hardened again. "Tell me where Jinnian is." Her voice was low, almost seductive, while she casually toyed with a syringe. When she saw me looking at it, she thoughtfully explained, "It is something available only among high society. 1 milliliter costs 10 million, because it can make someone endure unimaginable agony before dying within 3 minutes. And the coroner's report will only show a heart attack." I laughed at that. Bai Ningbing thought I had finally come around. Relief had just risen in her eyes. When it turned to shock, I grabbed the hand holding the syringe, and before her eyes, drove the needle into my own neck. "Bai Ningbing, let me tell you a secret." As death closed in, I looked into Bai Ningbing's shocked, helpless eyes. I said, "I was good to you before, because I loved you." "I know." She held me, her voice trembling, then shouted for someone to get a doctor. Leaning against her shoulder, I finished what I had to say. I said I loved you, but you never believed me. So, forget it. Bai Ningbing, even sharing this world with you now makes me sick. With that, I shoved her away. I fell from her arms. As I fell, time seemed to slow. I could clearly see the confusion and sorrow on her face. Would Bai Ningbing mourn for me too? It did not matter. I thought I was finally going home. Dazed, I heard the basement door burst open. A familiar voice rang out. It belonged to the older girl next door who had cared for me since childhood. The novel's heroine, Shang Xinci. I heard her hurried footsteps, and her voice, so urgent it nearly broke, crying out, "Song Jinnian has been found. The Song family's sworn enemies did this." "What did you say?" By Ningbing's trembling voice came through. The conversation that followed gradually became too faint for me to hear. My consciousness felt weightless. I felt my soul drifting into the air. My parents' gentle, loving smiles were right before me. I had just reached out to embrace them when a powerful force dragged me back. When I opened my eyes again, I was still in this body. Above me was the white ceiling of a hospital. "You are awake." A gentle female voice came from beside me. I turned my head and met Shang Xinqi's concerned gaze. She wore a fitted kippao, with silver-rimmed glasses on her nose. As the novel's heroine, she needed no embellishment to possess an aloof, aristocratic air, but I had no interest in anything else. There was only one thought in my mind. Why was I not dead yet? The bitter disappointment in my voice could not be hidden. Shang Xinqi's hand paused as she peeled an apple for me. After a long silence, she sighed, put down the apple, and tucked my blanket around me. She looked down at me gently. "About what happened this time, I have explained everything to them. By Ningbing is too ashamed to see you. They are the ones who wronged you. Do not overthink it." As she spoke, she stroked my head. "Your big sister is here for you." Curled beneath the blanket, I watched her movements and could not help giving a mocking smile. I said, "Big sis, your boyfriend has been misleading everyone, implying that I was the culprit. Should he not apologize to me publicly?" Shang Xinqi's expression froze. This time, she had no answer for me. All along, Shang Xinci had been the person in this world who defended me most. At least, that was how it appeared. When I was young, my parents in this world had not yet died in a car accident. Our families were neighbors then. Shang Xinqi's parents were busy with research and rarely had time for her. My parents were kin-hearted. They could not bear to see a child alone, so they often brought her over to play. Before long, my home became her second home. She ate at our house almost every day. Whenever my parents bought me a gift, they prepared one for her too. There was even a small bed set aside for Shang Xinci in our guest room. On nights when she was too afraid to sleep alone, she spent them at my house. In return, Shang Xinci often volunteered to tutor me. She had inherited her parents' brilliant intellect. She had been a top student since childhood. With her help, my grades ranked among the best in our year. Those days were so wonderful, but my parents' deaths brought them to an early end. It was an ordinary summer. On a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, Shang Xinqi's parents suddenly called mine. They said Shang Xinci was missing. Her teacher said she had left school normally after class. No one answered when they called home. "We are busy with our research right now and cannot get away. Please help us find our daughter." When my parents received Shang Xinqi's father's call, I was leaning against the windowsill, watching the lightning and thunder outside. An inexplicable sense of dread rose in me. My mother urged my father not to go. In such rare, extreme weather, it was not safe to go out, but their fear of danger could not outweigh their worry for Shang Xinci. After all, she was a child they had watched grow up, and on that very rainy night, my parents' car skidded on the wet road and crashed into the river. It was not discovered until the weather cleared the next day, and Shang Xinci, who had been gone all night, was there then too, wearing brand new clothes, helplessly watching as I received the call, and ran out of the house with tears in my eyes. Afterward, I asked Shang Xinci where she had been that night. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she told me that night she had taken a lost little boy home. The boy lived in the city's famous wealthy district. Shang Xinci held his hand and walked a long way with him. At last, she found one of his family's servants. When she tried to hurry back, a heavy rain began to pour outside. The violent thunderstorm kept her from leaving. Then the little boy she had helped warmly offered her shelter, inviting her to stay at his home. The next day, the boy's driver brought her home. But by then, everything had changed beyond recognition. After hearing that story, I asked her with reddened eyes, "If you had decided not to go home, why did you not call home?" She had memorized my parents' phone numbers long ago. She knew they would worry. "Why did you not say anything?" Shang Xinci did not know how to answer. She could only keep her head lowered and apologize to me. Soon after, her parents hurriedly moved away with her. My relatives seized my home, and I ended up in the slums. Much later, after I awakened to my role and bonded with the system, I finally learned the answer to it all. The little boy she took home that day was Song Jinnian, the male lead. The fated meeting of the male and female leads had begun so early. While my parents struggled through that rainy night, straining to see the road through the wipers, while calling her name, Song Jinnian was holding her hand, proudly showing her his extravagant toys one after another. Young Shang Xinci was overwhelmed by those dazzling new things. For a while, she forgot so much. By the time she remembered, my parents, searching for her, had been submerged forever in the icy river. After that, my family should have exited the story, leaving Shang Xinqi's world behind, leaving her alone with guilt she could never untangle. Then, with the male lead's tender support, she would slowly move on. But I awakened, and I reappeared in their world. Back then, to get close to the second female lead, by Ningbing, I worked hard to get into their high school. I never expected to run into Xinci there. After all those years, she still called herself my big sister. Her deep childhood guilt made her openly favor me before everyone. The aloof girl wanted to keep me by her side at all times to make amends. But she forgot. We were not related by blood. We were not truly siblings. Her overly intimate, boundary-crossing behavior born of guilt had another meaning in other people's eyes. That was when Jinnian began to hate me. After their tentative, ambiguous teenage years, the male and female leads should have been ready to confess their feelings. But because I appeared, they drifted further and further apart. Xinci's excessive attention toward me left Jinnian unable to win her heart, so he began targeting me. Though I explained it, even stated it outright, I did not need Xinci's performative atonement. Nothing changed. So, when Jinnian discovered I liked Bai Ningbing, as if he were deliberately competing with me, he lured Bai Ningbing away too. The more Xinci focused on me, the more he wanted Bai Ningbing to focus on him. Bai Ningbing liked Jinnian. Jinnian liked Xinci. Xinci chased after me, trying to compensate me, while I wanted to save Bai Ningbing. We were trapped in a twisted cycle. Jinnian grew impatient. He saw me as a thorn in his side, but did not want to ruin Xinci's good opinion of him. So he repeatedly used himself as bait in his schemes, using every means to isolate me, exclude me, and drive me from their world. He was the male lead. All he had to do was lift a finger, and the entire Song family would help him. I only had myself in a system that could only sigh and ask why the male lead was like this. In the end, I was infamous, and he strayed further from his righteous, forgiving persona. This time, Jinnian framed me for hiring someone to kidnap him. I did not know what Xinci did, but she made him change his story and admit the Song family's rival was responsible. I did not know how much the woman before me knew, so I asked differently. What if I said, only one of Jinnian and me can live? Do not say such foolish things. When she called to me, she wore a bitter smile and looked at me almost pleadingly. Tell your big sister. What do you want? I will make it happen for you. Hearing that, I lay back down. With a mocking smile, I said, then kill me. Xinci was silent for several seconds. Not that. Other than that, anything is possible. Then make Jinnian get on his knees and apologize to me. Either you kill me, or I will kill him. A Yuan. Hearing me repeatedly target the man she loved, even the ever-composed, aloof Xinci grew angry. Her tone sharpened. Jinnian made so many mistakes before. Because of me, you can hate me instead. The next second, she realized her slip. She jerked her head up, her face turning deathly pale. But it was too late. Xinci, so you really knew all along. I gave a cold laugh. The last hope in her heart finally died. A Yuan. Her expression was frantic. She wanted to say something, but the words turned over in her throat, and she could not say a word. Of course, she could not say it. She could not admit that every time I was falsely accused, she knew the truth and watched coldly from the sidelines. When Jinnian accused me of stealing his designer watch, I willingly opened my backpack to prove myself, but he produced doctored surveillance footage accusing me. Then strangers came forward, claiming I had sold the watch to them. They had even forged transaction records and pulled my 8 card from the database beforehand, depositing money into it. I could not defend myself. I went through all of high school branded a thief, and there were countless things like that. You knew about all of it. Xinci. As I laughed, tears gradually covered my face. This time, I was truly disappointed. If my parents could see from heaven, if they knew they had once given their lives for someone like you, what would they think? Xinci, my girl next door big sister, whose back had always been straight, slowly crumpled under every word I spoke. When I was branded with every vile name and bullied at school, I once looked at all those angry faces and swore I would reveal the truth myself. But alone, how could I fight the all-powerful Song family? They marshaled their entire family's power to scheme for Jinnian. Every time I tried to explain, a deeper trap would spring up. I could only watch helplessly as the misunderstandings forced onto me grew deeper. If only back then, you had stepped forward to say one word for me. They did not believe me, but they would have believed you. Your boyfriend is a person. Am I not? Did I deserve all this? I stared at Xinci and spoke word by word. Her hands would not stop trembling. She tried to come closer, trying to touch my head like she always did, but I slapped her hand away. Xinci, who have you ever done right by? I looked at her with a smile, but tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. Please, stop. Her back hunched over, and she shook as violent coughs tore through her, as though she were enduring unbearable pain. But I did not listen. I continued. You want to compensate me openly, to soothe your guilt, while protecting Song Jinnian in secret. You want both, yet cannot handle either. I must have been cursed to ever know someone like you. Suddenly, Xinci sprang to her feet and slapped herself hard across the face. Her glasses flew off. 5 finger marks bloomed across her fair cheek. Her lips trembled. She had no defense. In the end, the woman who had always been proud lowered her head before me. She knelt on both knees on the hospital's cold floor. She said, "Big sis was wrong. I wanted too much. Neither you nor Song Jinnian did I take proper care of." Tears fell from her eyes, one after another. She tilted her head up to look at me. Her eyes were shattered, almost desperate. "What can I do to make you forgive me? Please, Yuan, your parents are gone. I only want you to live well." As she spoke, her convulsing hand reached toward me, trying to touch the hem of my clothes. This condition had plagued her for years, rooted in psychological distress. Whenever those memories were stirred, she would convulse and tremble uncontrollably. But I merely backed away slowly and looked down at her. I said, "Xinci, I am not an idiot. I will never again believe your empty promises of compensation." With that, I turned and left the hospital room. I left her alone as she collapsed silently where she stood, her whole body convulsing. She gasped for breath. An unnatural flush spread across her pale face. She was on the verge of suffocating, yet she still tried to call me back as I was about to leave. Yuan, she struggled to force a bleak smile. "Can you really not forgive your big sister?" Before I could react, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the door and began pounding Xinci again and again. It was Fang, who had overheard everything. She straddled Xinci, with tears falling uncontrollably from her red, tear-soaked eyes. She was so furious that even her voice trembled. "How dare you ask Brother Yuan to forgive you? Will you be happy only after you drive him to his death? Do you people have no conscience? I gave Brother Yuan to you. Is this how you treat him? I am sorry." Xinci weakly whispered those 3 words. Before losing consciousness, Fang hurled off her, then frantically tugged at her own hair. "You worthless pieces of trash. I trusted you so much, but I treated him badly too. I am a terrible person too." As the girl spoke, she covered her eyes with one hand. Her sobs were hoarse. "Big brother, I was wrong. I should have believed you. You must have suffered so much all these years. I regret it. I never meant to treat you that way." Her sobbing and hysterics grew so loud that they eventually brought the medical staff running. Xinci was carried away for emergency treatment, but Fang stubbornly remained in the room. She looked at me and refused to move an inch. "Brother Yuan, please come with me. Ningbing treated you this way. If you stay with her, you will die. I am begging you." Her still youthful face was filled with pleading, but I ignored her. When the Bai family bodyguards came for me, I followed them without looking back. "Why have you not always loved me most?" she shouted behind me, her voice trembling. "Why, after we reunited, could you see only Ningbing? We were clearly the closest people to each other. Were we not? The closest people." I savored those words and could not stop a mocking smile from crossing my face. "When you called me despicable and vicious, you never thought about how we had once been the closest people in the world. Even though you are no better than Ningbing, you are both disgusting." I left the girl's helpless figure behind me. This time, I did not look back. I did not know how much Ningbing had learned about what happened in the hospital room. But from that day on, she stopped appearing before me. Perhaps she did not know how to face me. Or perhaps she could never accept that her cherished ideal had long since been tainted. Ningbing avoided seeing me. I could only find ways to destroy myself. After trying to jump from a building, bite through my tongue, slit my wrist and drown myself in the bathtub, only to fail each time. I realized there were simply too many people watching me in the Bai household. Aunt Wu called Ningbing in tears. "Miss, please come back and see Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang is falling apart." Ningbing still did not show herself. She merely had everything in the house that could put me to death removed. Even the windows were sealed shut. Whenever I had nothing to do, I slammed my head against the wall and cursed Ningbing and every one of her ancestors. Ningbing was not angry. She began subtly hinting to the servants in the villa that she had not gone to see Song Jinnian during those days. She also began sending me gifts: luxury car keys, watches, ties. A different gift appeared beside my bed every day. I kept throwing them away. She kept sending more. Sometimes I woke early and caught sight of her hurrying away from my room. Ningbing and I remained locked in this stalemate. The system reminded me that I was running out of time. I told it not to worry. Someone would lose patience soon enough. That someone was Fang. She came to the Bai residence to see me many times and tried to take me away. She even disturbed her elders in the Fang family over it. She threatened to kill herself. Bai Corporation was now under Ningbing's control. When she dug in her heels, she showed no one any regard. Neither family was willing to yield. The conflict became deeply embarrassing and even turned openly hostile. Finally, Fang threatened Ningbing to her face. She said, "If I had not been taken away back then, you never would have had a place beside Brother Yuan. You are just a thief who got lucky, yet you refuse to cherish what you stole." Those words finally enraged Ningbing. That night, I was half asleep when a warm body suddenly pressed against me. The heavy smell of alcohol came with it. When I opened my eyes, I saw Bai Ningbing's face, filled with hurt. I had never seen her like this. She looked like an abandoned puppy. She clasped my hand tightly and pressed it against her flushed cheek. "Husband," she said, "I stole your love." Her voice was filled with pitiful vulnerability. She added, "You think I did not cherish it, but I did cherish it. I just did not know how to face it yet. Bai Ningbing, I am not your husband. You left as soon as the engagement ceremony began, so I am not even your fiancé." I cut her off coldly. My words wounded Bai Ningbing. Her body froze in midair. The drunken haze gradually faded from her eyes, and her mind cleared once more. But then she chose to keep pretending to be drunk, and continued leaning against me as if nothing had happened. "No, that cannot be. My Yuan loves me most. He will be my only husband." But when I heard that, I merely stared at her coldly. I said, "Bai Ningbing, you are old enough to know better. I could still have a little respect for you." At last, my words enraged Bai Ningbing. She slammed her fist into the pillow beside me. Half her hand instantly sank into the soft goose down. After a long while, I looked up and met her bloodshot eyes. Then, what am I supposed to do? From the moment I was born, my parents treated me as nothing but a tool. If Jinnian had not supported me back then, I would not have survived. "What do you expect me to do?" she cried out in anguish. Her voice was heavy with despair. After a while, she softened her tone, as though she had found her direction again. "When all was said and done, it was because you had done too many wrong things in the past. It is all right now. Yuan, I have already forgiven you." She had gone insane. I watched her struggle in agony with cold eyes. I said, "Yes, he is so innocent. So wonderful. Then why do you not marry him? Do you not want to?" Bai Ningbing, do you even realize how horrifying you are right now? No wonder Jinnian does not love you. You do not deserve anyone's love. I must have been blind before. Shut up. I did not know which words provoked her. She resorted to the same trick again. She shoved me down and clamped both hands around my throat. "You said you would always be good to me. You said you would stay by my side." She stared at me, her voice utterly desperate. "What is that look in your eyes? Did you not love me most? Why can I not feel your love?" She screamed. Her voice held a helpless panic she did not even recognize. Tears blurred her eyes, yet she still stared at me stubbornly, searching my face for the love I once had. My face flushed red from her grip, but I only looked at her with a cold sneer. "That is it. Strangle me to death. Others will attend my funeral, and you will take a bullet." Finally, before I suffocated, she came to her senses and jerked her hands away. "You are deliberately provoking me. You would truly rather die than stay with me." In that instant, her once broad, upright figure suddenly seemed to hunch. She looked utterly wretched. She bent over and coughed violently. She turned away and began neurotically trying to reassure herself. "No, you still love me. Yuan, you are just angry with me. I will win you back." As she spoke, she stepped forward and hugged me tightly. "Let us get married, all right? We will live well together. We will forget everyone else. From now on, there will only be us." Her voice was thick with tears. Her tears soaked into my shoulder. I shoved her away hard and backhanded her across the face. Ruyan, kill me or torture me. Do as you please. Just do not say such disgusting things to me," I said coldly. The blow turned Bai Ningbing's face aside. In the end, she silently stood and picked up the coat lying nearby. When she reached the door, she suddenly gave a self-mocking laugh. "Fang Yuan, you blame me for favoring Jinnian, but are you really innocent yourself? Shang Xinci is now turned against the Song family for you. Fang King only has eyes for you too. Can you truly say nothing is going on between you and them? You are right. So they care for me that much. Then I should abandon you all the more and choose them instead." I laughed loudly behind her. It was as if my laughter burned Bai Ningbing. She practically fled in panic. The next day, Jinnian came. According to him, Bai Ningbing had sent him to explain their relationship to me. He wore a custom-tailored suit with a mild smile, but the moment he sat down, he let out a sigh. "Zhao Bing acts this way, and it troubles me too. But she just loves following me around. What do you think I should do?" I ignored him, my eyes fixed absently on the tie around his neck. But my dejected appearance pleased Jinnian. His smile grew brighter. "Actually, you need not be so upset. Even with your terrible reputation, Xinci still pleaded with me for you this time, asking me to change my testimony. She really cares about you, her little brother." As he spoke, he elegantly raised his glass to me. This time, he mentioned someone else. When Fang King was first brought back to the Fang family, she talked about her brother to us every day. She wanted to go back and find him. The Fang family would not allow it, so I told her, once she had matured enough, she could appear before her brother again, and he would be happier to see her. Later, she finally saw her brother again, but after that, she refused to mention him ever again. The reason was simple. She discovered that the man who had once been, in her eyes, best and kindest brother, had become nothing but a vulgar, money-grubbing nobody. With every word Song Jinnian spoke, his smile deepened. His eyes never left my face for a moment, eager to savor my expression as I broke down. But he never saw what he wanted. In response, I merely smiled and said, "Yes, Fang King is wonderful. It would be even better if she, like Shang Xinci, developed fake products and sold them to your company." Song Jinnian's face instantly turned cold. Every trace of his smile vanished, destroying the Song family and clearing my name. That was the real compensation I demanded from Shang Xinci last time. Over the past few years, the Song family had shifted into cutting-edge technology. They had invested nearly half their fortune into this new research product. But on the day of the launch, the research results Shang Xinci presented were defective products that had been obsolete for decades. The Song family had trusted Shang Xinci, their future daughter-in-law, completely. With that move, she nearly severed the Song family's financial lifeline. Even so, young Master Song could not bear to call the police and send his girlfriend to prison. Instead, he came raging at me. I had no patience for his nonsense. I suddenly grabbed the water glass from the table and hurled it at him. While Song Jinnian was stunned, I walked over to him, grabbed his tie, and tightened it around his neck. "Young master, you are in my hands now," I whispered in his ear. "Fang Yuan, if you treat me like this, Ningbing will never forgive you again." Even then, he remained fairly calm, but when he began rolling his eyes from suffocation and struggling violently, he could no longer stay calm. When Ningbing arrived with others, her gaze immediately fell on me. I saw a flicker of delight on her face. Delight? What was she delighted about? That I had finally confirmed her accusations? That I had attacked her beloved Song Jinnian before her eyes? Or was she delighted that she could once again stand on the moral high ground and punish me, condemning all my faults? She said, "Fang Yuan, everything before was an act. You truly never change. I was right about you." As she said this, her face was terrifyingly dark. The next moment, I loosened my grip slightly. Able to breathe, young Master Song spoke in a trembling voice. He pleaded with me, "I can help you get out." "I do not believe you. Really? You only want to prove your place in Ningbing's heart. I will help you. We can make a bet." Afraid I would refuse, he forced a pleading smile onto his miserable face. I frowned as he whispered his plan into my ear. In the end, I smiled in relief. I nodded and let go, letting Ningbing rush over at once and pull the trembling Song Jinnian away. She prepared to take him to the hospital. Before leaving, she turned and gave me a deep look. "I hope that during this time, you will decide how to apologize." Song Jinnian certainly knew how to handle Ningbing. After Song Jinnian returned from the hospital, she removed all the Bai family's guards watching me. She even ignored Aunt Wu's pleas and ordered the guards to throw me out. "Miss, please, you will regret this." "I never will," she sneered. Her confident expression returned, as if she had seen right through me. I played along and acted stubborn, saying I would not leave. The more I did that, the more it proved my earlier antics were only to get her attention. Ningbing's face grew darker. Song Jinnian was right. I have been too indulgent with you. You really need a lesson. Only then, I could not help lowering my head. I asked softly after being together so long, "Have you ever truly believed me? Even once?" She frowned at that. She seemed to remember all the times I had defended her, all my sincere care and love. Yet they could not compare to that rainy day in her youth, when she caught one breathtaking glimpse beneath an umbrella. A Yuan, playing hard to get, does not work when you overdo it. There was reluctance on her face, but she said no more. She only told me to reflect on myself, then shut the door. I turned around and saw Song Jinnian standing in the darkness. When I opened my eyes again, Song Jinnian and I were both tied up on a cliff. Not far away stood the anxious Ningbing. Fang King and a group of special police officers. "Let him go." I said, "Let Fang Yuan go." "Do you hear me?" I heard Fang King scream herself hoarse. She tried to rush over several times, but was stopped each time. Our captors ignored her completely. They only turned their gaze to Ningbing. They shouted, "President Bai, you can only choose one. Who lives and dies is up to you." At those words, Ningbing instantly went grim. "How much money do you want? I will give you anything. Let them go. We do not want money. We only want President Bai to lose the two men she loves most." The kidnapper spoke mockingly. Ningbing's face darkened further. I saw her give a signal. The distant snipers were already in position. But the next second, Song Jinnian suddenly cried out in pain beside me. A kidnapper forced his head down over the cliff's edge. When Song Jinnian came to his senses, his voice trembled. He called out to her, "Xiaobing." He said, "Xiaobing, do not worry about me." The wound on his forehead where I hit him yesterday was still wrapped in gauze, standing in the wind. He looked like green bamboo that could snap at any moment. Ningbing's gaze lingered on his forehead wound. She looked dazed. "Stay still." The man holding him hostage yanked him sharply. Song Jinnian staggered several steps, looking about to fall. Everyone's heart leaped into their throat. The killing intent on Ningbing's face was almost tangible. Yet when Song Jinnian turned to look at me, he gave me a subtle smile. "You lost again," he said. "Are you not afraid they will discover that you staged all of this yourself?" Song Jinnian laughed. With the Song family here, they will never find out. Is that not how we have gotten by all these years? He raised an eyebrow at me, his smile growing smugger. But the people he had hired behind him dragged him even farther toward the cliff's edge. Miss Bai, if you cannot make up your mind, we will have to decide for you. Zhao Bing. Song Jinnian was almost over the edge. He cried by Ningbing's name in agony. Bai Ningbing clenched her fists tightly. She gave the kidnappers one final warning. I will not let any of you get away with this. Enough talk. Hurry up. As Song Jinnian was about to fall from the cliff, Bai Ningbing finally unclenched her fist. She looked at me in agony. She asked me, a Yuan, was this your scheme too? They do not want money. They only want me to choose. You want to prove who matters more to me, do you not? As she spoke, she gave a self-mocking smile. I have indulged you too many times. This time, I cannot let you keep making mistakes. As expected, Bai Ningbing chose Song Jinnian. At that moment, the scene fell silent. Fang, who had been held back all along, rushed forward and slapped Bai Ningbing. Meanwhile, Song Jinnian gave me a victor's smile. Goodbye. With that, Song Jinnian turned and left. The person restraining me also let go. Seeing that, Bai Ningbing let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Fang Yuan, do not test me with such childish tricks again. But her words caught in her throat, because I stepped back on my own, until I stood at the cliff's edge. One more half step back, and I would fall, vanishing into the deep sea. Yuan, Bai Ningbing called my name in a trembling voice. Brother, do not die for someone like her. Pinned to the ground, Fang wept uncontrollably. She said, come back, brother. We will spend the rest of our lives together. I was wrong before. I should not have avoided you out of jealousy. I should never have given you to that bitch. I merely shook my head, looking at them calmly. Bai Ningbing, this is the 101st time. For the 101st time, you chose Song Jinnian. I truly loved you. If even once during all this, you had chosen to believe in me without wavering, we would not have ended up here. As I spoke, I watched panic spread across her face, and satisfaction rose within me. Then my gaze shifted to Song Jinnian. I said, you may not know this, but I left you both a gift. I pointed to the second button on my shirt. There is a hidden camera inside. Everything you just said and did was live streamed. I wanted to go home, but I did not want to leave burdened with infamy. The wrongs I suffered all these years were real. I did not want people calling me a thief even after I died. When I first came here, I came into this world, and to everyone in it, with a heart full of kindness. Panic flashed across Song Jinnian's face. Then he seemed to remember something, and steadied himself. The Song family could even forge surveillance records. With their control over technology, shutting down my livestream would be effortless. In Song Jinnian's mind, the livestream probably had not even lasted a second. But my smile finally broke his confidence. Panicked, he snatched a phone from someone beside him. The internet was already flooded with discussion about him. Song family heir is so dramatic. Rich young master bullying scandal. Bullying-related tags kept climbing the trending charts. Countless people posted screen recordings of the livestream. As evidence, in the footage, he admitted to framing me all these years, along with all his taunts. Everything was crystal clear. When Bai Ningbing beside him also took out her phone in confusion, Song Jinnian finally broke down. He rushed over to knock her phone away, but he was too late. Bai Ningbing abruptly looked up, staring fixedly at me. It is fake. It is all fake. Song Jinnian screamed, accusing me. But then he thought of something, and scanned the area. He finally realized that his sweet romance heroine, Shang Xinci, was absent. His gaze turned to me. I generously gave him the answer. She helped me. She even provided the camera. So, spend the rest of your lives resenting each other. Make each other miserable. As I spoke, I leaned backward and fell off the cliff before everyone's eyes. No. Crying rose behind me. I did not know whether it came from Bai Ningbing or Fang, but I no longer cared. The instant I sank into the deep sea, my soul floated into the air. I saw Bai Ningbing collapse to her knees, her face covered in tears, staring toward where I had fallen. She vomited a mouthful of blood. She suddenly threw off those restraining her and tried to rush off the cliff after me. But the Fang family stopped her at the last second. Meanwhile, in the distant city, Shang Xinci silently worked at her computer. Trending topics she kept pushing filled the screen. A vivid red gash had been cut across her wrist, and blood streamed from it. Yet she only stared out the window. After a long while, she gently closed her eyes. In a soft murmur, she said, Xiao Yuan, you must hate your sister so much. It is all right. Your sister got revenge for you, and she did not spare herself. When we meet again, your sister will treat you right. At the final second before I left this world, I heard the system's electronic voice announce, target individual's desire has been detected. They strongly wish for the host to live. Mission complete. Reward issued. When I woke up, I saw Mom clutching my hand excitedly. A miracle happened. Xiao Yuan, the doctor said your illness was completely cured overnight. I could not hold back any longer. I threw myself into my parents' arms, and we held each other as we wept. How wonderful. I was finally home. On the subway, my ex-girlfriend sent me a breakup voice message. I have a new boyfriend. I do not want him to misunderstand, so let us cut contact. Before I could even feel hurt, the next second, the girl beside me in a Japanese schoolgirl outfit suddenly grabbed my phone and snapped. Excuse me, who are you? Why are you bothering my baby? In an instant, everyone in the car looked at me differently. Just after I boarded the train, my phone buzzed. I checked it. It was a message from Ruyan. I have a new boyfriend. I do not want him to misunderstand, so let us cut contact. What? Is she insane? The next second, my roommate sent a message too. I am with Ruyan now. You do not mind, right? I stared at those messages for 3 minutes. The silence was deafening. And Lan was my roommate, and the person chiefly responsible for my breakup with Ruyan. He claimed to be the guardian of our relationship, always saying he wanted what was best for us, while constantly overstepping boundaries. When Ruyan was pursuing me, and Lan offered to be my wingman, then he used it as an excuse to make me buy him meal after meal. Whenever Ruyan and I fought, he would talk with her all night, claiming he was resolving our conflicts. He even picked the birthday gift Ruyan gave me. He deliberately asked me in our dorm room, Fang's, do you like this watch? I went to the mall with Ruyan yesterday to buy it. You picked it? Yeah. Ruyan said she did not know what to get you. I have great taste, do I not? You are lucky to have such a great roommate. Oh, right? We booked a table at an upscale restaurant tonight for your birthday. I looked at Lan, then tossed the gift box onto his desk. This watch would go well with your suit. Wear it tonight. Then I took out my phone and broke up with Ruyan. But Ruyan asked, are you serious? Why? Because a relationship is between two people. With 3 people, it is a card game, not a relationship. The high-speed train announcement sounded, interrupting my thoughts. I looked at the messages they had sent one after the other. It was no coincidence. I was just unlucky. I could picture them gossiping about me together before messaging me. How could I let that slide? After thinking for a moment, I came up with an idea. My gaze drifted to the girl beside me. A black baseball cap covered her face. She wore headphones, apparently resting with her eyes closed. Would it be too rude to disturb her now? But between being rude and swallowing my anger, I chose rude. I gently poked her arm. Excuse me. Her cap slipped down, revealing a beautiful face. She was exactly my type. She showed no annoyance at being disturbed. There was only a trace of confusion in her eyes. I shamelessly held out my phone. Could you do me a favor? Ruyan's message was on the screen. The girl frowned, and I thought she was unwilling. But the next second, she smiled knowingly. She reached out and took my phone, then sent a voice message. Excuse me, who are you? Then she leaned close, looking at me with a curved smile. Is this how you wanted me to help? Yes. I nodded wildly. This gorgeous girl really got it. I had not even told her what I wanted. Thank you, beautiful. You are not just gorgeous, you are kind too. Why does this mouth of mine keep blurting out the truth? The smile in her eyes deepened. My phone suddenly would not stop buzzing. We both leaned in to look. A string of messages all came from the same person. Ruyan raged. Fang's, who is this girl? Did you break up with me because of her? Unbelievable. What kind of nonsense was that? She had completely lost it. The girl suddenly spoke, mischief flickering in her eyes. She asked, want to make her lose it even more? Before I could react, she pressed the voice message button with one finger. Oops, we got caught. The message was sent. She really knew how to drive someone mad. The next second, Ruyan called. I had not planned to answer, but then I saw the beauty's eager, gossip-hungry expression. Fine, I would indulge her. I answered, Fang's, who is that girl with you? Ruyan immediately demanded. She was only a helpful stranger I met on the high-speed train. So of course, I was not about to tell Ruyan that. But with the girl right there, I really could not bring myself to call her my girlfriend. Ruyan, you are calling me. Will your new boyfriend not misunderstand? I asked deliberately. Ruyan was clearly caught off guard. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. I do not know whether her new boyfriend will misunderstand, but as the current girlfriend, I will get jealous. The girl beside me suddenly leaned her head close. Her warm breath brushed against my hand, even though I knew it was fake. That one word, baby, made my face burn. Ruyan cursed furiously over the line. Fang's, so that is why you suddenly broke up with me. You had better not let me find out who she is, or I will curse her out every time I see her. With that, she hung up. What the hell was that? Her mission accomplished, the beauty leaned back in her seat. She said solemnly, you win. Your ex is definitely more upset than you are now. No woman can stand being cheated on, especially when she finds out after the breakup. You know an awful lot. Did it happen to you? Beautiful. She turned to me, expressionless. Do I look like someone who would ever go through that? Her captivating, almond-shaped eyes, her perfectly high nose, and her smooth, flawless features. She had the face of someone who would never suffer in love, only make others suffer for her. Thank you. Once again, I thanked her from the bottom of my heart. If not for that helpful stranger from the train, I could not have turned the tables on Ruyan. Whenever I thought about her being within land, it made me sick. But remembering how badly she had lost it just now, I felt much better instantly. You are welcome. Teaching a trashy woman a lesson is every citizen's duty. Such lofty morals. Definitely a college student. I cautiously asked, "You are still in college, right? Which university?" University A. What a coincidence. I go to University A too. We go to the same school. I said excitedly. We must have hauled manure together in a past life, to be this fated in this one. The beauty visibly fell silent. Classmate, I do not know whether you hauled manure, but I know I definitely did not. She had better believe I was just being weird for the joke. And Lan and I returned to the dorm one after the other. The moment he entered, he came straight at me, leaning against my desk. Fangs you. Why did you not reply to me on WeChat? I did reply. With silence. And Lan probed. You did not reply. Because I am with Ruyan now, and you are upset. If he had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten all about it, since he was so determined. I picked up my phone and opened my chat with Lan. I sent him the number 1. There now I replied. Fangs you. What is that supposed to mean? I looked up at him. Did you not tell me to reply? Now I replied. And you are unhappy again. Jiang Chuan, sitting nearby, burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? And Lan turned on him. I am laughing at you. And Lan ignored him and continued speaking to me. Fangs you. You did not reply for so long. I have been worried this whole time. I was afraid you were angry with me and would ignore me. Of course, you would have every right to be angry with me, but I really do not want to lose you as a friend. And Lan's voice gradually softened, filled with wounded grievance. He was always like this. Like when I confronted him for talking to Ruyan all night. We argued, and he tearfully apologized to me in the dorm. Fangs you. I only saw that you had been so unhappy these past few days after fighting with Ruyan. So I did it. I really only wanted what was best for you two. If you do not like me acting this way, I will not do it again. He cried until his eyes were red and swollen. He was the one with no sense of boundaries. Yet he made it seem as though I was being unreasonable and aggressive. Fangs you. Everything I said is true. If you do not believe me, I will show you our chat history. Everything Ruyan and I discussed was about the two of you. It really was about the two of us. Ruyan said. And Lan, if Fangs you were as gentle and understanding as you, we would never fight. He is always acting like some spoiled prince, getting angry at the drop of a hat. Sometimes I am truly sick of him. And Lan replied, Ruyan, do not say that. Fangs, you must have had a reason for getting angry. You must have done something wrong to upset him. Besides, I am not as wonderful as you say. Out of hundreds of pages of chat history, he chose to show me those messages. They only made me angrier. Of course, I knew he did it on purpose. He was doing it again now. Do you know, when Ruyan first confessed to me, I was shocked. I rejected her immediately. But feelings truly cannot be controlled. I meant to wait until you two had been broken up for several months first. And Ruyan repeatedly assured me that she no longer had feelings for you. So I agreed. Ruyan said, we should treat you to a meal someday. As an apology. Fangs you. When are you free? I am never free, because I am afraid I will not be able to stop myself from smashing plates into both their faces. I began to wonder if I had been too nice before, making him think I was easy to push around. I slammed my phone face down on the desk. And Lan, I am not a target dummy, so quit firing your arrows at me. And Lan, are you done pretending? When Ruyan and I were together, I did not want to call out your little schemes or what you did. I gave you too much courtesy, and you started thinking you were somebody. Ruyan dumped me and got with you. Does that make you feel so impressive and proud? Something someone else threw away, yet you treasure it like gold. You came here and said all this just to see me upset because you two are together, heartbroken and miserable. So, you could satisfy yourself, right? Sorry, but I cannot fake it as well as you do. I cannot stoop to that. He had not expected me to expose his thoughts so directly, and Lan's face turned the dark red of raw liver. Even his voice trembled as he spoke. Fangs you are talking way too harshly today. Then let me tell you, it is not just today. If you think I am too harsh in the future, you do not have to listen. And Lan stormed off in anger. At last, my ears had some peace. Jiang Chuan gave me a thumbs up. Brother, why are you so fierce today? You used to let him get away with everything. I told him what had happened on the high-speed train. Every detail from beginning to end. Jiang Chuan slapped his thigh. Something that could happen. How come I never meet gorgeous girls like that on the train? Is that really the point? Jiang Chuan was instantly intrigued. What is her name? Is she from our school? I will search the campus for him. As he spoke, he opened his phone. Shen Buyu. She is in the fine arts department. Someone had asked about her. Send me her photo. She is stunning. Jiang Chuan held his phone up before me. What filled my view was a photo of Shen Buyu enlarged to fill the entire screen. She was in the middle of tossing a tennis ball, and the sight of her was strikingly beautiful. Jiang Chuan sighed wistfully. You have got it so good, while I have got nothing. I opened Shen Buyu's WeChat profile in moments. They were even cleaner than her face. There was nothing for me to learn about her, unlike my bare-bones life, with its polished social media feed. Jiang Chuan said, "Oh, right? Are you still going to the class rep's birthday tomorrow?" Of course. Why would I not? I thought you might not want to. Watch Lan and Ruyan flaunt their relationship. It is fine. They can show off all they want. I will eat my meal. I thought it would disgust you so much that you could not eat. I looked at him in confusion. They are only showing off their affection. It is not like they are taking a dump in front of me. Why would I lose my appetite? The next day, someone in the private room joked, Ruyan, I have got to hand it to you. You landed the two hottest guys in our class. Your new love on one side, and your old flame on the other. Exactly. Ruyan, let us ask you something. Which do you prefer? Your ex or your current boyfriend? After drinking, some people became far more talkative. I could not help frowning. That question was incredibly disrespectful. Ruyan did not answer right away. She only looked in my direction. But when our eyes met, she awkwardly looked away. After a moment, she leaned against Lan's shoulder and asked back, "What do you think?" Her tone was playfully reproachful. But some people just love stirring up trouble. You seem pretty unhappy. Do not tell me you still cannot get over Fang's you. Do not deny it. Fang's you. We understand. After all, Ruyan is such a catch. Is that not right? Could these people not understand plain English? I looked at the people speaking, then at the silent Ruyan, for words came to mind. Birds of a feather. I deeply regretted being blind enough back then that I had ever dated Ruyan. It was as sickening as having shit smeared on me. Sorry, I'm late. Suddenly, the private room door opened. A familiar voice rang out. I looked toward it. It was Shen Buyu. Thank God. It was Shen Buyu. I shot to my feet. You are here. Two voices spoke at once. They were mine and the class rep's. The class rep looked at me in surprise. You know each other. So, she was the class rep's friend. I was even more convinced we must have hauled manure together in a past life. I nodded. She is my girlfriend. Shen Buyu and I locked eyes. I frantically signaled to her with my eyes. She raised an eyebrow slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Then the corner of her lips curved up, forming a knowing smile. I am his girlfriend. After Shen Buyu said that, the entire room fell silent for several seconds. The class rep was the first to break the silence. He was thrilled. Since when? How could you two not even tell me? I said with a smile. Because we like keeping our relationship secret. It is thrilling. The class rep fell silent. I looked at those who had been joking earlier and gave a mocking smile. Do you think that, now that I have this girlfriend, I would still be hung up on Ruyan? At that moment, the expressions on their faces were priceless, especially Ruyan. Her face darkened instantly. Jiang Chuan was sitting beside me when Shen Buyu walked toward me. Without a word, he quickly stood and gave her his seat. After sitting down, Shen Buyu leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Which one is your ex-girlfriend?" Human nature really is gossip. Even she was no exception. I replied irritably, "The third one to your left." I instinctively looked over. Ruyan was glaring with fury, her eyes fixed tightly on us. Shen Buyu even gave her assessment. Your taste is terrible. I really could not argue with that. And Lan suddenly spoke. Fang's you. How did you get a new girlfriend so quickly? Why did you not mention her in the dorm? His usual snide tone, as if I could not do the same. I deliberately sighed loudly. Is it not because I was afraid of you? I took Shen Buyu's hand and waved it before everyone. After all, I treasure this one dearly. I would hate to lose her. Everyone there understood. Their eyes subtly drifted toward Lan, and Lan's expression darkened. He looked at Ruyan beside him, as if asking for help. But Ruyan ignored his plea completely. He could only smile awkwardly. Fang's you. Quit joking around. Ruyan suddenly spoke up. How long have you been together? I was considering how long a relationship I should make up. But Shen Buyu spoke first. Are you sure you really want to know? A cold flash of rage flickered in Ruyan's eyes. Shen Buyu gave a soft laugh. Come to think of it, I should thank you. If you had cherished him properly, how could such an amazing man have ended up with me? Right, my predecessor. At that moment, Shen Buyu was my absolute hero. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, yet they could not resist watching the drama unfold. Ruyan's face went livid. Veins bulged from the hand gripping her glass, just as she was about to explode. The class rep stepped in to smooth things over. He looked ready to cry. Does anyone remember that I am today's guest of honor? I remember. I was the first to stand. The reason we have all gathered here today is to celebrate our mutual friend, our beloved class rep. Happy birthday. Come on, let us raise a glass to him. My phone buzzed. Jiang Chuan messaged. Not bad. You have been quietly making big moves. You won her over that fast? It is fake. Jiang Chuan replied. Leave it to me, brother. I will make it real, even if it is fake. Then he made a suggestion to everyone. Let us not just sit here eating and drinking. Let us spin the bottle. Whoever it lands on plays truth or dare. No lying and no backing out. When the bottle landed on Shen Buyu, she chose dare. Chuan opened an app on his phone and placed it on the table, then pushed it toward Shen Buyu. Tap it. Leave the rest to fate. What do you mean? Leave it to fate. Do not listen to his nonsense. Chuan developed this little app himself. Whenever a girl he liked was at a gathering, he would pull this out to fool her. The options were not random at all. He had preset them from the start. They were always some version of, choose a man here and kiss him for 3 minutes. Starting with something that intense, Chuan could barely hide his anticipation. His acting was ridiculously overdone. Choose a man here. He might as well have called out my name. If we were truly dating, a kiss would be no big deal. But we were only pretending. I had felt presumptuous even holding her hand earlier. How could I possibly kiss her? Shen Buyu faced me and silently mouthed, do you mind? Damn it. Was I really going to say I minded? Come on then. Strangely, although I had only met Shen Buyu twice, I did not mind it at all. Maybe because she had helped me out both times. Of course, I had to admit, that face of hers was hard to resist. Shen Buyu lightly kissed my lips, like a feather brushing past. It sent a tingling numbness through me. That brief second made my heart skip a beat. Chuan kept protesting. No way. That was nowhere near 3 minutes. Shen Buyu smiled shyly. She is shy. No. Who exactly was the shy one here? I looked at the flush behind her ears, silently mocking her in my heart. A glass clinked down heavily. It hit the table with a loud bang. Ruyan looked displeased, her voice icy. Can we move on to the next round now? After the party, the class rep went to pay the bill. Shen Buyu, Chuan, and I waited behind. We were going to share a cab home. Ruyan, who had already left, suddenly came back. Without a word, she slapped Shen Buyu across the face. Shen Buyu could not dodge in time, and her face snapped to one side. Ruyan's eyes were bloodshot. I told you, I would hit you every time I saw you. Before she could finish, Shen Buyu slapped her right back across the face. The blow left Ruyan reeling. As if she had lost her mind, she lunged forward. The class rep rushed over and restrained her. Ruyan, you have had too much to drink. Stop this. I will take you home. Chuan glanced at Shen Buyu and me, then immediately chimed in. Seeing Ruyan like this, I am worried the class rep cannot handle her alone. I will help. We will go ahead. You two can get another cab. With that, he fled like his life depended on it. I borrowed some antiseptic from the hotel's front desk. I was about to disinfect the cut on Shen Buyu's face. I could not help cursing. Ruyan really hit hard. Shen Buyu comforted me. I did not go easy on her either. Dim light fell across Shen Buyu's face. Her eyes shimmered with flecks of starlight. A few loose strands fell across her forehead. Her thick, dark lashes fluttered softly, each one distinct. Without thinking, I gentled my touch as I applied the medicine. Guilt filled my heart. Shen Buyu opened her eyes and said lightly, you did not hit me. So why are you apologizing? I sighed. If I had not asked you to pretend to be my girlfriend, none of this would have happened. Shen Buyu's eyes flickered slightly. Then a quiet, muffled laugh escaped her chest. Then why not say you never should have asked me for help on the train in the first place? I was speechless. It was all because of that damn pride. And then Shen Buyu paused before continuing. How do you know I was not willing to do it myself? I could not sleep that night after returning home. I tossed and turned in bed. All I could think about were Shen Buyu's words. How do you know I was not willing to do it myself? Damn it. I had fallen in love, just as she predicted. She could make people suffer so easily. On the third day, Chuan saw me and cried out, Fang's you. Were you up all night stealing dogs again? Nonsense. These dark circles are natural. My gaze casually swept over Chuan's desk. When I saw the books on it, my eyes lit up. Lend me your level 6 study materials. Did you not already pass level 6? Why do you need a workbook to weigh down your instant noodles? This is no ordinary workbook. It is my sacred guide to love. I opened my chat with Shen Buyu and typed, have you passed levels 4 and 6? If not, let us study at the library together. No. Even a dog would shake its head at that. Anyone would think I was just looking for a study partner. I deleted it and typed again. Oh my gosh. The level 6 exam is coming up, and I have not studied. Have you passed it? If not, let us go to the library together. A man's vulnerability was a woman's weakness. The screen showed that she was typing, but it quickly reverted to her name. Again and again, my heart rose and fell with it. After a long time, Shen Buyu replied, okay. Seriously, just one word. Did that really take so long to type? My 80-year-old grandma types faster than that. I asked, when? She immediately sent me her class schedule. I cheered. Then tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon, meet at the library entrance. Do not stand me up. The next day, at the library, I stared thoughtfully at the level 4 workbook in front of Shen Buyu. You do not look like someone who failed level 4. At the very least, you should have passed level 6. I only look smart. I am actually not. Besides, No one should reveal everything about themselves. Shen Bayu's gaze suddenly stopped. I followed her line of sight. On the cover of my level 6 study materials were the bold characters, Jiang Chuan. Damn it. Jiang Chuan had not turned a single page, but he had been quick to write his name. I smiled awkwardly. These belonged to my roommate. He passed last semester, so he gave the materials to me. After all, saving paper and protecting trees starts with me. It starts with the little things, right? Sometimes I amaze myself with how smoothly I could lie. Shen Bayu's lips curled slightly. So I should thank you on behalf of all those trees. That really is not necessary. I looked at the reading comprehension passage before me. I randomly guessed A, B, C, and D. After all, I was not really here to study. I only needed to keep up appearances. I secretly leaned closer and looked at Shen Bayu across from me. She propped up her head with one hand and twirled the pen with the other. She did not look like she was studying seriously either. Thud. The pen slipped from her fingers. Shen Bayu did not move for a long while, yet the corner of her lips curved almost imperceptibly. Then she suddenly looked up at me. I could not look away in time, and our eyes met. Shen Bayu spoke. Fang's you. Are you looking for answers on my face? Or looking for translations? Damn, I had been caught. I forced myself to answer. I was just tired from studying. So I leaned closer to admire your beautiful face. It gives me the motivation to keep studying. But the time you spent staring at me was longer than you spent on that reading passage. Sitting in class, I messaged Shen Bayu. There are the brightest lights in this world. One is the sun. The other is the sight of students working hard. The sun is already out today, so let us be diligent students. So, Shen Bayu, shall we go to the library together? Shen Bayu did not reply for a long time. That was strange. She usually replied instantly. Had all this studying exhausted her? Or was it because of me? Had I done something that turned her off? I seriously reflected on it throughout the entire class. The more I reflected, the more frustrated I became. This ambiguous stage really made people suffer. But my misery vanished the moment my phone buzzed. A message from Shen Bayu popped up. We had an in-class quiz. I had not looked at my phone. It is over now. I am waiting outside your classroom. Outside my classroom? I looked outside. Shen Bayu stood in the hallway. She stood graceful and poised. When she saw me looking, she raised an eyebrow at me. A group in the back began whispering. Is that not Shen Bayu from the Fine Arts Department? She is so gorgeous. Who is she waiting for? Probably Fang's you. I heard Ruyan and Shen Bayu even fought over Fang's you. I am jealous. When will two beauties fight over me? Only in your dreams. So that was how rumors got started. That was way too exaggerated. Besides, Ruyan had not fought because of me. She only thought I had cheated on her. It was for her tiny, pathetic shred of pride as a woman. Knowing Shen Bayu was waiting outside, I could not stop glancing toward the door. Fang's you. The teacher at the front suddenly called my name. Though I know I am not as pretty as your girlfriend. You can look at your girlfriend all you want after class, but you only get so many classes with me. The whole class burst into laughter, and my face instantly turned bright red. The commotion in the classroom was too loud. Even Shen Bayu at the door heard it. She scratched her head sheepishly. Her pretty face turned red. She bowed to the teacher and apologized. Sorry, professor. I interrupted your class. Then she slipped away. My phone suddenly buzzed. Find me after class. I looked at the message on my screen and could not stop myself from smiling. Jiang Chuan leaned over and asked, how far have things gotten between you two? After thinking for a moment, I answered, we have progressed from reading comprehension to translation. Jiang Chuan looked utterly exasperated. Are you two in middle school? You go to the library for dates. I corrected him. We are not dating yet. Jiang Chuan rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the lectern. So, Fang's you. You are around a single woman with a great figure and a beautiful face every day, and you can still resist dating her. What are you? A ninja. I gave Jiang Chuan's words serious thought. He had a very good point. So, a few days before New Year's Day, I made my move. I asked Shen Bayu how she planned to spend New Year's Eve. Shen Bayu asked back, how do you want to spend it? Dinner together. Just dinner. Shen Bayu gave a helpless laugh. What are you thinking? I mean, you want to watch a movie after dinner. Oh, of course. Shen Bayu blushed and muttered softly. I was the one overthinking it. Everyone in the dorm had plans for New Year's Eve. They were all busy getting ready, except Lan. He was on the balcony, talking to Ruyan on the phone. They seemed to be arguing. Their words grew increasingly heated. Ruyan, tonight is New Year's Eve. Instead of spending it with your boyfriend, you are going to a bar with friends. Why can I not come? What friends? Male friends, right? Do you think I do not know what you have been doing? Ruyan, you disgust me. And Lan roared and hung up. Jiang Chuan and I silently exchanged a look. Neither of us spoke. As Lan came in from the balcony and passed behind me, he stopped. He said bitterly, Fang's you. Seeing me like this, you must be thrilled, huh? I am, I answered honestly. And Lan had not expected such bluntness, and he froze. I was on my way to meet Shen Bayu and could not be bothered with him. Near the door, I reconsidered and turned back. And Lan, When Ruyan was with me, she thought I was less gentle and caring than you. And now that she is with you, she will think other men are better than you. That is because Ruyan is rotten to the core. So do not doubt yourself, and do not torture yourself over it. Cut your losses while you can. When I left, and Lam was still standing there, setting aside everything involving Lan and Ruyan. He had treated me fairly well. He had gone to the hospital with me when my stomach hurt, and helped me snag concert tickets. People really do have to sides, I suppose. We had agreed to meet at the school gate at 6, but not until 6:30. Did Shen Buyu finally arrive in a rush? I had waited so long I was past getting angry. Sorry. When I looked in the mirror, I noticed my hair was messy. Since today was so important, I went to get my hair done, but I never expected the salon to be full of people like me, all scrambling at the last minute. I waited in line forever. As she went on, Shen Buyu's voice gradually softened. No wonder she had changed her hairstyle. Together with her outfit today, she radiated the polished beauty of a young college girl. When I stayed silent, she hurriedly added, "Fangs you. Please do not be mad. I swear I will never be late again." I was not angry. I was only wondering why Shen Buyu called today important. Was it important because she was spending New Year's with me? Besides, looking at that face of yours, even the greatest anger would melt away. There was an unusual number of cars on New Year's Eve. The traffic was unbearably jammed. With only a few hundred yards left to our destination, we decided to get out and walk. The winter wind swept up fallen leaves, bitterly cold. Shen Buyu could not help shivering. I took off my coat and draped it over her. Shen Buyu saw that I was left in only a sweatshirt. She asked worriedly, "Will you not be cold if you give me your coat?" I shook my head. Guess why I wore such a thick down jacket today? It was all for this moment. Shen Buyu laughed. "You are so childish." I noticed a tiny loose strand of hair at the tip of her nose. "Wait. Do not move." Shen Buyu obediently held still. Her eyes did not move as they watched me. I raised my hand and brushed it away. The warm breath from Shen Buyu's nose touched the back of my hand. It sent a soft, tingling sensation through me. It reminded me of that kiss during the dare. As if possessed, I blurted out, "Shen Buyu, let us be together." Bayu's face turned a kaleidoscope of emotions in an instant. She looked as though she wanted to speak, but could not. Wait, was that a normal reaction to a confession? My heart sank. "You are not going to reject me, are you?" "No. You are not allowed to say another word." She stopped me. Shen Buyu suddenly took my hand and slipped it into her coat pocket with hers. My fingers touched a small square box. Shen Buyu smiled, helpless yet affectionate. "I had everything prepared. I wanted to confess to you at midnight." Shen Buyu still held my hand tightly inside her pocket. I could feel heat in my cheeks, and my heart hammering in my chest. So the important day she had mentioned was the day she planned to confess to me. I opened the box. Inside was a watch. I asked her to confirm. "You picked this yourself, right?" Shen Buyu became nervous. "What is it? Is my taste that bad? You do not like it. I love it. Put it on me." At that moment, behind her, brilliant fireworks spread across the ink-black sky. Just like that, fireworks and love arrived early together. For 10 years, I had secretly loved the older girl next door. I finally could not restrain my feelings and confessed to her. But after I confessed, she became ice cold toward me. She not only took back all the tenderness she once showed me, she even insulted and belittled me at every turn to make me give up my forbidden feelings. She even pretended to marry a man she did not love. But she did not know I had brain cancer. I was about to die. With my heart broken, I chose to leave without saying goodbye. "Professor, I've decided to join the human cryopreservation experiment. Please sign me up." "Fang Yuan, listen to your professor. Late-stage brain cancer offers little hope, but we can still try conservative treatment. That deep-sea cryogenic hibernation experiment is nowhere near ready. If it is performed on a living person, you will absolutely die in that freezing pod." Professor Lindong's voice shook anxiously over the phone. Watching the first snow fall outside, I spoke calmly. "Professor, sign me up. Either way, I will die frozen in that pod. At least my heart will not hurt so much anymore." Before the professor could say more, I hung up. My phone screen lit up just then. A priority Weibo notification popped up. In the photo, Ningbing wore a red dress. Beside her, and Lam wore a white suit. Their fingers were interlocked. The diamond ring on Lan's ring finger, engraved with the character Yuan, stabbed at my eyes. Last month, Ningbing had taken it, claiming the company needed it. It was my graduation design, which I had created through 3 sleepless nights. Now, she had put it on her boyfriend's hand. The caption had only for characters with you for the rest of my life. A metallic sweetness surged up my throat. I clamped a hand over my mouth, but blood still seeped through my fingers. It dripped onto the tile floor. Today was my 22nd birthday. The person I loved most had not even wished me a happy birthday. She had trampled on my heart to announce her happiness to the world. I wiped the blood from my mouth. I dragged my heavy legs back to the villa. The dishes I had cooked all afternoon sat on the table. They had long gone cold. The cake in the center had 22 candles. Its frosting was beginning to melt. I sat alone in the darkness, listening to the wall clock tick. At 2 in the morning, The lock finally clicked. Ningbing pushed open the door, reeking of alcohol and cold air. The living room sensor light came on. She saw me sitting on the sofa and immediately frowned, her eyes full of disgust. "Why are you up in the middle of the night, acting all creepy?" Her voice was ice cold. I slowly stood, my fingertips trembling. My voice was hoarse. "Today is my birthday." "So what?" Ningbing sneered. She casually tossed her Hermes bag onto the sofa. "Fang Yuan, you think that because I adopted you, fed you, and clothed you, that I owe you something? Today, I went with Lan to inspect venues for our engagement party. How could I have time for this nonsense? But that ring, Ningbing sharply cut me off. "Shut up. And Lan liked that design. You should be honored. Do not think I do not know those filthy thoughts in your head. Ever since the day you confessed to me, you have disgusted me beyond words. We are not related by blood, but a name. I am your sister. Can you stop looking like some pathetic stray? It makes me sick." Her words pierced my heart. I lowered my head and bit hard into the flesh inside my mouth. Only after tasting blood could I force out the words. "I am sorry. It will not happen again." Yes, there would never be an again. This was the last birthday I would spend alive, and the last time I would ever disgust her. Ningbing had not expected me to submit so easily. She froze for a moment, then quickly looked impatient again. "Good. At least you understand. And Lan is moving in tomorrow. Clear out the south-facing master bedroom upstairs." That was the room I had lived in for 10 years. I did not argue. I only nodded numbly. Ningbing went upstairs in her heels. She would not even spare me another glance. I looked at the cake on the table and suddenly found it utterly ridiculous. I picked up the trash can and dumped in the food and cake, along with my 10 years of humble, unrequited love, all in one sweep. Early the next morning, an email arrived from the cryogenic experiment team. "Mr. Fang Yuan, your physical indicators have reached critical levels. To ensure the experiment's success rate, please report to the facility within 3 days for pre-freezing preparations." I gave a bitter smile as I read the email. 3 days. My life had begun its countdown. I took out a suitcase and began packing my room. There was not much to pack, other than a few old clothes. Everything had been given to me by Ningbing over the last 10 years. The little bare nightlight she gave me when I was afraid of the dark, when I was injured in a fight in middle school, the scarf she wore upon for me herself, and the asteroid naming certificate she bought at great expense. It named the asteroid Fang Yuan's star. She once said it would be my guardian star. When your sister is not around, it will watch over you for me. The more tender she had been, the crueler she was now. I packed each item into cardboard boxes. After I was gone, I planned to donate them to an orphanage. Packing up and getting ready to get the hell out, a mocking voice came from the doorway, and Lan wore an oversized men's robe. Its collar hung open, exposing red marks over his neck and collarbone. He leaned against the doorframe, holding coffee, his eyes full of provocation. "This room does get great light. No wonder Ningbing insisted I stay here." And Lan walked in and casually kicked one of the boxes on the floor. "What? Cannot bear to leave." I did not want to deal with him. I zipped up my suitcase and prepared to leave. But Lan stepped sideways and blocked my path. "Fang Yuan, you really are a dog that will not go away." He lowered his voice and leaned close to my ear. "Do you think Ningbing really wanted to take you in? She only pitied you. Your crazy mother went mad, set a fire, and burned your father to death. She burned herself to charcoal too. You have a mad woman's blood in your veins. How could Ningbing ever want someone like you?" I jerked my head up, my eyes instantly reddening. "Shut up. My parents were not mentally ill arsonists. It was an accidental factory explosion. My parents tried to save the workers trapped inside and were burned alive. They were heroes. But because the factory owner fled, the media wanted attention. So they fabricated a false story that my parents fought and set the fire. That was the one wound no one could ever touch." "What? Did I hit a nerve?" And Lan laughed more wildly. "A mad woman's son is obviously crazy too. You are in love with your legal sister. What does that make you, if not a pervert?" I said shut up. At that moment, my reason shattered completely. I swung my fist and slammed it into Lan's face, and Lan cried out and staggered backward. Then he deliberately tripped himself, falling to the floor as his coffee cup shattered everywhere. And Lan, a startled cry rang out. Ningbing was not even wearing a coat. In pajamas, she rushed over from the end of the hall. She shoved me aside and carefully pulled Lan into her arms. "Ningbing, it hurts so much." And Lan clutched his face, his eyes reddening. His voice trembled as if he were about to cry. I only saw Fang Yuan packing his things and came over to help him. Who knew he would suddenly go crazy? He said I stole his room and that he was going to beat me to death. Fang Yuan. Ningbing whirled around, her gaze icy. Her palm struck my face hard. My ears rang. The taste of blood flooded my mouth again. "Did I not warn you to know your place?" Ningbing pointed at my nose, shaking with rage. "And Lan tried to help you, and you dared to hit him. You really did inherit that crazy mother's violent nature." "I did not." He slandered my parents first. I covered my burning cheek. Tears swirled in my eyes. Bai Ningbing would not listen to my explanation at all. I saw you knock and land at the ground with my own eyes, and you still want to deny it. You have disappointed me deeply. Fang Yuan. She stood and looked down at me. Her eyes were full of disgust. Since you love acting crazy so much, go to the basement and come to your senses. Someone lock him in the basement without my permission. No one is to bring him food or water. If he is not locked up for 3 days and nights, he will never learn. The burly bodyguards grabbed me by the arms and roughly dragged me downstairs. As I passed by Ningbing, I stared into her eyes, searching for the compassion she once had. There was none, only cold indifference and annoyance. With a bang, the basement iron door slammed shut. It shut out all light and sound. Cold, damp air instantly enveloped me. I leaned against the wall, unable to hold it back any longer, and broke into a violent cough. Mouthfuls of blood sprayed from my lips, staining my clothes and the floor red. Trembling, I pulled out my phone and used its screen light to open the cryogenic experiment confirmation email. My vision grew blurrier. The agonizing pain in my head was unbearable. Bai Ningbing said she would lock me up for 3 days and nights, but she did not know that in my condition, I would never survive the night in this basement. With blood-stained fingers, I tapped confirm and signed on the screen, and immediately activated emergency transfer. Bai Ningbing, did you not find me disgusting? Did you not want me to disappear forever? Your wish is granted. This confinement will be our final goodbye. The moment I pressed confirm, it drained the last of my strength. My phone dropped into my lap with a soft thud. The screen flickered twice, then went completely black. The basement was freezing. Cold seeped into bones. It intertwined with the searing agony of my brain cancer. The torment was worse than death. I curled up in the corner, clutching my knees tightly. I did not know how much time passed. Faint footsteps and high heels came from outside the door. Ningbing, maybe we should let it go. It is so cold in the basement. What if Fang Yuan gets sick from the cold? It wasn't Lan's hypocritical voice. If he freezes, he deserves it. If we do not teach him a lesson, he will think he runs this house. And Lan, you are just too kind. You have to be ruthless with an ungrateful wretch like him. Bai Ningbing's voice came through the iron door, slightly muffled, but none of its cruelty was diminished. The footsteps gradually faded away. My lips twitched as I tried to smile, but tears fell first. Kind. If she knew that the kind and Land she spoke of had just viciously cursed martyrs who died saving others, would she still think so? No. She did not care at all, because she loved Lan, and I was only a burden who disgusted her. My consciousness slowly began to slip away. My breathing grew weaker and weaker. Just as I thought I would die in that basement, a violent crash shattered the ventilation window. Several people swiftly jumped inside. Target located. Vital signs are critically weak. Inject a cardiac stimulant immediately. Prepare for transfer. It was the Cryogenic Research Facility's emergency rescue team. A syringe of icy fluid entered my vein. I forced my eyes open. They lifted me onto a stretcher. Before leaving, I looked back at the basement, at the faint light slipping beneath the door. Goodbye, Bai Ningbing. I have given all 10 years of love and pain back to you. When I woke again, I was lying in a sterile ward at the cryogenic facility. Professor Lin Dying stood beside my bed, his eyes red-rimmed. His gaze was full of heartache. How did this child let himself get this bad? If you had not activated emergency transfer, if we had been 30 minutes later, you would not even have made it into the cryogenic chamber. I gave a weak smile. But I made it in time, didn't I? Professor Lin, when can we begin? In 3 days. Professor Lin sighed. Over those 3 days, you will need full body cleansing and medication infusion. Fang Yuan, I will ask you one last time. Do you truly have no regrets? Once you go in, you may sleep forever. No regrets. I stared at the fluorescent light overhead, my voice firm. For the next 3 days, I was powerless to resist. I let them insert all kinds of tubes into my body. My waking hours grew fewer and fewer. The last time I was awake, I asked the nurse for paper and a pen. I still had some of the allowance Bai Ningbing had given me over the years, along with the bonuses I earned from design work. Altogether, it came to a little over 2 million yuan. I wrote my will, donating every cent to the city orphanage. As for Bai Ningbing, I gripped the pen, my hand hovering for a long time. In the end, I left only one sentence on the page. May you get everything you wish for, and may every year bring you peace. Fang Yuan's final words. After giving the letter to Professor Lin, I was wheeled toward that enormous, silver-white cryogenic chamber radiating a deadly chill. As the chamber door slowly closed, I closed my eyes. The final image that flashed through my mind was my sister holding me in her arms on a snowy night 10 years ago, gently promising to protect me for life. Sadly, that sister had died long ago. Icy blue cryogenic fluid swiftly covered my body. My consciousness sank completely into endless darkness. Meanwhile, at the Bai family villa, Bai Ningbing sat before her vanity, while a makeup artist prepared her for that evening's business gala. And Lan, dressed in a tailored suit, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and kissed her neck. Ningbing, You look beautiful today. Bai Ningbing looked at their reflection. She smiled in satisfaction, then slightly frowned. How many days has Fang Yuan been in the basement? And Lan's eyes flickered as he feigned indifference. 3 days, I suppose. What? Do you feel sorry for him? Feel sorry for him? I cannot wait for him to get out of here. Bai Ningbing gave a cold snort. It is just that several elders will be at tonight's gala. If anyone asks about him, I cannot exactly say I locked him up. Go. Have someone let him out. Tell him to clean himself up. He had better not embarrass me. All right. I will go now. And Lan turned and left the room, his eyes full of malice. He summoned the bodyguards and headed to the basement to unlock the door. The iron door was pushed open. The stench of blood and mold hit them in the face. And Lan covered his nose and waved the air. Fang Yuan, stop playing dead. Ningbing is being merciful. Get out. There was no response from the basement. You still dare put on airs? And Lan sneered. He snatched a flashlight from a bodyguard and shone it into the corner. The beam swept across the empty corner. There was no sign of me. There was only a pool of dried, blackened blood, and a blood-covered foam with a shattered screen. And Lan froze. The flashlight beam trembled over the bloodstains. An inexplicable chill shot from his feet to his scalp. Where is he? He whirled on the bodyguards and roared. The bodyguards were just as stunned. Young master, the door has been locked the whole time. We never saw him come out. What is going on? Why have you not brought him up yet? Bai Ningbing's impatient voice came from the stairs. She lifted her skirt and came downstairs. When she saw Lan standing pale-faced at the basement entrance, her brow furrowed even more. And Lan, what tantrum is Fang Yuan throwing now? And Lan swallowed and pointed inside the basement. His voice trembled slightly. Ningbing, Fang Yuan is gone. Gone. Did a living person grow wings and fly away? Bai Ningbing shoved Lan aside and strode into the basement in her heels. When her gaze fell on the huge pool of dark red blood, her pupils suddenly constricted. Her breath stopped. What is this? She staggered back a step. Her heels stepped on the shattered phone, making a piercing sound. She looked down and picked up the blood-covered phone. It was the birthday gift she gave me last year. Though broken, the phone miraculously still powered on. The instant its screen lit up, an unready mail leaped into view. Sender. Deep-sea cryogenic hibernation research facility. Mr. Fang Yuan, your body cryopreservation procedure was formally initiated at 10 this morning. Thank you for your great contribution to human medicine. May you rest in peace within the ice. Bai Ningbing's mind went blank. Her whole world spun around her. Posthumous cryopreservation. Rest in peace? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Bai Ningbing shook her head wildly. Her fingers trembled as she opened the email and read it again and again. He must be playing some trick again, trying to force me to give in. He would actually tell such a lie. Bai Ningbing spun around, her eyes bloodshot as she roared at Lan. Find out where this damned research facility is. Bring him back to me. Half an hour later, the Bai family convoy tore down the roads like mad, running 6 red lights. It finally stopped before a facility on the outskirts, a heavily guarded research base. Bai Ningbing threw open the car door. She did not even notice that she had lost one high heel. Barefoot, she rushed into the lobby. Where is Fang Yuan? Tell Fang Yuan to get out here. Security personnel immediately stepped forward to stop her. Hearing the commotion, Professor Lin Dong came out of his second-floor office. When he saw Bai Ningbing's frantic state, Professor Lin looked at her with utter disgust. Miss Bai, this is a restricted research facility. Conduct yourself properly. Professor Lin. Bai Ningbing clung to him like a lifeline. She grabbed Lin Dong's arm, her nails digging deep into his flesh. Where is Fang Yuan? Is he hiding here? Tell him to come out. I will not lock him up again. As long as he comes out, I will agree to anything. Lin Dong forcefully shook off Bai Ningbing's hand. He looked at her coldly. Miss Bai, you not think it is too late to say that now? What do you mean? Bai Ningbing's lips trembled violently. Fang Yuan is already in the chamber. Professor Lin pointed at the heavy blast door behind him. 3 hours ago, the cryopreservation process was fully completed. He is now a body frozen in liquid nitrogen at -196 degrees Celsius. You are lying. Bai Ningbing screamed. He was fine yesterday. He could still hit people. Why would he need cryopreservation? You are all working together to deceive me. Fine. Professor Lin looked as if he had heard the greatest joke. Furiously, he pulled a thick stack of medical records from his briefcase and hurled them at Bai Ningbing's face. See for yourself. His brain cancer was terminal. The cancer had spread throughout his body. For the past 6 months, he endured agony every day beyond anything ordinary people could imagine, swallowing painkillers by the handful, unable even to eat, as his sister in name. Did you ever show him even a shred of concern? All you did was call him disgusting and lock him in a basement several degrees below zero for another man. If we had not arrived in time, he would not even have survived long enough to enter that chamber. Medical reports fluttered down all around Bai Ningbing's feet. She lowered her head numbly. Her gaze swept over those glaring words. Malignant glioblastoma. Terminal stage. Expected survival, less than 1 month. The dates on every diagnosis report mercilessly mocked her stupidity and coldness. This is not real. Bai Ningbing's legs gave out, and she crashed to her knees. Desperately, she gathered the medical records into her arms. Tears burst from her eyes. Why did he not tell me? Why did he not say anything? What good would telling you have done? Professor Lin looked down at her, his gaze sharp as a blade. Tell you. So, you could keep humiliating him for Lan's sake. Miss Bai. Before Fang Yuan left, he left you a letter. The professor held a thin sheet of paper out to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing accepted it with trembling hands. There was only one brief, resolute line on the page. May all your wishes come true. May you know peace every year. Fang Yuan's final words. No resentment. No accusation. Only complete release in a heart that had given up. A piercing scream echoed through the lobby. Bai Ningbing clutched the letter tightly to her chest. Curled on the floor, she wept as if her heart had been torn apart. Come out, Fang Yuan. Your sister was wrong. I was truly wrong. She crawled to the blast door and beat the heavy metal door with all her strength. Her hands were bloody, but she did not even notice. Let me see him, just once. Please, let me see him once. And Lan stood nearby, panic filling his eyes. He stepped forward, trying to pull Bai Ningbing up. Ningbing, calm down. The dead cannot come back. Get out. Bai Ningbing whirled around and fixed Lan with a deadly stare. What did you just say? The dead cannot come back. Bai Ningbing slowly rose to her feet. The tears in her eyes had not yet dried, yet a terrifying chill radiated from her whole body. Frightened by her gaze, and Lan took a step back. I mean, since Fang Yuan is already like this, With a sharp smack, Bai Ningbing swung her arm back and viciously slapped Lan across the face. His lips split open, and he fell to the floor. And Lan, do you think I am that easy to fool? Bai Ningbing advanced on him step by step, her voice icy. Fang Yuan may be stubborn, but he would never hit someone for no reason. What exactly did you say to him that morning? And Lan panicked, clutching his face as he argued. I did not say anything. He really just went crazy. Shut up. Bai Ningbing turned to the head of her security detail. Pull up the surveillance footage from the house. Check the hallway footage from that morning, including the camera at the basement entrance. Find out everything, down to the very second. If anyone tampered with it, I will kill them. And Lan's face went deathly pale. He collapsed helplessly to the floor. He had bribed a servant to delete the footage, but he did not know that, to protect me, Bai Ningbing had installed an independent backup surveillance system in hidden corners of the villa. 3 years earlier, half an hour later, the head guard handed Bai Ningbing the recovered footage. In the video, and Lan's arrogant expression and vicious insults, along with footage of him deliberately falling to frame me, were laid bare before everyone. There was even footage of him at the basement door, saying to me when I was already barely alive, if the cold gets to him, it is his own fault. And Lan, Bai Ningbing ground out his name through clenched teeth. She snatched the collapsible baton from a guard's belt and struck him with it like a madwoman. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you do this to him? You killed him. And Lan rolled across the floor under the blows, screaming endlessly. But nothing could lessen Bai Ningbing's pain by even a fraction. She had personally pushed the man she loved most into the abyss. After that day, Bai Ningbing became a different person. She swiftly called off her engagement to Lan and used every Bai family resource to crush the family. Not only were Lan's legs broken, he was also implicated in multiple cases of business fraud and intentional assault. He was ultimately sentenced to 15 years in prison. As for Bai Ningbing, she resigned as president of the Bai Group, leaving the company to professional managers, and moved into a small apartment near the Cryonics facility. Every morning, she came to the facility without fail. Through the thick blast-proof glass, she gazed longingly at the cryogenic chamber bearing my name. Fang Yuan, it snowed today. It is the first snow you love so much. Your sister caught that bad man. No one will ever bully you again. I got back the ring you designed. I am wearing it now. Look. She raised her hand. The diamond ring engraved with Yuan shimmered softly on her ring finger. Day after day, year after year, the one-sprout eldest daughter of the Bai family became a penitent watching over an ice coffin. She founded a dedicated medical fund, pouring several billion yuan into it every year to fund research into brain cancer and cryogenic revival. Professor Lindong saw what she had become and tried to persuade her more than once. Miss Bai, stop waiting. Cryogenic revival may take 50 years, or even 100 to become possible. If you keep wasting away like this, you will ruin yourself. Bai Ningbing only shook her head stubbornly. Her gaze was heartbreakingly gentle. It is all right. If 10 years is not enough, then 20. If 20 is not enough, then a lifetime. He waited 10 years for me. I will wait my whole life for him. That is only fair. 5 years later, the medical world was rocked by an unprecedented breakthrough. The elite medical team, fully funded by the Bai Foundation, finally overcame the barrier to thawing cryogenic cells without damage and developed targeted nanobots that could eliminate cancer cells in the brain. It meant that I could wake up. When Professor Lindong told Bai Ningbing the news, the glass slipped from her hand and hit the floor. It shattered to pieces. She covered her mouth as tears spilled from her eyes. She could barely remain standing, then dropped to her knees, laughing and crying. The thawing procedure, and cancer cell removal were performed at once. They lasted a full 36 hours. Bai Ningbing stood outside the operating room for all 36 hours, without food or water, her eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. When the red light above the operating room finally went out, Professor Lin emerged, exhausted but relieved. He nodded to her. The surgery was a success. He survived. At that moment, Bai Ningbing felt her dead heart finally begin to beat again. 3 days later, I was moved to a luxury private hospital room. Every day, Bai Ningbing personally washed and massaged me, even while I remained unconscious. She never left my bedside. She kept telling me about everything that had happened over the past 5 years. Fang Yuan, please wake up soon, all right? Did you not love your sister? If you wake up, your sister will agree to anything you want. We will get married. We will travel around the world. As she clutched my hand and sobbed softly, I suddenly felt a trace of strength in my fingers. They twitched slightly. Bai Ningbing jerked her head up, staring at me in disbelief. I slowly opened my eyes. Everything before me was blurred. I could only see a woman with tears streaming down her face. Her eyes brimmed with excitement and joy. Fang Yuan, you are finally awake. Bai Ningbing trembled with excitement. Great tears fell onto the back of my hand. She bent down, wanting to embrace me, but I turned my head slightly, avoiding her touch. I looked at her, with no surprise in my eyes. No love, not even hatred. There was only calm. My dry lips parted slightly. My voice was painfully hoarse. Who are you? The room fell completely silent. Bai Ningbing's smile froze. Her outstretched hand shook violently in midair. Fang Yuan, do not scare your sister. I am Bai Ningbing. I am your beloved sister Ningbing. Panicked, she reached for my hand. I yanked it back sharply. Frowning, my eyes full of wariness, I said, sorry. I do not know you. Professor Lin Dong rushed over when he heard. After a series of examinations, he reached a conclusion. Cryogenic suspension had saved his life, but prolonged low temperatures may have irreversibly damaged his hippocampus, causing selective amnesia. Professor Lin looked at the pale face by Ningbing and sighed. He has forgotten most of what happened over the last 10 years, including you. Selective amnesia. She alone had been completely erased from his life. Leaning against the wall, Bai Ningbing felt as though her heart were being twisted apart. Perhaps this was heaven's cruelest punishment for her. She had finally learned to love him, but he had already forgotten her. In the days that followed, I began a long course of rehabilitation. Bai Ningbing did not give up. As the director of the foundation, she stubbornly stayed by my side, caring for my every need. Though I was polite to her, that politeness carried a deep distance. Miss Bai, thank you for caring for me these past few days, but I can manage on my own. I pushed away the porridge Bai Ningbing offered, my tone flat. It is all right. I am not tired. Bai Ningbing fought the sting in her eyes and stubbornly held the spoon to my lips. I frowned, then suddenly turned to look into her eyes. Miss Bai, why are you so kind to me? Did we know each other before? If I owed you something before, I will do my best to repay it. But please do not look at me that way. It makes me feel burdened. Those words plunged Bai Ningbing into an icy abyss. Once, he had once spoken those same hurtful words to me from on high. What goes around comes around. Half a year later, I had mostly recovered and left the hospital. I did not return to the Bai home. Instead, I used the compensation from the foundation to open a small independent design studio downtown. Bai Ningbing came to my studio every day. Sometimes she brought coffee. Sometimes she brought lunch. At first, I refused, but eventually accepted reluctantly. Our relationship seemed to ease somewhat, but it never went beyond ordinary friendship. Until one day, the studio received a major commission. A renowned jewelry brand wanted me to design a wedding ring themed around protection. I sat before my drawing board, chewing on my pen, brows tightly furrowed, seemingly stuck. Bai Ningbing came over with coffee. Her gaze fell on the chaotic lines across my drawing board. Then she spoke softly. Why not combine a mermaid's tears with a starry sky? Like a star named Fang Yuan, forever watching over that sea. My hand froze around the pen, and I looked up. I stared at Bai Ningbing in shock. Countless fragments of memory surged into my mind. The starry sky from the rooftop, the gold embossed naming certificate, and her words, from now on, it is your guardian star. A violent headache suddenly struck. I clutched my head in agony. The pen fell from my hand. Fang Yuan, what is wrong? Terrified, Bai Ningbing rushed over and held me. Do not touch me. I shoved her away and gasped for air. My eyes were bloodshot as I looked at her. At that moment, every memory came flooding back. The tender, cruel, desperate memories tore me apart all over again. I remember. I stared hard at Bai Ningbing. My voice shook beyond recognition. Ningbing, why are you still standing before me? Was locking me in that basement not enough for you? Did you come to laugh at me now? I shoved Bai Ningbing to the floor, scraping her palm raw. But she ignored the pain and scrambled toward me. She wrapped her arms tightly around my leg. No, Fang Yuan, listen to me. I did not know you were ill. I truly did not know. I thought you were only throwing a tantrum, and Lan deceived me. I have already sent him to prison. Fang Yuan, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please, Give me one more chance. I looked at the humbled woman kneeling at my feet, but felt none of the satisfaction I had imagined. I only felt tired, utterly exhausted. I took a deep breath and forcibly pried her off my leg. By Ningbing, some things, once broken, stay broken. Consider these 5 years my repayment for raising me. From now on, we owe each other nothing. No, I do not want us to be even. By Ningbing clung to the door frame, refusing to leave. Over the next month, By Ningbing cast aside all her pride and dignity. When I shut her out, she stood in the rain beneath my building all night, until a fever made her collapse and she was taken to the hospital. When I traveled for business, she booked economy class on my flight and silently followed behind me like a little shadow. My stomach was weak, so she rose at for every morning to buy the freshest ingredients, spent 3 hours making nourishing porridge, and left it at my studio door. Everyone mocked the one-sprout heiress of the Bai family, but she did not care. She only knew that if she lost me, even if she had the whole world, she would be nothing but a walking corpse. December 12th. It was my birthday again. Heavy snow fell outside, just as it had the day I was diagnosed with brain cancer 6 years ago. I sat alone in my studio, watching the snow beyond the window, feeling utterly hollow. Over the past month, I had seen everything By Ningbing had done. I would be lying if I said I was not moved, but the scar in my heart ran too deep for me to reach out again. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I opened the door, but no one was outside. There was only an elegant thermos and a card. The card bore By Ningbing's graceful handwriting, Fang Yuan. Happy birthday. I know you do not want to see me. I will leave right away. Remember to drink the porridge while it is warm. My heart suddenly clenched as I read those words. I threw open the door and ran into the raging snowstorm. Beneath the street lamp on the corner, I saw her thinly clad figure, shivering in the cold. She was crouched on the ground, using fingers red with cold to clumsily build a little snowman. By Ningbing, I shouted. By Ningbing jolted and stiffly turned around. The instant she saw me, the light in her eyes flared to life. She stood like a child caught doing wrong, rubbing her hands nervously. Fang Yuan, I am sorry. I did not mean to disturb you. I will go now. She turned to flee, but her legs had gone numb from crouching too long, and she pitched straight forward. But the expected pain never came. She fell into a warm embrace. I held her tight and pulled her into my arms. You idiot. Why would you come out wearing so little in this cold? By Ningbing froze, then understood. She wrapped her arms tightly around me. She burst into tears. Fang Yuan, have you forgiven me? Have you really forgiven me? I said nothing. I only cupped her ice-cold cheeks and kissed her deeply. Wind and snow raged around us, but our two once broken hearts were made whole again in that moment. Before I died, I finally uncovered the secret my wife had hidden for so long. She was the system's chosen pursuer, assigned to win my affection. If my affection for her ever fell to zero, the system would erase her. Yet to avenge her childhood sweetheart, she heartlessly locked me in a basement and subjected me to brutal torture. First, she stabbed one of my eyes blind. Blood gushed out, smearing all over my face. I screamed in pain, but she acted as though she could not hear me. A chilling sneer played on her face. You brought this on yourself. You deserve this suffering. Fang Yuan, you deserve to die. She raised a knife and stabbed it toward me, just as I felt I was about to die. I somehow heard her inner thoughts. Warning, target Fang Yuan's affection level is about to reach 0. Host by Ningbing, obtain affection points immediately. Otherwise, the system will erase the host. In the dim darkness, I curled up in a corner, my hands and feet bound in chains. I had barely eaten for days. After By Ningbing's torture, I did not have a shred of strength left to avenge her precious childhood friend. She slipped sleeping pills into my drink while I was not looking. After I drank it, I fell into an endless sleep. When I woke, I was locked in the dark basement with iron chains. Through my haze, I saw a tall figure walking toward me. A cold smirk curled her lips, enough to make my skin crawl. The next second, she grabbed my hair. Her grip was vicious, and her nails nearly dug into my scalp. Fang Yuan, you are truly vicious. I told you I would marry you. From then on, I would be yours. Why did you still attack and land? How did he ever offend you? She seized my head and slammed it hard against the wall. The searing pain made me scream. It was not me. I did not poison him. You invited him to our gathering that day. I even cooked myself. We all ate the same food. Why was he the only one who got sick? I did not poison him. I raised my head and glared at her, but she only sneered. Do you think I would believe you? You clearly poisoned Enlan's plate separately, and you still dare deny it. I grew up with Enlan. He always took care of me. My family was poor when I was little, and I was their only daughter. The neighborhood children often bullied me, and Lan was always there to protect me. My alcoholic father loved to beat me, and Lan was always the one who protected me. And Lan had finally earned his graduate degree, and was about to begin a bright future. Why did you cruelly ruin his future? Since you are so cruel, I will make you pay. She picked up a pair of pliers from the floor, and grabbed my hand. I tried to struggle, but I had no strength at all. All I could do was watch her use the metal pliers to rip out my nails, one by one. nail beds and all. I could not stop my shrill screams. Blood from my hands pooled across the floor. Yet a cold voice still rang in my ears. Fang Yuan, let me tell you, this is only an appetizer. The real surprise is yet to come. My consciousness began to fade. I thought back on the past. By Ningbing, and I met in high school. I noticed her even then. She was an excellent student, but came from a poor family and was often bullied. And Lan would sometimes speak up for Bai Ningbing, seemingly defending her. But she did not know that I was the one secretly dealing with her troubles. My grades were mediocre, and everyone called me a troublemaker. My teachers often told me that it was not too late to turn my life around. Getting into college would not be a problem, but none of that interested me. Once, and Lan insulted a girl to defend Bai Ningbing. The girl immediately called her delinquent brother. He brought a gang to corner and Lan, shouting that they would deal with Bai Ningbing too. And Lan shook with fear. He did not dare leave the classroom. I was the one who ran out and drove those thugs away. Bai Ningbing's father drank and gambled. Her mother resented her for being a girl and often muttered, "That worthless Bai Ningbing ruined my body." So in high school, she worked while she studied. My family was fairly well off, so I often secretly slipped money into her desk. At first, Bai Ningbing would ask around, but no one ever admitted it. Still, Bai Ningbing always thought Lan gave her that money, and I never told her otherwise. That it had all been me. Back in high school, I was young and hot-blooded, full of confidence. I loved being an anonymous hero, thinking it made me look cool. I never realized I was only laying the groundwork for someone else. By our final year of high school, college entrance exams were approaching. When I learned Bai Ningbing was applying to a top-tier university, I began studying hard. Even my mother exclaimed in surprise. Our ancestors must be smiling on us. You are actually studying hard. The dean and my classmates looked at me as if I were a monster. After a year of hard work, my grades soared, just as I hoped. Bai Ningbing and I got into the same college. At the celebration banquet, I invited Bai Ningbing over and took the reward money my father's relatives had given me, all 30,000 yuan. And pressed it into Bai Ningbing's hands. I knew that after she got into college, her family not only refused to support her, her father even beat her. He said college was a waste of the family's money. They could not afford to send her to school, and told her to get a job immediately. Bai Ningbing refused at first, but I insisted. Smiling, I told her, "I want to attend college with you. I hope I will see you on campus next semester." During our first year of college, I looked after Bai Ningbing in every way. Finally, near the end of our first semester, one snowy night after evening study, Bai Ningbing asked if I liked her. I nodded and confessed my feelings. Bai Ningbing accepted my confession. From then on, we loved and relied on each other. The year we graduated, we got married. My family bought us a villa in the city where we went to college. I thought we were happy, but it had all been my own fantasy. Another stab of pain pierced my haze and jolted me awake. I looked up and saw Bai Ningbing supporting a frail figure. They came into view. I slowly opened my eyes. Blood clouded my vision, blurring the two figures before me. Only after a while did I see them clearly. My wife had brought her precious childhood friend before me. Her childhood friend's face was pale, and he looked terribly weak. Faintly, I heard a voice. "And Lan, I have already avenged you." That is not enough. Not nearly enough. My liver and stomach are severely damaged now. The doctor said I will need medication for the rest of my life. He ruined my entire life. His voice was weak, yet agitated. "And Lan, calm down. The doctor said you need rest right now." Tenderly, she wheeled over a wheelchair and helped her childhood friend sit down. Watching this scene, I murmured, "I did not poison him. I did not poison him. Call the police. Let them investigate, and they will find out who poisoned him." And Lan glared at me viciously. "Is there any point in calling the police now? I am already like this. Can the police give me back a healthy body? I want him to pay with his life." He became agitated again. He drove his wheelchair toward me. But my wife, Bai Ningbing, stopped him. "And Lan, let me handle this." She came close to me, close enough for me to hear her breathing. Yet the woman before me felt like a stranger. If I had not reached out to her back then, guiding her out of that abyss step by step, who knew where she would be now? I had given her my whole heart. When it was cold, I made sure she had warm clothes. During her period, I brewed her brown sugar ginger tea. When she was bullied in the dormitory, I ignored everyone's stares and rushed inside to protect her. Every little moment flashed through my mind. She grabbed my hair, forcing me to look up at her. As our eyes met, she said coldly, "You brought all of this upon yourself. I gave myself to you. I loved you deeply. So, Why could you not accept in Lan's presence? Her expression gradually turned crazed. She pulled a small knife from her clothes and drove it straight into my thigh. Agonizing pain struck instantly. I let out a piercing scream. Blood poured from my thigh, and Lan's voice came from behind me. That is it. I want to watch him scream in agony. Only then will my hatred be satisfied. I told you already. Do not rely on my love for you as an excuse to do whatever you want. Even jealousy has its limits. As Ningbing spoke, she pulled the knife out again and quickly plunged it into my other thigh. The overwhelming pain finally made me black out. In my delirium, I saw the dappled shadows of trees on campus. Ningbing, in a white dress, walked toward me. She wore a bright, gentle smile. Her hands were hidden behind her back. Sunlight fell across her face, making her look radiant. Then she brought her hands forward, holding out a bouquet of flowers. Fang Yuan, these flowers are for you. Back then, I pretended to be unimpressed and said, "What guy likes flowers?" But my heart was already full of warmth. Ningbing pouted then and said with some annoyance, "Who says boys cannot like flowers? That is just prejudice." I was deeply moved. From that moment, I knew she was the girl for me. Suddenly, a basin of cold water hit my face, instantly waking me. I focused my eyes and saw Lan throw the basin onto the floor. The basin hit the floor with a sharp bang, making my ears ring. The freezing water quickly soaked my whole body. Then came a bone-deep pain. It came in countless tiny bursts, not like a knife wound, with pain in only one spot. This pain covered my entire body. I raised my eyes and stared at Lan. Ningbing was not beside him now. He was alone in the basement. He glared at me, his eyes cold and twisted. Fang Yuan, Ningbing and I have been childhood sweethearts since we were little. According to my plan, Ningbing and I would have gotten married, then had 2 children, living happily as a family of 4. So, why did you have to interfere? You ruined the beautiful future Ningbing and I were meant to have. He clenched his teeth, looking utterly vicious. I stared at him and could not help sneering. A happy life with you? You are nothing but a coward. You do not even have the courage to protect Ningbing. And you think you can? What right do you have to talk about a happy life? Ha ha ha. When Ningbing was cornered by bullies, and Lan got word of it, but he made an excuse and hid in the restroom. If I had not stepped in, Ningbing's life would have been 100 times worse. My laughter struck a raw nerve in Lan, and Lan flew into a rage. He pulled out a knife. He fixed me with a vicious stare. You love to talk, do you? I will cut out your tongue, and see how you keep talking then. He drove his wheelchair toward me. I was bound in chains, and my legs were injured. I was like a trapped beast, with no way to escape. The cruel smile on Lan's face grew wider and wider. Once you have no tongue, let's see how you sweet talk anyone. Without a tongue, how could Ningbing still care about trash like you? Then I will kill you, and Ningbing and I can live happily together forever. He reached the knife toward my mouth. Its icy gleam jolted my nerves. Seeing Lan's smug expression, rage surged through me. I let out a furious roar, and Lan froze in shock. For a moment, he could not react. He was incredibly close to me. I did not hesitate any longer. I bit down on his face. He let out a scream of agony. In his shock, his knife plunged into my arm. But in my frenzied state, I could barely feel the pain. All I wanted was revenge. And Lan could not take it anymore. He screamed, "It hurts. Ningbing, hurry and save me." Like the coward he was, he kept begging for help. "Let me go. Please, let go of me." His pleading voice rang out, but I did not release him. Looking at his cowardly state, I found him both pitiful and pathetic. The metallic taste of blood filled my mouth. Before long, the commotion here drew someone rushing toward us, and Lan heard the hurried footsteps. It was as if his savior had arrived. He shrieked, "Save me, Ningbing. Please save me." Ningbing rushed over and grabbed my hair. She tried to pull us apart, but I refused to let go. Finally, I bit a chunk of flesh from Lan's face. I spat the foul piece of flesh onto the floor, and Lan covered his face with his hands and screamed, my face is ruined. Ningbing, kill him for me. I want him to pay with his life." And Lan screamed hysterically. Ningbing looked at him with concern. "And Lan, are you alright? I will take you to the hospital first." "I do not want to go to the hospital. I want to watch you kill him myself." "Kill him." And Lan was completely insane. But Ningbing did not move. She seemed utterly unmoved. And Lan looked at her. "Ningbing, do you still love this murderer?" Jealousy seeped into his voice. "And Lan, do not worry. I will avenge you. Tell me, do you love him?" And Lan demanded an answer. "I do like him, but that will not stop me from avenging you. He ruined you, so I will ruin him too." Ningbing said this as she looked at me. Hearing that, I laughed coldly inside. "Then, what am I to you?" And Lan asked, "You are my brother, closer to me than a real brother. I will not let anyone hurt you. I am taking you to the hospital now." She pushed Lan's wheelchair outside. About 2 hours later, the two of them returned. By then, the knife in my arm was slowly bleeding me dry, leaving me severely weakened. I was barely conscious. I barely managed to look at them. Ningbing released the wheelchair and hurried over to me. She pulled the knife from my arm and wrapped it with gauze. Fang Yuan. I only wanted revenge for Lan, to help him vent his anger. I never wanted you dead. Her pupils dilated, and her voice began to turn shrill. You had better stay alive from me. I looked at that deeply familiar, yet utterly unfamiliar face. I spat bloody phlegm onto her face. Blood smeared her face, making her features look more sinister. Ningbing wiped away the blood. Her eyes gradually turned twisted. Within Lan here, I will cut off your fingers to avenge him. Bear with it. I stared at her, a cold smile curling at my lips. In an instant, a chill swept through every bone in my body. Despair engulfed my heart. At the same time, I clearly heard Ningbing's inner voice. Warning. Target Fang Yuan's affection level is about to reach 0. Host Ningbing. Acquire affection points immediately. Otherwise, the system will eliminate the host. I gazed at Ningbing, but she looked completely unconcerned. After I cut off your fingers, you will kneel and apologize to Lan. If he forgives you, I will let you go immediately. Warning. Target Fang Yuan's affection level has reached 0. The host is about to be eliminated. Countdown initiated. The host may choose to return to her high school years, but will lose the corresponding memories. Faintly, I heard a panicked voice shout, "Quick, go back now." When I woke again, the school bell rang in my ears. I opened my eyes in confusion and saw the familiar scene before me. Back then, I was always causing trouble and rarely paid attention in class. So the teacher put me in the last row, right beside the trash can. Ningbing sat within the first 3 rows. She was also the English class representative and was well liked by the teachers. And Lan sat directly behind Ningbing. The two were very close. I remembered how Ningbing's alcoholic father had come to make scenes at school several times. He said he had accepted a bride price from someone in their village and wanted Ningbing to quit school and marry that man. It became a major scandal. The teachers all tried to stop him. They even called the police, but it did no good. After all, they called it a family matter. The whole school was buzzing about it, and Lan had rushed forward to urge Ningbing's father to go home and stop making a scene at school. He said it reflected badly on everyone. Ningbing's father raised his hand and slapped Lan. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and Lan fled in humiliation before everyone's eyes. After Ningbing's father caused several more scenes, he never came again. Everyone wondered what had happened, and Lan stepped forward and claimed he had reasoned with him, persuading Ningbing's father to leave. But what no one knew was that I had stopped Ningbing's father in an alley and taught him a hard lesson several times. That was when I came to understand Ningbing's father for the kind of man he was. He drank, gambled, and chased prostitutes. That was no exaggeration. He beat his wife and child. It was routine for him. That was also when I learned what kind of home Ningbing had grown up in. When I was young, I thought I was a savior, a hero, someone who could save others completely. But looking back now, it was nothing but my own misguided hero complex. If I had not done those things back then, how could I be repaid with betrayal? How could they drag me into the abyss? After the class bell rang, Ningbing walked in wearing plain clothes. She sat down, reaching into her desk for her homework, only to find it full of trash. She stood and looked around. Who threw trash in my desk? Everyone stared at Ningbing. I watched coldly. Ningbing looked helpless, and Lan quickly said, "Ningbing, class is starting. We can tell the teacher afterward." Ningbing glanced at me. She seemed to await my reaction. I stayed in my seat, yawned, and got ready to sleep. I sneered inwardly. Did she still think I would step in and protect her? At lunch break, and Lan took Ningbing to speak with the teacher. When they were done, Ningbing suddenly came over to me. "Fang Yuan, can we talk outside?" Her voice was soft. I looked at her. "Talk about what? Say it here." "Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan. Since when are we on a first-name basis? Who do you think you are?" I stood up. I was more than a head taller than her. My presence immediately overwhelmed hers. Her face went paler with fear, and Lan suddenly appeared. "Fang Yuan, you have gone too far. What kind of man bullies a female classmate?" My eyes settled on him. Without a word, I slapped him, and Lan was stunned for several seconds. I did not stop. I slapped him again. The sudden attack caught Lan off guard. He burst into tears. "I do not bully girls, but I can beat trash like you, right?" I said coldly. My reputation in class was already poor. Everyone saw me as a thug. Ningbing looked at me, her expression shifting. Her lips moved as if she wanted to speak, but I ignored her. Something changed in her gaze. Perhaps she wondered why my attitude had changed. I walked out of the classroom. Soon, a girl came toward me. She was from the class next door. Her name was Ruyan. She wore thick black-rimmed glasses and looked a little spacey. She was sweating from running. "This is for you, Fang Yuan." She handed me a lunchbox. I looked at her. Then I remembered. Back in high school, this girl seemed to like me. Her grades matched Ningbing's. Usually, Ruyan ranked above her. But later, malicious sexual rumors were spread about Ruyan, and she transferred schools. And the one spreading those rumors was none other than Ningbing. I took Liu Ryan's lunchbox and thanked her. Liu Ryan looked at me in surprise. You, she stammered, unable to speak clearly. But then, her words suddenly became clear. Your classmate is coming. I should go. Liu Ryan turned and ran away. I watched her retreating figure and lost myself for a few seconds. Soon, Ningbing spoke behind me. Fang Yuan, is there some misunderstanding between us? I turned and stared at Ningbing. Her act of pure innocence filled me with disgust. Memories of the past surfaced, and anger flooded my heart. Bitch, who are you trying to fool? Now that I was back, I would have my revenge. I would personally tear down that sanctimonious little saint. Just as I had once given her hope, I would now destroy that hope. Ningbing, just wait. I gave her a once-over and looked away. A misunderstanding? Do not overthink it. There is no misunderstanding between us. The light flashed in Ningbing's eyes. Really? Of course, there is no misunderstanding between us, because we are true enemies. Thinking back, much of what Ningbing did was calculated and manipulative. She had been putting on an act for me. But back then, I was blind to it. I was too caught up to see clearly. Her smile deepened. What were you saying to Liu Ryan? Nothing. I planned to study seriously and asked her to tutor me. Tutor you? Why look elsewhere when I am right here? I can tutor you too, she said with a smile. You want to tutor me? I don't think you'll have any time left, I said calmly. Why would I not have time? I have time. I did not listen to more of her nonsense. I made up an excuse and left. I found a quiet place, ate a quick meal, washed the lunchbox spotless, and returned it to Liu Ryan. When Liu Ryan got her lunchbox back, her face was flushed with shyness. It was deeply touching. I plan to study hard. Will you tutor me when you have time? Her cheeks instantly reddened. She looked up at me and adjusted her glasses. Okay, then I will cover your meals and school supplies. Whatever you want to eat or use, just tell me. No need. I already have those things. My family gives me enough living expenses and pocket money, Liu Ryan said. Liu Ryan's parents were educated professionals. Her family was 100 times better than Ningbing's. She never lacked money. What your family gives you is theirs. What I give you is mine. You will listen to me, I said with a smile. Liu Ryan nodded obediently. Okay. After discussing things with Liu Ryan, I soon left school. Ningbing's father had caused trouble at school for a day or two. He had not gone home yet. He was staying at a 20 or 30 Yuan a night motel. I arranged for someone to take Ningbing's father out for a night of indulgence. Then I urged Ningbing's father to quickly come to school and cause trouble for her. Under my arrangement, before long, Ningbing's father ran up another gambling debt. Under pressure from loan sharks, he came to school to cause trouble again. It caused another huge uproar. Ningbing cried at school every day, and Lan comforted her beside her. I watched that bastard in Lan, his expression dark and sinister. I showed that bastard no mercy. I soon laid a trap for Lan. He looked like a gentleman on the surface, but behind closed doors, he was obsessed with sex. I set him up and introduced him to a woman outside school. In no time, that woman played in Lan like a dog. His grades kept falling, and he began skipping class regularly. Teachers called his parents to school several times. His father had a violent temper. Right in front of the teachers, he rolled up his sleeves and went straight at him. He beat Lan until he howled in agony. Listening to his miserable screams, I knew this was only the beginning. That afternoon, Liu Ryan and I were studying on the field. Ningbing suddenly came to me, looking haggard. When Liu Ryan saw Ningbing, she prepared to get up and leave. I took her hand and pulled her back down. Ryan's cheeks immediately flushed red. Ningbing's face grew even paler. Liu Ryan, could you leave us alone? I need to speak with Fang Yuan privately. Liu Ryan gave a soft acknowledgement and started to rise. This girl was too kind, just as I had once been. I pulled Liu Ryan back down again. Do not leave. I did not let go of Liu Ryan's hand. I gave Ningbing a soft laugh. Say whatever you need to say here. Ningbing's expression shifted slightly. She was clearly embarrassed, but she finally seemed to make up her mind. Fang Yuan, did you not say I could tutor you too? Huan can tutor me, I said. Ningbing looked at Liu Ryan. Did she say something bad about me behind my back, so that you believed her? She is not a good girl. Before Ningbing could finish, I cut her off. Are you done? If you are, you can leave, Liu Ryan said, sounding her classmate by. I did not say anything bad about you. How could you not have badmouthed me? Fang Yuan obviously liked me. How else did he suddenly become so close to you? I stared at Ningbing, speechless. Are you delusional? When have I ever liked you? A saying suddenly came to mind. Never feed a dog too well, or it may bite the hand that feeds it. I had treated Ningbing like a spoiled dog for far too long. It made her conceited, thinking she was above everyone else. She forgot where she had come from. She forgot what I had done to pull her from the abyss, and how much I had sacrificed. You obviously did like me. You are insane, I snapped. Huan, let us go. Ningbing suddenly went wild, rushing toward us. She even grabbed and tugged at Liu Ryan. This is all all because of you. You seduced Fang Yuan. You evil woman. The commotion was getting loud, worried it would harm Liu Ruyan's reputation. I told Liu Ruyan to leave first. I dragged Bai Ningbing aside. She stared at me. Fang Yuan, you made her leave. That means you still have feelings for me, right? My dad owes someone 50,000 yuan. I know your family has money. Please help me. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. She was offering herself to me. I gave a cold laugh. Sorry, but I am not interested in you. I looked at her coldly. Hatred surged within me, but I forced it down. Bai Ningbing did not come to school the next day. The teacher said her mother was ill, and she had gone home after getting the call. But I knew the truth. Her father had made it up to trick her home. Her mother wasn't on it too. All along, her mother had wanted her to marry and have children early. This was the perfect chance. After Bai Ningbing was tricked into returning home, her father accepted 60,000 yuan as a bride price. He immediately married her off to an old bachelor from the next village. That old bachelor had not touched a woman in years. I heard that after Bai Ningbing married him, she was kept locked inside. Every day, people outside the house could hear Bai Ningbing's agonized screams. Later, Bai Ningbing seized an opportunity to find me. She asked to meet me. When I saw Bai Ningbing again, I was truly surprised. Her face was utterly bloodless. She looked pitiful beyond words. Her clothes were in tatters, and her body was covered in countless wounds. They looked like belt marks. Fang Yuan, please save me. Why are you begging me? Why not go to your precious Lan? I cannot help you, I said coldly. Bai Ningbing knew Lan could not help her, but I could. When I had fought for her before, I had been ruthless. Even the thugs outside school feared me. She knew I had ways. Unfortunately, those methods would now be used only against her, because I would make this bitch pay. He cannot help me. Fang Yuan, please save me. If you save me, I will give myself to you right now. She threw herself at me, frantically pulling off her clothes. I took several steps back, completely speechless. Huan, have you seen enough? Come out already. When Bai Ningbing asked to meet me alone, I had Liu Ruyan come with me, but Liu Ruyan said she would wait nearby. So Liu Ruyan saw this entire scene. The instant Liu Ruyan stepped out, Bai Ningbing's face turned crimson, her pupils dilated, and she looked stunned senseless. She let out a piercing scream, as if driven mad by the shock. She turned and ran. I watched her retreating figure. A cold smile touched my lips. She had not run far when two men suddenly rushed out and seized her. Those two men were her father and that old bachelor, her husband. They dragged her away. Her screams continued to ring in my ears. Meanwhile, that woman had Lan completely under her control. She kept him dangling, drawing him close, then pushing him away. At last, and Lan could not endure the temptation and torment. He tried to force himself on her. The woman did not hesitate. She immediately called the authorities. The authorities took Lan away and prosecuted him. And Lan was already 18, so he ended up behind bars. I remember when Lan was taken from school, countless people gathered to watch. At first, no one knew what he had done, but I spread the news. Everyone soon looked down on him with contempt. Countless people cursed him. Bai Ningbing was taken back to the countryside, where she lived with the old man. I heard she escaped several more times, but was caught and brought back each time. But her father remained the same gambling addict. Whenever he lost money, he wanted to take Bai Ningbing back and sell her again. But the old bachelor would not stand for it. He stormed into Bai Ningbing's home and brawled with her father. In the end, Bai Ningbing and her mother joined the fight. They stabbed the old bachelor several times. The old bachelor died on the spot. Bai Ningbing and her parents were all sent to prison. During that time, Liu Ruyan and I studied hard together. After the college entrance exams, we filled out our college applications together. Our grades were far better than before. The day the results came out, I went to visit Bai Ningbing in prison. The instant Bai Ningbing saw me, her eyes brightened. Her hair had been cut short, and she looked utterly haggard. I stared at her. She said, "Fang Yuan, I knew you would come see me." She broke into aggrieved sobs. Her eyes rimmed red. I said to her, "I came to see you. You are happy about that, right?" She nodded again and again. "Yes, you came to see me. I am so happy. I never thought you would come. I have good news for you." "What good news?" She stared at me. I gave a soft laugh. Liu Ruyan and I both did very well on our exams. We got into excellent universities. The same one, in fact. At that, she bit her lip and tried to speak. I did not let her finish. "Oh, and I confessed to her last night." She accepted. "We are together now." When I finished, I burst out laughing. Hearing that, Bai Ningbing suddenly let out a shrill scream. Her eyes gradually turned crazed. Why would you tell me this? To make you suffer?" Leaving those words behind, I walked out without looking back. Her piercing screams continued behind me. She had clearly lost control, but I paid no attention. Outside the prison, Liu Ruyan was waiting for me at the gate. I hurried over and took Liu Ruyan's hand. We met each other's eyes. A shy blush spread across her face. I thought we would probably stay happy forever. I am the villainous supporting male character in a switched-at-birth heirs novel. Yet everyone loves me. No matter what I do, they think I am right. To the female lead, I am her untouchable ideal, admired from afar. To my family, I am the precious child who after the slightest bump, must be sent to the hospital for 2 days. As for the male lead, he is not only the female lead's second choice, a substitute she settled for, but also my family's toy, brought in solely to entertain me. Only after the male lead dies of stomach cancer will everyone finally wake up and realize how much they love him. So, on my first day after transmigrating into this novel, I took the newly found male lead to the hospital for a checkup. That night was our family's first meal together. The atmosphere was awkward. Fang Zheng sat across from me, dark-skinned and skinny. He was practically drooling over the feast before him, yet still did not dare pick up his chopsticks. Unable to hold back any longer, he took a piece of spicy chicken. The moment he withdrew his chopsticks, Mom immediately moved the dish in front of me. Fangzhu, do you not love spicy chicken? Mom made it especially for you. Eat up. The moment she said that, I could feel Fang Zheng's body go rigid in his chair. Seeing that, I picked up the entire plate. I served half to myself and half to him. We have similar tastes. We both love meat. We really are brothers. Hearing the word brothers from me, everyone was shocked. Fang Zheng especially was left agape. This is an angsty tragedy novel told from Fang Zheng's perspective. He is the heir who was switched at birth. I am the imposter who took his place. Yet even after Mom and Dad learned I was not their blood child, they still cherished and loved me. Their condition for letting Fang Zheng return home was that the other family give up custody of me. Also, I could remain the young master. At Fang Zheng's rural home, he was nothing but free labor. Since childhood, he had worked the fields and herded cattle. He often did not even get enough to eat. Meanwhile, Mom and Dad spent a fortune. The Yangs gladly signed the adoption agreement, so my family remained mine. It simply gained to Fang Zheng. Malnourished, Fang Zheng was short and timid. The contrast with me could not have been sharper. Even standing among the family, he looked like an outsider. After dinner, I returned to my room to study, but soon afterward, Mom pushed open my door. She wanted to talk. Fangzhu, now that you suddenly have a younger brother, do you blame your father and me? No. She had not expected such a firm answer. Still, she cautiously probed. Will it feel strange having one more person at home? How could it? Besides, our home is 34,000 square feet. I would not even notice one more person. Did you learn about your origins and decide that the Yangs are your real parents? Do you not consider us family anymore? Why would you think that? By then, Mom's eyes had turned red. She wiped her face, then took my hand. Ordinary children throw tantrums even when their parents have another baby. They always get upset. You have always been headstrong. Yet now you are not protesting at all. Are you angry at your father and me? Are you afraid you will no longer be the apple of our eye? When I had no answer, Mom hurriedly explained. Fangzhu, I have held you in my arms since you were little. You have called me Mom for 14 years. You are the only child I recognize as mine. No one can make you suffer. I will not have you feeling frightened in your own home. Your father and I discussed it. If you do not like Fang Zheng, we will give him money and have him live elsewhere. Then the three of us can go back to how things were. I sighed. From Fang Zheng's perspective, his adoptive parents did not love him. They gave him scraps and raised him carelessly. They treated him like a workhorse. His biological parents were wealthy, yet treated him as if he were nothing. It was truly heartbreaking. When I first read this novel, this mother character infuriated me too. I could not understand why she was so cruel to her biological son. Did she not have a shred of maternal love? But from another perspective, now that I am Fangzhu, I finally realized she had more than maternal love. She had it in abundance. When her biological son came home, her first thought was how to make me feel secure, to affirm my place in the family. Perhaps she is Fang Zheng's villain, but she is the best mom I could have. With that thought, I put an arm around her shoulders. Mom, the Yangs never raised me for even one day. If I had ended up with them, I would have been nothing but a tool. The people who raised me matter more than blood. No matter what happens in this life, you two will always be my only parents. My mom is soft-hearted. Hearing that, she threw herself at me and hugged me. My sweet boy, let Mom hold you. I let her hold me for a moment, then held her shoulders and said seriously, but Fang Zheng is your son too. This time, Mom avoided my eyes. He has just left his home and come here. You need to care for him more. You have spoiled me for 14 years, but Fang Zheng missed out on you for 14 years. There was gratitude in her eyes as she looked at me. I gently nudged her and told her, go on. Parental favoritism does exist, but often, the crucial factor is how the favored child uses that favoritism. The original story did not end well. After Fang Zheng died of stomach cancer, the female lead finally realized the truth too late and became obsessed with him. My wedding to the female lead came to nothing as well. Later, I developed depression. Dad's business went bankrupt, and Mom jumped from a building. It was a little melodramatic, but I still believe actions have consequences. If Fang Zheng could grow up happily, then our little family would never have fallen apart like that. With that in mind, I knocked on Dad's door. Transfer my brother to my school. We can look out for each other. In the original plot, at my urging, he transferred to another private school and did not come home for a year. Later, unable to keep up, he dropped out. Then he transferred to my school. But because of me, at this school, his life was miserable. But now, I plan to alter his story a little and let him meet the female lead sooner. I remembered that she attended our school. After break, Mom took Fang to complete the transfer paperwork. Since he arrived later, he was not in my class. I returned to my seat. When I took out my textbook, everyone around me was dumbfounded. The original Fang was good at everything except studying. He came to school just a date. A girl with a lollipop in her mouth came over. She slung an arm around my shoulders. "Baby, did you take the wrong medicine today?" I glanced at the hand on my shoulder. "You're my girlfriend." "Yeah, not anymore." The girl stared at me in shock. "Are you insane?" I casually turned a page. "No, I'm going to be top of the grade." Holy crap. Did you all hear that? Fang has suddenly lost his mind. He says he wants to be top of the grade. I ignored the roaring laughter around me. In the original story, Fang studied art and went abroad. He only returned years later. This was why the female lead later tearfully became a substitute. But I was different. I did not have an artistic bone in my body. That path was not for me. All morning, I thought about what path I should take. At lunchtime, I went to the next building to find Fang, but he was nowhere to be seen. So I asked several students heading to lunch. The moment they heard I was looking for the new kid, their eyes immediately became evasive. I had a bad feeling. I quickly grabbed one and asked where he was. And Lan and the others took him to the restroom. My heart sank. If the original Fang was the vicious supporting villain, then Lan was his lackey. In the novel, he always helped Fang bully Fang. I had not expected that lackey to be so proactive. Even without my orders, he was eager to cause trouble. When I rushed into the restroom, several boys from class 10, led by Lan, were attacking Fang. "What kind of country mutt dares come to our school? Do you like this welcome gift?" I slammed the door hard and snarled. "Who are you calling a country mutt?" "Fang. What the hell is wrong with you? What has this got to do with you? He's my brother. You tell me what it has to do with me." When Fang heard that, his eyes lit up. He even quietly stepped closer to me. Neither side would back down, and chaos erupted. That was the scene the faculty advisor found when he came in. He drove all of us outside. "Why were you fighting?" And Lan immediately played the victim. "We were only greeting the new student." Then Fang suddenly rushed in. That was quite a loud greeting. I could hear it from the next building. "Are you always this welcoming?" I lifted Fang's arm, showing the advisor what they had done. But naturally, he favored his own students. Even if there had been a conflict, both sides must have played a part. There is no smoke without fire. Since you saw it, you should have found a teacher right away. I gave it understanding and lectured. "Fang, did you hear that? He's teaching you. There is no smoke without fire. Next time you dislike someone, just do the same. After all, they are asking for it. It does not matter how badly you hurt them. As long as you strike first, you will be the one in the right." "Fang, watch your mouth. I am only following your instruction and merely repeating your words." Just as he tried to argue, the other faculty advisors arrived. My dad had donated a great deal of money to the school. Mom was also close with several advisors. So among that group of advisors, more of them took my side. In the end, everyone involved received punishment. After we left the office, and Lan folded his arms and glared at me. "Fang, you actually have a country mutt for a relative, and you are not even ashamed. He is my biological brother. He shares my surname, Fang. So, who here is the country mutt?" And Lan's family was wealthy too. He strutted around like he owned the place. But I was the one person he feared. I had him sputtering nonsense and snapping at everyone. "Looks like I need a rabies shot. You should get a triple vaccine instead. It will keep you safe all year." And Lan was so furious his face twisted. When I rolled up my sleeves, ready to go all the way, his lackeys hurriedly dragged him away. I went over it with Fang. "Do you know why they bullied you?" Fang lowered his eyes. He hesitated as he spoke. "Because I'm kind of rustic." "No. Because they are rotten people." Fang was stunned. He had not expected me to be so blunt. "Did you not hear them? They called it a welcome gift. Even if it had not been you today, but another new student, they would have done the same thing. Any excuse would do. When you meet rotten people again, do not look for fault in yourself. It is not your fault." Fang nodded eagerly. Back home, he had been at the bottom of the family. Since childhood, every mistake had been blamed on him. No one had ever told him that the problem was not him. Meeting his gaze, I could not help patting his head. The cruelty in this world sometimes has no reason at all and cannot be avoided. But when they come after you, fight back. Make them pay for it. Let them know you are not someone to mess with. The next time they want to target you, they will think twice. Always backing down will only give you stomach cancer. At that last line, Fang Zheng had a huge question mark in his little eyes. I said seriously, scientific research shows that bottling things up makes stomach cancer more likely. After I said that, he repeated it to himself several times. When we reached downstairs, Mom had arrived too. She got out of the car and tearfully pulled me into her arms. How could this happen on your first day at school? Are you hurt? Did anyone bully you? I heard from your advisor that it all happened because of Fang Zheng. Mom stroked the injury on my hand. Her whole body was trembling. Fang Zheng stood aside, awkward and envious, then looked away. Those students have disliked me for a long time. When they heard Fang Zheng was my brother, they started trouble with him. Mom was badly frightened. How did you provoke people like that? How can you expect Mom not to worry? It was all right. When he tried to hit me, Fang Zheng rushed over and stopped him. Once I said that, Mom finally smiled through her tears. I never knew Fang Zheng was so brave. He can even protect his big brother. How did you get beaten up like this too? Let Mom see. Fang Zheng scratched his head sheepishly as Mom pulled him into her arms to check his injuries. His eyes were full of gratitude as he looked at me. Perhaps Mom felt guilty toward Fang Zheng. Later, when Mom took us to the hospital, she registered Fang Zheng first every time. While his wounds were being cleaned, Mom even held up his clothes for him. The doctor kept working, while teasing him with a smile. Such a handsome young man. But why are you so unhygienic? Your skin is covered in black grime. I saw Mom frown hard. Then Fang Zheng turned and met my eyes, as if she wanted to find some unspoken understanding from me. But I avoided her gaze. Instead, I smiled at the flustered Fang Zheng. Once he was sure I was not mocking him, he quietly lowered his head and continued treatment. Once his injuries improved, I used an all-you-can-eat buffet as an excuse to take him to a bathhouse for a day of relaxation. I had someone scrub him from head to toe. He was so clean even his kneecaps shone. Then I took him clothes shopping. By sheer bad luck, we ran into Lan and his crowd outside a store. His feelings about me were complicated. We were both wealthy young masters. He had probably wanted to befriend the original owner for ages. If I had not transmigrated here, the two of them would have become like-minded best friends. But I fought him for Fang Zheng. Now his fondness for me had turned entirely into hatred. The moment Lan arrived, he rolled his eyes at Fang Zheng. Fangs you sure have a lot of free time. Taking a country mutt out for a stroll. No matter what he wears, a country mutt is still a country mutt. The moment he finished speaking, Fang Zheng blushed and put down the clothes in his hands. I knew he suddenly felt ashamed of his own taste. I led Fang Zheng out of the clothing store. I followed in Lan. I did not know much about fashion either. And Lan gave a smug huff. Then he arrogantly turned into a luxury store. Inside, he began browsing like an expert. Fang Zheng had never been anywhere like this. Seeing that people even had to queue to enter, he grew timid. The security guard knew how to judge people by appearances. Seeing Fang Zheng's timid manner, he impatiently said, "Are you going in or not?" Fang Zheng was so startled that he did not know whether to nod or shake his head. Just then, a voice called from inside, "Mr. Fang." A sales manager came out to greet me. He looked at me in surprise. "Do you not usually come with your family? Why are you alone today?" I introduced Fang Zheng to him. "I am here to buy my brother some clothes. Find him an outfit." The manager warmly put an arm around Fang Zheng. "Certainly. Please come inside." And just like that, and Lan watched in stunned silence as Fang Zheng was ushered into the VIP room. My family was rich. Some nights, we could spend hundreds of thousands in one visit. That was why every luxury sales manager on this floor knew me. And Lan and his friends crowded outside to look at bags, while Fang Zheng sat inside, with the manager kneeling to fit shoes on him. After a month at my house, Fang Zheng looked much healthier, with his hair simply styled. He immediately looked like a different person. His bearings still needed some work, though. He kept turning back to look at me, as though the prices on the tags had frightened him. I took a card from my pocket and set it on the table. A credit card from Dad. It has a monthly limit of 200,000. If you go over, act pitiful for him, and he will pay it off early for you. Then I took out a second card. Your big brother's New Year money this year. I do not remember the exact amount, but it is at least over 100,000. You are the real young master. You will only have more than me, never less. Money is not a problem. Take whatever you like. Beaming, the manager guided Fang Zheng off to pay. I strolled over to Lan with my hands in my pockets. Still have not picked one. I think this classic one is pretty nice. And Lan gritted his teeth. He had probably come in just to show off. But at that moment, Fang Zheng stood a few steps away, dressed head to toe in designer brands, curiously looking around. Under my scrutiny, and Lan was trapped with no graceful way out. After a long while, and Lan casually pointed to one. "I will take this one." After waiting so long, you did not find a single one you actually wanted. As soon as he said it, I leaned against the counter and tapped the glass. "Bring out the limited edition you keep hidden in the back. This is the first gift I am giving my brother. It has to be the best." The second I said that, and Lan's face turned frighteningly ugly. The next second, he could not take it anymore. He left with a dark expression. When we got home, Mom saw Fang Zheng's stunning transformation and was thrilled. She pulled Fang Zheng over and looked him over from every angle, praising my excellent taste in clothes. There has never been such a thing as unconditional love. Mom loved me because she had raised me for 14 years, and because I had grown up shaped by her taste. We were family. We shared the same habits and the same family culture. But Fang Zheng was an outsider, so fitting in was bound to be more difficult for him. Still, I thought time would smooth everything over, especially with money helping things along. That experience made Lan realize something too. Mocking Fang Zheng as a country mutt was completely pointless. He was Mom's son. Why would he lack money to spruce himself up? But Lan could not let it go. He still sent me a sarcastic text. What is so great about having money? You should worry more about your brother's grades. Hearing the word grades come out of Lan's mouth was oddly comforting. After all, when I read the original novel, I had only one thought. You people fight, date, and stir up trouble every day. Do you never study? But when I went to Fang Zheng's room and forced him to show me his test papers, I realized just how serious the problem was. Failing every subject would have been bad enough. But how did you even manage to score an 18? Fang Zheng stood before me with his hands behind his back. Staring at that glaring 18, he looked utterly ashamed. I stopped Mom, who was happily about to take Fang Zheng to the mall. You need to get Fang Zheng some tutoring. Are Fang Zheng's grades really that bad? Not exactly. He has not taken an exam yet, so we do not know. But he feels he cannot quite keep up with the lessons. Mom was very good at spending money. That very day, she set out to contact top tutors. Fang Zheng, meanwhile, let out a deep sigh and stared out the window like life had lost all meaning. Tutoring for Fang Zheng began without delay. My life returned to peace, just when I thought that chapter of the plot was over. One day after school, in the alley behind the school, I came across a group arranging a fight. I immediately ran back and told the security guard. It was only while leading the way that I suddenly remembered. This seemed to be the female lead's introduction. I had forgotten her exact name. All these melodramatic novels are alike. Their female leads are all heartless lunatics. Who the hell could remember which was which? Much of the original novel was Fang Zheng's recollections, and it never mentioned their first meeting at all. But the novel did say the reason the female lead was obsessed with her first love was that he had saved her life when she was little, when she had been beaten nearly unconscious. The original owner suddenly appeared and helped her. Thinking of that, I waved to Fang Zheng, who was standing by a snack stall. Come here. With a pork cutlet flatbread in his mouth, Fang Zheng ran right over. There is a fight in the alley. Lead the security guard there. Only after Fang Zheng left with his backpack did it occur to me that I should have snatched his pork cutlet. What kind of male lead meets the female lead for first time with grease all over his mouth? It was ridiculous. But not long afterward, Fang Zheng ran back. He said it had already been handled. The security guard had scattered the group. I casually probed for what had happened. It was awful. Her face was all battered. So pitiful. I was at a loss. And you did not even show her some concern, little brother. Thinking of the original novel and his 10 long years of pathetic devotion, I quietly went to the pharmacy next door and bought some supplies. And I had him deliver them to her. Fang Zheng, this is all your brother can do for you. It was not like I was trying to play matchmaker. I just thought that later, if he fell for the female lead again, he would not have to suffer through a tortured romance like in the original. About a week later, a new student transferred into our class. She was gorgeous, but always wore a sour expression. Every day, she either slept through class or did not show up at all. Once, she even got into a fight with her deskmate. It caused absolute chaos. Sitting in the back row, I quietly reached out and steadied the cup at the edge of my desk before returning to my paper. A little later, the instructor rushed over after hearing the news, called them both outside, and gave them a scolding. Then she called me out too, pointing at the new student. Fangzhu, could you sit with Shen Buyu? The girl met my eyes, then turned away without a care. I opened my thermos and took a sip of Da Hong Pao tea. Here is the thing. You have improved a great deal lately. Your grades ranked near the top of the year. It has been a remarkable improvement. Please help Shen Buyu and share your study methods with her. My teachers have been especially kind to me lately. Maybe they thought I had finally gotten my act together and were deeply relieved. Pressure creates motivation. That was normal enough, but I still had to keep them from thinking I had changed too much and guessing something from it. After all, my personality was the complete opposite of the original owners. Even Mom had recently begun looking at me with a hint of awe. To be safe, I nodded. All right, so the two of us returned one after the other to the back of the classroom. I patted the seat beside me. Move your desk over here. Shen, why do you not move yours over to me? I quickly packed up all my study materials and looked at Shen Buyu. If you insist, that is fine. Either way works for me. Seeing how easily I gave in, Shen Buyu fell silent. She shot me a fierce glare. Then she turned and went back to her seat. I moved my things over to her desk. Shen, I hope we can get along peacefully from now on. Shen Buyu coldly picked up her cup. Behave yourself. I do not like sitting with boys. That is fine. I like sitting with girls. Shen Buyu instantly sprayed out a mouthful of water. The next second, she stared at me in shock. I grinned broadly. Especially a stunning beauty like you. It is an honor. Shen Buyu was silent for a moment. Then her face slowly turned red. She gave a cover-up cough. Class is starting. You are not listening anyway. Shen Buyu held out against me a while longer, before slowly pulling out her textbook. Stop messing around. When the instructor entered, she saw Shen, who normally slept in class every day, sitting properly with her book out for once. She froze in disbelief. Then the instructor adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and called us out, telling us to stop whispering. Shen Buyu muttered quietly, "Do not talk to me, got it? That depends on how you behave." The exam results came out the next day. I ranked in the top 10 of the year, and through relentless effort, Fang finally raised his score from 18 to 16. His other subjects were no better, and he failed every one of them miserably. My head was pounding, as I wondered how to hide it. But the instructor had already called home. After hanging up, Dad exploded with rage. What the hell are these scores? We spend 80 or 100,000 a month on tutoring. Even if we tutored a dog, it would not score this badly. Fang stood to the side, clutching his report card as tears streamed down his face. Mom, dressed in silk pajamas, was making coffee. His foundation is too weak. It cannot be helped. Is that an excuse? His foundation was weak. So did we not get him tutoring? His teachers say he is often absent-minded at school. God knows what he is thinking about. And during tutoring, with such an expensive teacher, not only does he refuse to study properly, he acts like tutoring is killing him. At that, Fang raised his eyes as if struck by lightning. He wanted to say something, but faced with our furious parents, his lips moved, and in the end, he said nothing. Dinner became a full-blown criticism session for Fang. Finally, Mom summed it up. Forget it. If he is not cut out for school, he does not have to study. The family has enough money to support both of you anyway. He still needs to stay in school. If you want to study, then study. Compared to Fang, I ranked at the top, so everything I said was right. In high spirits, Mom placed a chicken drumstick in my bowl. Look at you, studying so hard lately. You have gotten so thin. Tell Mom what you want to eat, and I will make it for you. Then Dad, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. When is your parent-teacher conference? He was asking me, not Fang. Mom immediately understood what he meant. Their instructor has already invited me. I have even planned what to say on stage. I will go to Fang and you go to Fang. Dad immediately said he was not free that day. The two began laughing and teasing each other, while Fang slipped away from the table. He silently washed his hands by the sink. I walked over to him. Is there something you want to tell me? Fang did not look at me. He shook his head blankly. Just when I thought Fang would keep pretending he was fine, he knocked on my door the next day, clutching his textbooks. Brother, can you teach me? That tutor calls me stupid at the drop of a hat. I cannot understand much of what he teaches. If I ask too many questions, he gets impatient. Brother, could you tutor me instead? I talked it over with Mom. I told her Fang was traumatized by tutoring now, so I would teach him for a while. Since I was taking charge, Mom naturally agreed. That works. If he truly cannot learn, then let it go. Given our family's circumstances, it does not matter if he has no talent for academics. On the first day of tutoring, I assigned Fang a task. What he never expected was that I did not make him memorize text or do exercises. Instead, I had him use his phone and browse online. Every day, he diligently looked up information online and read a huge stack of books. I praised Fang and gave him longer reading list, telling him to keep expanding his knowledge. He could research anything else he was interested in too, like the causes of stomach cancer. Fang no longer argued with me. He merely gave me silent looks. Besides that, I required him to come to me every evening for study hall, so we could tackle the most important assignments. One day, Fang came to have a meal with me. When he saw Shen beside me, he let out a startled cry. I asked what he was surprised about, and he said, "She is the student who took on 3 people in that alley and got beaten up." Shen rolled her eyes at him. She was clearly very displeased by the words beaten up. Meanwhile, I quietly sipped my Da Hong Pao tea. Damn it, the female lead had been right beside me. So the next day, I curled my fingers and tapped Shen desk. "Come out with me tonight." Shen sat with one leg propped up, looking cool and aloof. She deliberately refused to look at me properly. What for? In case my brother's devotion alone is not enough to win you over, I thought to myself, then smiled at her. I will tutor you. Why not in the classroom? There are too many people. Shen was silent for a long time before giving a soft humph. She turned her face away. You are annoying. But that night, when she entered the empty classroom carrying her textbooks, she saw Fang and froze on the spot. Who is this? My brother. Then I pointed to the seat beside Fang. Sit there. Shen gave a dry laugh. The next second, she defiantly pulled out the chair beside me. She sat down with a loud clatter. What a temper. The day you fought 3 people, it was my brother who alerted security. Come on, thank Fang. You do not need to thank me. My brother told me to go. My brother even bought medicine for you. I froze. Fang Zheng, you know this is not how you win a girl over, right? Shen Buyu glanced at me and, unusually, answered seriously. Yes, I know. What do you know? You do not know shit. After 1 semester, whether Shen Buyu and Fang Zheng sparked any romance, I did not know, but their grade soared, which was a relief. But once winter break began, Fang Zheng became elusive. He used to call for his brother over every little thing, but now he constantly shut himself in his room for entire afternoons. When he finally came out, his eyes darted around as he told me he had arranged to see a movie with a classmate. When I said I was taking a nap, he sighed in relief. I pretended not to notice his relief. The second I sent him out the door, I immediately messaged Shen Buyu on WeChat. Are you dating Fang Zheng? Bullshit. Say that again. Who am I dating? My brother. Shen Buyu did not reply. I tried to message her again, only to find she had blocked me. Speechless, I waited until school started. Then, that night, to my surprise, Fang Zheng brought a girl into our study classroom. Blushing, he introduced her. Brother, this is Ruyan from my class. Can she study with us? I was completely baffled, while Shen Buyu immediately said seriously, sure. The moment she said that, the girl hurriedly offered her a bottle of Coca-Cola. Hello, Sister Shen. Sit over there. Make yourself comfortable. Shen Buyu lifted her chin and pointed to the seat beside Fang Zheng. Then she casually added, introduce yourself. Watching this, I felt as though thunder had struck. I could not help grumbling inwardly. Why did this look like an elder sister-in-law welcoming her younger sister-in-law? What the hell was going on? A few years later, we graduated from college. Everything went according to plan, except Fang Zheng and Ruyan got together. Then, in their second year after graduation, their relationship began to fall apart. Just as they were ready to get married, Ruyan betrayed their relationship. Fang Zheng flew to her city and saw Ruyan embracing a younger student. After being caught, she even told Fang Zheng it only happened because he was too dull and boring, and their relationship had no spark. Fang Zheng suffered for a long time. He kept questioning what he had done wrong in his first love. By the time I found out, he had developed depression. I took him to the doctor and made sure he took his medication. I even had him move in with me. Drunk before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Fang Zheng said, sometimes, I do not know whether I have made the right choices all these years. Why have I given so much, yet still do not deserve to be loved? I love you, but in mom and dad's hearts, you will always be their best child. I am their biological son, but they love you more. I have always known, but I love you. Fang Zheng trembled, tears streaming down his face as he said, you love so many other people too. Dad, Mom, we are all your family, and you have Sister Shen. You love so many people, but all I want is for there to be someone in this world for whom, in her heart, I am the one and only. You have always had that person. As I spoke, I looked at the mirror opposite us. Following my gaze, Fang Zheng met his own eyes in the mirror. The world and other people are beyond our control. You cannot force them. After all, a person's wholehearted, unreserved love is too precious and too rare. But at least we can love ourselves. I looked at the night outside, lit with sparkling city lights, and took a sip of my drink. I knew what was tormenting him. He could not give up his pride and go back to Ruyan. Before graduation, he had agonized over choosing his dream or choosing love. Fang Zheng made his choice, and now he had lost Ruyan. But Fang Zheng did not know. Even if he had spent 10 years thinking of no one but Ruyan, they still would not have ended well. Yes, Ruyan was the true female lead. I had jumped to the wrong conclusion at first. Ruyan's family background was the clearest proof. Because I interfered in this world, Ruyan and I became ordinary acquaintances. Fang Zheng achieved the dream he could never reach in the original story. He became Ruyan's first love, and her unforgettable one. But even a cherished first love can eventually become just another memory. Thinking that, I told Fang Zheng to lie down. I lay down beside him too. Do you remember your first day at school, when you fought in Lan and the others? Do you remember what I told you? He sank into his memories. I said, they are rotten people. When you run into rotten people, do not look for fault in yourself. Think carefully. Was she really that wonderful? Was she truly a thoughtful, gentle, loyal partner? Could she help you become better and make you happy? No, she was not. Of course she was not. After losing the one she truly wanted, Ruyan would seek a substitute to fool herself. She would selfishly revel in being moved by her own actions, blind to everything that substitute gave her. And after Fang Zheng caught her cheating, she would blame him for everything. It is not that you are unworthy. She is not worth it. Do not obsess over whether she loves you. Ask yourself, do you love yourself? Comforted by my words, Fang Zheng's brow gradually relaxed. Then tears fell, as though a weight had lifted. Yes. Besides, when it comes to dating, you have barely dated anyone, which is why you are so hung up on Ruyan. Once I introduce you to a few more girls, you will understand what it means. Goodbye means goodbye, and the next one will be better. The moment I finished, Fang Zheng's phone rang. He wiped his tears and answered it. A tender voice on the other end said, "Hello, handsome. I heard you are feeling down tonight. I was wondering if I could have the chance to cheer you up for a while." Fang Zheng froze, phone in hand. It was a young woman online. For 5 Yuan, she would chat with you for half an hour. I explained softly to him first, then winked at him, wearing the expression of a brother helping his brother out. Since Fang Zheng was my biological brother, I had naturally ordered him a pricier, longer session. Consider it some emotional comfort. Besides, I believed he would soon realize that as a rich young master, he did not need to drown his sorrows in alcohol. After all, some people can only cry on a rental bike after a breakup, while he could cry in a Maserati. Before leaving, I reminded Fang Zheng to get a gastroscopy at the hospital when he had time. After putting on my trench coat and heading downstairs, I found Shen Buyu leaning against her car. Impatience radiated from her. By the look of it, she had been waiting a long time. Sure enough, the moment I approached, she rolled her eyes at me. "Your brother said you arranged girls to chat with him. He got dumped. And about that, you bear a lot of responsibility too. You were the one who approved Liu Ruyan in the first place." Shen Buyu huffed. "I have already chewed her out and deleted her from my contacts." "Then why do you have the WeChat accounts of so many young girls?" "I do not have that many young girls on WeChat. I just made skillful use of Taobao and Xianyu." "Then how did you know Taobao and Xianyu have young girls advertising comfort chats?" As she spoke, she stepped closer and pinched my waist in irritation. I hissed in pain and immediately explained, "How? That is because I am simply very well informed." "Fang's you. Stop dodging the question. I have waited for you for years." "All right, I accept your proposal." "What? Oh my god. What do you mean? What?" I only wanted to ask you to be my girlfriend." "That works too. Then be my girlfriend." Wait. I can really marry you." You were already thinking about marrying me." "Yes, I thought you wanted me to propose to you. So, you agreed to me that easily? What is the big deal? If the marriage does not work out, we can always divorce." The moment I said that, Shen Buyu, who had been blushing shyly, suddenly radiated terrifying murderous intent. Today, my fiancé was chasing me down again. The life of a rich young master is just this simple and dull. Back in college, I once bought myself a girlfriend. As long as she stayed with me, I would cover her family's medical bills. This poor top student stayed with me in humiliation for 4 years. Then my family went bankrupt. She was still cold when we broke up, and did not say a single word to stop me. Later, I was serving trays at a karaoke bar to repay my debts. She became a rising star in tech, and got together with our class heartthrob. She asked me, "Do you regret it?" No, but I did regret it. Years after graduation, I never imagined I would reunite with Shen Buyu like this. I hunched over, serving the fruit platter, hunched over like a startled rabbit. I wish I could bury my head in the ground, terrified she would see me. And Lan sat pressed close beside Shen Buyu. They made a perfect, dazzling couple. "Waiter," Shen Buyu suddenly called out. "Cut the oranges." With my back to her, I fumbled nervously as I cut the oranges. Every slice was a different size. I used to love oranges. Back then, Shen Buyu always cut them into neat slices. I naively thought that was love. Later, I realized it was merely her habit. When she cut oranges, she might think of everything else, but never me. For years apart felt like a lifetime. For some reason, the guests began talking about college romances. Someone said, "I heard Ms. Shen had a boyfriend throughout college." My hand jerked violently as I cut the oranges. Shen Buyu merely gave a quiet hum. For years, an entire college life. That is truly enviable. Shen Buyu said nothing. The person awkwardly tried to continue. After 4 years, he must be hard to forget, right? The air seemed to freeze. After a long while, Shen Buyu's lips curled faintly. Not really. It would be a miracle if Buyu did not hate him. And Lan explained leisurely. "Buyu and I went to the same college. Back then, she had it so hard. If her ex-boyfriend had not gotten in the way, Buyu and I would not have waited until now to be together." Exactly. Mr. N is a huge star. No matter how good an ex is, can he compare to a celebrity? The atmosphere became lively again. I quickly pulled my hat lower. I only wanted to get out of there, but the fruit knife slipped and cut my hand. I could not help hissing. Everyone immediately looked over. "What are you doing? You cannot even cut fruit properly." And Lan complained. "Sorry, I will bring a fresh platter." I picked up the platter, ready to slip away. "Wait." Shen Buyu suddenly stopped me. She said, "One word at a time. Turn around." I froze as if I had been struck by a spell. Just then, the supervisor appeared in time. "I am sorry. This employee is new and not yet fully trained. All fruit platters are free tonight." The supervisor signaled to me with her eyes. "Hurry up and bring a new one." Only then did I manage to escape. Afterward, the supervisor told me, "Be sharper next time. We all started out new. If they complain, you will have worked for nothing tonight." "Thank you. Do not mention it. Be especially careful with that private room. Everyone inside is an important guest, especially the youngest, prettiest woman in the middle. She is the chief executive of an innovative tech company. None of us can afford to offend her. I am scared. Could you deliver the oranges for me? I let out a long breath. If anyone in this world had thoroughly offended Shen Buyu, it was definitely me. I was that awful ex she spoke of. I still remembered our freshman year. Shen Buyu wore old, faded clothes. As she stood among the freshmen, completely out of place, her poverty was obvious at a glance. Yet she stood so straight that she drew every eye. I loved the cool, distant tone of her voice, and the way she lowered her eyes when she looked at me. Shen Buyu was dirt poor. Even her financial aid spot was taken by someone with connections to the counselor. So, after an evening class, I grabbed her hand like a starving wolf pouncing on prey. Shen Buyu, I like you. Be with me. I have money. We can share my living expenses. If nothing else, I will even pay you for a kiss. Naturally, she rejected me. Back then, everything had always gone my way. I did not know what defeat was. The more she refused me, the more relentlessly I pursued her, until her grandfather became critically ill. I paid his medical bills without hesitation. Only then did Shen Buyu give in to me. Like an idiot, I thought I had done something wonderful. Only much later did I understand. I got her, but I also destroyed her. After we got together, she still worked every day to earn her living expenses. She barely spent any of my money, but things only got worse. Rumors spread throughout the school. Everyone said she had sold herself for money. The way our classmates looked at her changed. Some even gave her cruel nicknames. Yet I was still naive and optimistic then. I held her hand and said, "Ignore them. They are just jealous." I had lived in my own ivory tower, oblivious to Shen Buyu fighting alone. In my senior year, my family suddenly went bankrupt, but I hid it from her and coldly told her, "We are done. I am tired of you." She only answered calmly, "All right." I snapped my SIM card in two, deleted my WeChat account, and left town to work and repay my debts. Only a month ago did I return to this familiar yet strange city. Shen Buyu was now thriving. She had been a top student in college. For years after graduation, she was already a rising tech star, featured in business magazines. And Lan, once the class heartthrob, had debuted as a celebrity in his junior year. I never expected them to end up together. I clutched my chest as bitterness flooded through me. 4 in the morning, I was the last person to leave the karaoke bar. My co-workers thought everyone was gone. They turned off the lights and shut down the elevator early. Anxiously, I jabbed the elevator button, hoping it would respond. "Make a call." Shen Buyu's voice suddenly rang out behind me. Stiff as a board, I called a coworker. The elevator doors opened, and Shen Buyu and I squeezed into the cramped space. "You get off work this late." Her tone was icy. "We cannot leave until the customers do." "Does it pay well?" "It is all right." I kept my head down, with my cap pulled low, hiding most of my face. Shen Buyu did not seem to recognize me. She made idle conversation for a few moments, then checked her watch. "This damn elevator is taking forever. My boyfriend must be worried sick waiting for me. He is so clingy, and he loves to act cute." My heart clenched. I knew she meant in Lan. "What about you? You get off this late, and your girlfriend does not pick you up." "I live nearby." The moment the elevator arrived, I bolted out like a horse breaking free. Shen Buyu, silent until then, instantly exploded and shouted, "What are you running for? Where else can you run to? Fang's you." Was it fun to leave without a word and disappear off the face of the earth? Shen Buyu closed in on me step by step. She was no longer the innocent girl she had been. She had gained maturity and restraint. "You deleted WeChat, and your phone number went dead. Even our professors could not find you. Fang's you. You are really something." I slowly raised my head and met her gaze. "You must have looked into it already, right? My family went bankrupt, and my father got caught up in a financial dispute. The debts still have not been paid off. Why did you not tell me then?" I opened my mouth, but no words came out. "Did you think it was too humiliating?" Young Master Fang. Before she could finish, and Lam breezed over. "Fang's you. It really is you." He was even more handsome than he had been in college, so dazzling that every strand of hair seemed to shine. "Long time no see. Everyone has been looking for you. How have we heard nothing from you these past 4 years?" I went south. No wonder. And Lan looked my down jacket over from head to toe, his face full of surprise. "Fang's you. Is that not the jacket you bought in your junior year? The stuffing is coming out, and you still wear it." The old me would throw clothes away after just 1 year. He was clearly trying to embarrass me, but I had long since gone numb. "It is not broken. I can still wear it." And Lan wore a knowing look. "Life must be difficult for you now, right? You should have said so. An old classmate can help you." As he spoke, he pulled out a card. "Take it. You do not have to pay me back." "Thanks, but no." I looked at him, then at Shen Buyu, and smiled faintly. "I am getting married soon. Remember to come." Shen Buyu looked as though she had been struck by lightning. She stood frozen in place. The karaoke bar was only my part-time job. I had a regular job during the day. On Monday, a major client came to the company. My co-workers chattered with gossip. "I heard this client is a genius, She made that system, originally to find someone. Find who? An ex-boyfriend, probably. My heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling came over me. Did she find him? Who knows? The system is not finished yet. So many major investors have put money into it. Its prospects are excellent. Our boss wants to work with her too. After organizing the documents, I walked to the reception room. I heard Shen Buyu say, regarding the partnership, I will think it over. I pushed the door open and placed the documents on the table. Shen Buyu's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Working. This is my regular job. My manager asked curiously, Fang, you know Miss Shen? I thought for a moment and answered, we have met. That is all. Shen Buyu flared up again. I could not understand it. Was she not the one who walked away without looking back when we broke up? She pointed at me and told my manager, Mr. Li, I can sign the contract, but you have to assign Fang's Yu to me as my assistant. My manager agreed without hesitation, giving me no chance to object. They negotiated all day. That evening, I picked up my bag, ready to leave on time. Shen Buyu stopped me. Where are you going? I did not say you could leave. Miss Shen, I cannot work late today. I have something to do. What is it? Food delivery. Shen Buyu stared at me in disbelief. I had once been too proud to even touch food delivery work, but throughout our 4 years in college, Shen Buyu delivered food after class. She often ate the company-provided boxed meals for dinner. Once, I went to find her in a tiny, cramped room. She was packed in with a group of delivery riders, wolfing down the rice from her lunchbox. Frowning, I said, Shen Buyu, can you even eat that? It is so unhygienic. She looked embarrassed and muttered, what does it matter whether it is clean or not? Come on, let us go have steak. I pulled her toward a newly opened Western restaurant. A meal there cost over 500 yuan per person. She stood outside the restaurant for a long while, then silently took off her delivery uniform. Now that my own family had fallen from grace, I finally understood how she had felt back then. Just like today, snow poured from the sky. The ground was slick as ice. I took a hard fall. The food spilled all over the ground. I called the customer to explain, only to be harshly cursed out. The customer roared, do not make excuses. Late is late. My scraped palm throbbed with piercing pain in the freezing wind, but I could not spare it a thought. I just kept apologizing. Shen Buyu suddenly appeared. She lifted my bike upright in one motion. I had no idea when she had arrived, or how long she had been watching. Panicked, I hid my hand behind my back. What are you hiding for? Her voice was hoarse, her eyes red. Go rinse it off now. I have to deliver the food first. Get in. I will take you. The customer lived on the first floor. When I delivered the food, the customer muttered, huh? Someone in a Porsche delivers food too? I still wanted to take another order, but Shen Buyu snapped. No more deliveries. No. I have not earned enough tonight. Then I will buy it. What? A notification chimed. The app automatically accepted the order she assigned. I am buying your time tonight. Shen Buyu drove me to her home. I stood firmly in the entryway, refusing to step inside. And Lan will be angry. Shen Buyu glared at me. You are like this, and you still worry about someone else. Look at the state you are in. Apart from my scraped palm, I was covered in filthy melted snow. And, Fang's Yu, look around. Does this place look like a man has ever been here? You do not live together. I was never with him at all. Shen Buyu threw a contract at me. 6 months ago, he came to me for a partnership. He did not want to be sexually exploited, so he asked me to pretend to be his girlfriend. I also helped him fend off difficult clients. She paused, afraid I would not understand, then explained further. Some clients keep trying to push men into my bed, thinking everyone will go for that. It is so irritating, and Lan helps me deal with people like that. The contract clearly says we do not interfere in each other's private lives. Shen Buyu took my hand and treated my wound. I saw a row of unopened hand creams on the shelf. It was a brand I used to love. Shen Buyu had actually bought the whole set for her home. Her voice was low. I asked your co-workers about you today. You do not have a girlfriend. At last week's team outing, you said you were single. Fang's Yu. You lied to me on purpose, did you not? I did not lie to you. Then show me a photo of you with that woman. We have never taken a photo together. You love taking pictures. You have not taken one with your new lover? Fine. Thanks for reminding me. I will show you one after we take it. Shen Buyu was so angry she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She suddenly braced both hands on the sofa, completely caging me in. The pressure was overwhelming. I was too frightened to move. Even through our sweaters, I could feel her scorching warmth. I bought your time. You know what that means, right? I will give your money back. Shen Buyu, I really am getting married. Her hand slid down my shoulder and stopped at my wrist. You are getting married, yet you still wear a bracelet from your ex-girlfriend. Is that really appropriate? There was a bracelet around my wrist, long since dulled and faded. It was the first gift Shen Buyu ever gave me. When I was 19, there was a week when I barely saw her outside class. She ran herself ragged working one part-time job after another. On my birthday, my parents threw me a party at an upscale restaurant. I told Shen Buyu about it, but she did not come. I kept waiting until night fell. At last, she called. She said she was waiting outside the restaurant. Heavy snow filled the sky. The girl stood tall and straight as a white poplar. She was exhausted, just as I was now. Her yellow delivery uniform was caked with mud. Back then, I understood nothing. I only knew how to blame her for being late. Shen Buyu ruffled my hair and took out my birthday gift. The bracelet was a basic style. It was not expensive, but it was far beyond what she could afford. I loved it. I put it on at once and never took it off again. Later, my parents called me over and asked who I was talking to. They looked down on Shen Buyu, thinking she was not good enough for me. When I looked back again, Shen Buyu had vanished into the snowstorm. Even now, whenever I think back to that year when I was 19, Shen Buyu must have liked me, right? That bracelet was bought with the money she earned working desperately day and night. Back then, was she also like I was now, struggling through the snow, falling again and again, yet pressing forward for the sake of that bracelet? But now, she was pressuring me so forcefully, and in her home, she kept the luxury brands I once loved. Did she still have feelings for me? Or was she deliberately humiliating me? I was utterly confused. Before I knew it, my eyes filled with tears. When Shen Buyu saw that, she immediately panicked. She had never known what to do with my tears. In that way, she had not changed at all. She frantically wiped the corners of my eyes, saying anxiously, "Do not cry. Do not cry. I was wrong. I was only trying to scare you. Today is your 26th birthday. I bought you a new bracelet." What? I had completely forgotten my own birthday. Shen Buyu hurriedly brought out a brand new gift box. "Look. Do you like it?" She was about to replace my bracelet when the doorbell suddenly rang. Ruyan stood at the door, her hands on her hips. She called out, "Where is Fang's you?" "I came to pick him up." "Who are you?" "I am his fiancé." "Did he not tell you?" Shen Buyu froze instantly. The bracelet fell onto the carpet with a soft thud. I left with Ruyan. She kept the car windows closed and smoked one cigarette after another, making me cough nonstop. Ruyan and I had known each other for a long time. Before my family went bankrupt, she confessed her feelings to me several times. But back then, Shen Buyu was the only one in my heart. I rejected Ruyan every time. Last week, she suddenly came to see me. She said that if I married her, she would help repay my debts. When I asked why, she said smugly, "I want to prove that you chose the wrong person back then. I am the only one who can save you. That poor girl will only drag you down." So, she wanted to marry me, only to indulge her hero complex. She only wanted to force my hand. It was utterly ridiculous. Today, I had only wanted her to do me a small favor, to call me so I would have an excuse to get away. Who knew she would show up at Shen Buyu's door? I glared at her and said coldly, "Why did you pretend to be my fiancé?" Ruyan said carelessly, "What is the difference? You will marry me sooner or later." I never agreed to that. Do you have any other way out? Young Master Fang, wake up. You are drowning in debt. Any woman who marries you is asking for trouble. Who besides me would want you? That woman from earlier? Ruyan looked scornful. She is that broke nobody you dated in college, right? I am telling you, she came back just to humiliate you. You kept her down before, so she did not dare say a word. Now that you have fallen on hard times, she is probably laughing at you inside. That is none of your business. Why is it none of my business? She stole my man from me before. Now I have to take her down a notch. Ruyan, I am not your possession. I did not say yes before, and I never will. I got out of the car in fury. Ruyan did not stop me. Whether you agree is not up to you. Fang's you, think carefully about your family. Her smug, frivolous expression somehow reminded me of those people from the past who spread rumors about and mocked Shen Buyu. In Shen Buyu's eyes, was I no different from them? Word of my return spread quickly among our classmates. Everyone also learned what had happened to my family. My former roommate, Yuan, got back in touch with me. He was getting married. He asked if I would still be his best man. It was a promise we had once made. Whoever married later would be the first one's best man. On the wedding day, many old classmates showed up. I added them all back on WeChat one by one. Yuan wore a suit, his eyes glistening with tears. "Fang's you. I always thought you would be the first of the four of us to get married." I shrugged and said, "If I got married, how could I be your best man? You have some nerve saying that. You vanished for years." I was furious. I quickly apologized. "I was wrong. I will not leave again. I will stay and make it up to you. Yuan finally laughed through his tears. Why did you disappear without a trace back then? You should have told us if you were in trouble. We could have helped you. I lowered my head, staring at my shoes, unable to say a word. It felt as if fate had slapped me hard across the face, and my whole life had collapsed in an instant. That feeling was like walking along a cliff edge, misstepping, and plunging straight down. I curled up in a corner, my head buzzing, with no idea what to do. Other people's stares, even the slightest trace of pity, pierced me like arrows. On impulse, I gritted my teeth and deleted every way to contact me. Yuan sighed helplessly. Shen nearly went crazy looking for you. What? My eyes widened in shock. You really did not know. She tried everything. She went to teachers and the school. She nearly went to the police. She was a poor student then, with no connections. When she could not find you, she forced herself to go to your home. Yuan watched my expression and continued. You know how terrified she was of your parents, but she found the courage to go anyway. Who could have imagined your entire family would vanish without a trace? Even your parents were gone. It was the first time I had ever seen Shen break down like that. She collapsed outside your front door, crying her heart out like she had lost her soul. Later, she heard you might be in the south, so she rushed there to find you. But she still could not find you. Where on earth were you hiding? My voice was low. Guangzhou, Guiyang, Kunming, so many places. Debt collectors kept chasing us, so we changed our names. We had to move about every 2 weeks. Yuan clicked his tongue. No wonder she could not find you. In the end, she returned to Beijing, utterly heartbroken, and created that missing person data system. I was full of questions. I had always believed Shen did not care whether I stayed or left. Before our senior year graduation, I happened to overhear her talking with a girl from her dorm. The girl asked, "What are your plans after graduation? Will you marry Fang's?" Shen answered coldly, "No." That moment hit me like lightning. Soon after, my family fell apart. I decisively broke up with her, and she did not even try to stop me. So, why was she searching for me everywhere now? Did she only realize my worth after losing me? My thoughts were a tangled mess. At Yuan's wedding, when the bride threw the bouquet, I was distracted and failed to catch it. The bouquet landed right in Shen hands. The MC shouted excitedly, "This lady caught the bouquet. Congratulations. Wedding bells must be near. Will you give it to your boyfriend? No need to go to all that trouble." Shen walked straight toward me and held out the bouquet. The entire room erupted. The cheers nearly blew the roof off. Yuan shrieked with excitement. I stood there, completely at a loss. I could not exactly refuse it. "Shen you've already met my fiancée," I said stubbornly, even though she was fake. "I don't believe your taste has gotten that bad." Shen gaze was unwavering. "Then assume my taste is terrible." I turned my head away. "Fine. Even if she is real." Shen leaned down slightly and drew close to my ear. "Then leave her and come back to me." Her gentle voice was like a spell, irresistibly seductive. I nearly surrendered. I was that close. After all these years, Shen could still make my heart race wildly. After the wedding, our old classmates came to drink with me. I accidentally drank too much. I only remember staggering into the stairwell and sitting down. No matter how lively it was outside, the stairwell was always the quietest place. Shen found me. Frowning, she asked, "Why are you here?" I turned toward her, pouted, then burst into loud sobs. "Shen I'm so tired." Shen took me home. I cried the entire way. I could barely walk. After we got out of the car, without a word, she scooped me into her arms. "I'm so tired. I have to work side jobs every day. When will it ever end?" Yesterday, a customer dumped a drink all over me. It was awful. It was clearly not my fault. "Shen I want salmon and sweet shrimp." I sobbed. I can barely remember what they taste like anymore. Under the influence of alcohol, I was rambling incoherently. Shen patiently coaxed me, but I could not take in a word. In the end, I only remember her laying me on her sofa. She asked me, "What is so special about that woman?" Half asleep, I answered, "She'll help me repay my debts." "I can too. Thanks you. I'm better than her. I know what you like. I know how to make you happy. Thanks you. Please don't ever disappear again." After that, I remembered nothing at all. The next day, I woke up in Shen bed, completely naked. The dining table was covered with all kinds of sashimi, along with a plate of oranges, cut into neat, even slices. Shen said, "I got you the day off. You don't have to work today." I had just sat down. When I sprang back up, "You requested leave from me." "Yes, you spoke to my supervisor." "What is wrong with that?" "He will get the wrong idea. Everything between us is real. What is there to misunderstand?" I was left speechless. "I heard you left programming to work side jobs." Shen gaze was piercing. "Yes, programming involves too much overtime. I can make more money by juggling several jobs." My tone was flat. "Next month, go back to programming and quit all your side jobs." Shen left no room for argument. "No. It has been too long since I coded. I've forgotten it all." I refused without hesitation. "I'll teach you." She lowered her head, carefully peeling shrimp, dipping it in sauce, and placing it in my bowl. The sight of her felt like the past had returned. Back then, someone used to peel shrimp for me with care. In college, I was hopeless at programming. Luckily, my genius girlfriend tutored me for free. Thinking of that, I murmured, I really don't remember any of it. Shen Buyu casually wrote a few lines of code on paper and came to my side. I'll help you remember. This is basic. In that moment, time seemed to turn back. The image of a young girl gently explaining problems returned. After the meal, I went home alone. On the subway, I was lost in thought when a WeChat message from Inland suddenly appeared. Fang's, stop making Buyu sad. I was utterly confused. What do you mean? All these years, she has wanted to repay you. Repay me for what? The debt of gratitude she owes you. Then, he sent me a screenshot. In her college dorm group, Shen Buyu wrote, paid it all back. What a relief. Everyone else congratulated her. You finally put down that huge burden. Your soul is free. Haha, I was stunned. Then a debt notification appeared. Outstanding debt paid in full. Paid by Shen Buyu. My blood seemed to freeze. The hand holding my phone would not stop shaking. Thinking back, Shen Buyu had desperately searched for me. After we reunited, she promoted me and raised my salary. Those words, those things. Even last night, it had all been just to repay a debt. At the karaoke bar, and Lan said she hated me. Maybe that was the truth. Shen Buyu hated owing people, and I had become the huge burden in her heart. Sorrow swallowed me like a tide, yet I did not even know how to blame her. 8 years ago, I was the one who put her in an unequal position. Now, it was hard to make things right. Rage burned inside me. My fingertips trembled as I messaged Shen Buyu. Who told you to pay off my debt without asking? Isn't it good that it is paid off? You won't have to work so many jobs anymore. I don't need that. Fang's, I should have repaid you for Grandpa's medical bills long ago. Her words stabbed me again. I'll save up and pay you back. From now on, don't contact me unless it is work-related. Shen Buyu called countless times, but I answered none of them. I took a day off, locked myself in my room, and slept endlessly, as if I could make up for all the sleep I had lost over the years. The next day, my mother told me Shen Buyu had stood downstairs all night. I took the subway to work. Shen Buyu left her Porsche behind and rode the subway with me. That evening, I went to my karaoke bar side job. She rented a small private room and sat at its door like a moving statue. Wherever I went, she followed. This continued for several days. Finally, I could not take it anymore. Stop following me. If I don't follow you, you'll disappear. You'll vanish into another city or vanish into a stairwell. How can I not worry? I had no answer. I promise I'll repay you. I won't disappear again. Can we have a little trust between us? Shen Buyu frowned. I told you. You don't need to repay me. Still, she followed me like a shadow. Until Friday, when she did not appear. And Lan called. Furious, Shen Buyu beat someone up. Ruyan and Shen Buyu were not even at the same table, but trouble had quietly arrived. Ruyan, that rich heiress, heard people discussing the vanished Fang family and brazenly blurted out, President Fang has a son named Fang's. He is unbelievably handsome. I could not get him before, but now he is easy to get. His family is drowning in debt, right? I offered to pay it off for him, and he obediently came with me. A man like that is well worth buying with a little money. Before she could finish, Shen Buyu charged over like a cheetah and drove a brutal punch into Ruyan. In front of countless people in the industry, she had actually beaten up the spoiled heiress outside the treatment room, and Lan angrily confronted Fang's. Buyu has no connections. She has fought her way up alone. Now, because of you, she is bound to offend plenty of people. Fang's, fine if you will not help her. But could you at least stop hurting her? And Lan, what right do you have to question me? And Lan froze. Aren't you just business partners? Don't you stay out of each other's private lives? And Lan stared in shock. She even told you that. Before long, and Lan's eyes turned red. He looked utterly wronged. Fang's, Buyu and I may only be business partners, but I truly love her. You have been gone so long. Why not just stay gone? Leave her to me, will you? You love her? Yes, that stunned me. But back then, weren't you the one who started those rumors about Shen Buyu at school? And Lan's face turned deathly pale. I disappeared. I did not lose my memory. After Shen Buyu and I got together. Remember what you said when you cornered me in the men's room? You said, Fang's, how much are you paying to keep Shen Buyu? And Lan panicked. I do not remember. Later, people even called Shen Buyu a prostitute to her face. Those filthy nicknames came from you too, didn't they? And no, do not make things up. I do not know the rules in your industry, but if it got out that a major star verbally bullied a classmate, what would your fans think? Fang's, that is the real slander. Oh, then I will get a few classmates to testify. And Lan instantly deflated. Please, Fang's, I will give you any amount of money. Do not bring this up again. And do not tell Buyu. I was young and foolish then. I hurt her, but I truly love her now. I can make it up to her. Even now, You think you only hurt her? I shook my head helplessly. And Lan, you hurt me too. Then I apologized to you. And Lan was frantic. Please, Fangzu, do not tell Buyu. Do not ruin the way she sees me. Before he could finish, the treatment room curtain was yanked open. Shen Buyu stood silently by the window. She seemed to have been standing there for a very long time. When Lam was sent away, he looked like he had lost his soul. His steps were unsteady, as though his spine had been ripped from him. Shen Buyu was far from forgiving. She despised those old rumors. Of course, she did not treat Lan kindly. Shen Buyu rarely swore, but she was brilliant and devastatingly sharp-tongued. Without a single curse, she could still make someone's blood run cold, and Lan would never dare show his face before her again. How are you? I looked Shen Buyu over. Her wound was shallow, and it had been treated. Will this affect your company? Shen Buyu tipped up her chin. Do not worry. It is nothing serious, but Ruyan needs stitches. She got off easy. I hope she ends up disfigured. Fangzu suddenly smiled. That's more like it. What do you mean? This is the real you. How long has it been since you were this willful? Say more. I want to hear it. To hell with business. They are all liars. What else? Pork prices went up again. This life is impossible. Good. Keep going. To hell with overtime. I just want to watch television and sleep at home. Are you complaining about me? I would not dare. You are the one person who would. Sunlight spilled across the snow. We bickered all the way. For a moment, it felt like we were students again. I poured out every emotion I had suppressed over the past years. As I spoke, tears began to spill despite myself. Could you wait for me? I will pay you every cent back. Shen Buyu immediately panicked. What are you talking about? And why did you suddenly get angry before? I was wrong to pay your debt without asking. But you cannot just ignore me. You saw me as a burden. How could I dare speak to you? A burden? Shen Buyu frowned. Who said that? And Lan. Wait. Could he have been trying to turn us against each other? But the screenshot could not be fake. I quickly pulled up the chat history. One look, and Shen Buyu's face darkened with rage. I was not talking about you at all. Shen Buyu pulled up the chat history on her own phone. It turned out she had told her roommates that a batch of overdue project payments had been settled. That was what the following conversation was about. I had no idea how Lan got hold of those messages. By cutting them up like that, he changed their meaning completely. But how did he know you planned to pay my debt? He has experience paying off other people's debts. I casually asked him about it. Shen Buyu drove us to her home. This was my third time here, but I felt completely different than before. Since we are here, let us clear everything up today. Shen Buyu poured me a cup of coffee. Fangzu, I have so many questions for you. Ask, why did you break up with me? I became a burden. I thought it over, and breaking up was best. So it wasn't because you got tired of me. I paused before I understood. Getting tired of her was what I had said when I broke up with her. The moment I said it, Shen Buyu turned and left. She left with such finality. Her voice was low. I thought you saw me as a toy for years, and you had gotten tired of me. Then your family had its troubles, and I could not help. So, you did not want me anymore. How could she have thought that? I opened my mouth, but before I could explain, Shen Buyu rushed to say, even if that is true, it is all right. It was as though she was terrified of hearing my answer. She hurriedly laid her heart bare. Fangzu, I have made up my mind. Even if I am only your plaything, I still want to stay by your side forever. Shen Buyu's eyes were dark and bright, just as they had been years ago. It took me a while to process her words before I spoke. You misunderstood. What? I said it in anger. Shen Buyu, I never saw you as a toy. I was serious about us. Why would I say that only in anger? Before graduation, you told your roommates that you would not marry me. Shen Buyu went still. After thinking for a long moment, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. What I meant was that we had just graduated. We could not afford to get married yet. Actually, I had been looking at engagement rings for ages. I just could not afford one. We went through every misunderstanding one by one. Only then did we realize we had both been wrong. How had it come to this? At the heart of it, the gap between our realities had been too wide. Shen Buyu thought I supported her for my own amusement, while I thought Shen Buyu was only with me because she felt indebted to me. Neither of us believed the other truly loved us. Back in the present, Shen Buyu asked, Fangzu, why would you rather accept Ryan's help than mine? Because I love you. I did not want us to have that kind of relationship. Suddenly, I understood. Shen Buyu nodded. Exactly. That is how I felt back then too. When I confessed to you, you like me too. Yes, Fangzu. I like you. I liked you before you ever liked me. The first day we registered as freshmen, you told me your name was Fangzu. I remembered it. Shen Buyu's story made me see the foolish boy I was back then anew. She had fallen for me first, but confessed one step too late. And the way I showed my affection had been wrong from the start. I used the very thing she lacked most to tempt her. How could she speak freely after that? She had told me many times that she loved me, but no one believed her. Everyone thought she was lying, just saying what I wanted to hear. In time, I believed it too. Even she had nearly come to believe it. Did she love Fang's you? Or Grandpa's medical bills? After being mocked countless times and repeatedly confronted with the gulf between us, even Shen Buyu could no longer tell. She was torn and conflicted, tormenting herself day after day. Anyone could help her, except me, because money would taint her love. If Shen Buyu had been less proud, she could have lived comfortably by my side. But she did not. That was why she was the girl I loved. Shen Buyu picked up an orange and slowly began to slice it. I suddenly remembered the day we reunited. What did those things you said mean? You can say things in anger, so why cannot I? I thought you got tired of me and dumped me. Then you vanished for years. It was like you were deliberately avoiding me. Was I not allowed to be angry? I suppose you were. But Inlan said you hated me. I am sorry. It was my fault for not correcting him sooner. Shen Buyu unhurriedly sliced the last piece of orange. She let out a soft sigh. After all, I thought you truly did not want me anymore. Snow drifted outside, making the room feel dry and warm. In that moment, I finally knew. Across the river of time, the girl had struggled her way to me. At our alma mater's anniversary celebration, Shen Buyu and I both went back. As an outstanding alumna, she was giving a speech. The school was still the same, but one fresh young face had replaced another. There would always be someone young, always someone pursuing a dream. In the prime of youth, my alumni badge slipped from my pocket. A final year student picked it up and said in surprise, "You are Fang's you? You know me. I am an intern at Senior Shen's company. You are famous at our company." Really? I had visited Shen Buyu's company once, waiting for her at reception. When the receptionist registered my name, she had the same reaction. "You are Fang's you?" But even now, I did not know why. The student said, "That company project once had a core underlying algorithm. Apparently, Senior Shen wrote it when she first built the system. She left a note. If you meet Fangzhu, please tell him that I love him." Everyone who worked with that algorithm could see those words. I stood there stunned for a long time. Then I heard him say happily, "That is wonderful." Senior Shen finally found the person she was looking for. After her speech, Shen Buyu and I followed the paths we used to take. Walking slowly, we came to the library entrance. Shen Buyu looked at the tree to our left. "This is where you confessed to me." I remember. I was really brave back then. She stared ahead, as though her memories had drifted far away. "Shen Buyu, were you happy in college?" She had run herself ragged and been slandered. She had been lonely too. I thought she could not have been happy. But Shen Buyu said, "I was very happy. Because you were there, every pain became happiness." She turned, lowering her eyes to me just as she had back then. "Fangzhu, now it is my turn to say it. The 9th year of loving you is about to begin. Will you give me a chance?" It began snowing again, flakes settling in her hair. I smiled. "Here is to the new year. Please take care of me. Happy New Year, my boy. Even with regrets, we will always be the best versions of ourselves." At the company's New Year kickoff event, I unexpectedly noticed the bracelet on the aloof female CEO's left wrist. It was the one I had made for my online girlfriend, whom I had never met. A matching bracelet I had crafted by hand. I was utterly shocked. I immediately messaged the girlfriend I had dated online for 2 years. "Do you still have your bracelet?" My online girlfriend replied almost instantly and sent a photo. The background was the company banquet. "Of course I still have it, darling. You designed this bracelet yourself. How could I possibly lose it?" Shen Buyu and I met by chance on Dian. Back then, I loved sharing posts about my Maine Coon cat. She commented on one of my posts, "So cute." I was drawn to her cute Hello Kitty profile picture too. So I replied. Before long, we exchanged contact details. From then on, we shared every detail of our lives from morning to night. 6 months later, on New Year's Eve, Shen Buyu called me. I could tell she had drunk too much. She directly asked whether I wanted to be with her. Actually, from our very first month of knowing each other, I had already started to like her. So I agreed right away. After that, we were a couple. We had told each other about our families. She had clearly told me then that my family was better off than hers. But she was actually the heir to the Shen family, one of Hong Kong's top-tier wealthy families. I looked at my online girlfriend in the crowd, wearing a custom black velvet gown. Her skin was fair, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. A sharp ache tugged at the left side of my chest. She was dazzling and captivating, and my heart sank. Knowing such an exceptional woman was my online girlfriend left me with tangled emotions. I hid behind the crowd, secretly took a few photos of her, and saved them to my favorites. The company's human resources department recruited me at a high salary before the new year. I had even shared the good news with Shen Buyu. On our first anniversary, Shen Buyu and I made a promise. Give me 5 years, and I would buy her the finest luxury apartment in Hong Kong. Shen Buyu said she would believe in me unconditionally, and I had been working toward it ever since. This job paid 800,000 yuan more per year than my previous one. A member of the design team told me that they had recruited me with such a high salary because before the new year, the former design director led the team into a global design competition Yet they did not even make the shortlist. The new CEO had been furious. The design team was under intense scrutiny every day. The CEO assigned them endless training tasks, making every designer work overtime until Lunar New Year's Eve, to finish them all through overtime. Then she made everyone return to work before the 6th day of Lunar New Year. Buyu, the design team's assistant, told me. During those 6 days off, she had no energy even to visit friends and family. Aside from resting, she stayed home drawing design drafts. Buyu also said that before attending the banquet, the team went together for skincare treatments. After days of exhaustion, their dark circles were practically down to their ankles. I had come to this company determined to focus solely on work. But now my online girlfriend was the CEO, and I suddenly felt nervous. Just then, my phone screen lit up. My girlfriend, whom I had never met, sent me several messages. I drank today. My head is spinning. I wish you were here. I miss you so much, puppy. There is still so long until May Day. I want to see you right now. It is the Lantern Festival. Remember to eat some sweet rice dumplings. I looked at Shen ahead of me. She was holding her forehead. She held her phone, seemingly waiting for my reply. Without thinking, I comforted her. Then drink less. I do not want you getting drunk with no one to take care of you. After sending the message, Shen staggered out. Less than 3 minutes later, a call request popped up in my WeChat chat. I hurried out and answered it in the restroom. Shen Bai's gentle voice came through the phone. What are you doing? Why did you take so long to reply? I immediately grew nervous. I am out at a dinner too. It is my new company's post-holiday gathering. Did you drink too, darling? I remembered angrily downing 3 drinks after learning the truth. I nodded and replied, I had a few, but I am fine. The banquet only serves liquor worth over 1,000 yuan, different from what I usually drink with my friends. It does not go to your head at all. Satisfied, Shen said a few more sweet things to me. Then she hung up. When I came out of the restroom, Buyu told me the CEO wanted us in a meeting first thing tomorrow morning. The contrast hit me. My girlfriend had just been sweet as honey, but at work, she was swift and decisive. After the banquet, as people were leaving, Buyu and I went over what needed preparing for tomorrow's meeting. I accidentally stepped on Shen Bai's hem. She snapped angrily. If I have fallen and gotten hurt, do you know how much you owe for this dress alone? Do you not watch where you are going? Embarrassed, I rubbed my nose, but my gaze fixed on her wrist. I unconsciously muttered, your bracelet is beautiful. Have a link. Buyu tugged at my sleeve. She whispered, are you insane? She is the CEO. Apologize now. Shen smiled and replied, this bracelet isn't for sale. It is a matching set with my boyfriend's. He made it himself. When I went to the restroom, I promptly took the bracelet off my wrist. Seeing Shen smile so happily, I instinctively touched the bracelet in my pocket. I realized she truly liked me, her online boyfriend she'd never met. That tenderness and love were not an act. When Buyu saw I still was not apologizing, she quickly spoke up. Director Fang has just joined the company and got a little carried away tonight. Perhaps he drank too much. I apologize for him. Shen was clearly displeased. When I remained silent, her expression darkened. You are my employee. Do not ask what you should not. You have no sense of propriety. I became even more embarrassed and quickly pulled my gaze away from her. I am sorry, Miss Shen. I was genuinely a little dizzy and did not see you. Shen snorted coldly. Watch where you are going next time. The dress is expensive. I will not make you pay this time. Honestly, I truly could not afford it. That custom gown she wore looked outrageously expensive. After the event, just as I expected, Shen sent me photos of her dress hem. The event just ended. An employee stepped on my dress today. Can you believe it? He did not even apologize immediately. I held myself back again and again, and did not make him pay. You are still the best, darling. No man in the world compares to you. Reading those messages left me speechless, thinking that, as a new employee, I had made such a terrible impression on her. I felt helpless. I was glad Shen only had eyes for me, but I also wondered, if she later learned I was that employee, would she blame me for not telling her immediately? On the way back, Buyu saw me staring blankly at my phone. She looked puzzled. Director Fang, what are you looking at? Why do you seem off today? I waved it off and politely replied, nothing. I am probably tired from staying up these past few nights. After I got home, I received another photo from Shen. It looked like it was taken after the banquet. A casual snapshot of the starry sky on her way home. The stars are beautiful tonight. I miss you so much. In my mind, Shen had always been gentle and affectionately clingy. We were used to talking for half an hour before bed every night, then saying good night. Tonight was no different, except I had more questions than usual. I instinctively wanted to ask how Shen felt after seeing me, and what her first impression of me was. Shen told me she thought the company's new design director looked ordinary, nothing like the heartthrob human resources had praised, and was very rude. Reading that description, I was practically falling apart inside. I considered my words for a few seconds, then rapidly typed into the chat, you should be more tolerant of your employees. Everyone has different taste, right? Maybe today was just a misunderstanding. You should get to know him better first. Shen Buyu was surprised that I was defending the employee she disliked. Darling, you seem to be in a very good mood today. You are actually taking a stranger's side to persuade me. I knew that as her boyfriend, I could talk her around. So I immediately replied, any designer my baby hired with such a high salary must have real talent. I am saying you have good judgment. Shen Buyu was thrilled that I was thinking of her. She again asked for my home address. For the past 6 months, Shen Buyu had wanted to send me a gift in return. For safety reasons with our online relationship, I had always said there was no rush, and she could give it to me when we met. There is really no rush for gifts. Just give it to me when we meet. No. Why do you say that every time? It is the Lantern Festival. Just give me an address. Your company address will do if it has to. I put so much thought into preparing a gift for you. That annoying employee of mine today even said the bracelet you gave me was special. When I did not reply, Shen Buyu sent dozens of pleading emojis in a row. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. After much hesitation, I gave her my parents' home address. I was also curious what gift she had prepared so carefully. Thinking about the string of absurd events that night, I felt restless and unsettled. So I simply exited the chat. Before bed, my mind raced, trying to figure out how to change Shen Buyu's opinion of me. Just then, my mother called. She said a deliveryman had brought a beautifully wrapped gift box. I video called my mother and had her open it. Inside was a Hermes crocodile leather briefcase and a letter. The letter was unopened, and I was overwhelmed with emotion all night. I tossed and turned for hours, unable to sleep well. My parents could not stop smiling. They kept asking when I would bring my girlfriend home to meet them. Thinking of the gap between Shen Buyu and me, I could only smile bitterly. Then I ended the call. The next morning, my alarm did not wake me. When I got to the office, Buyu told me the CEO had summoned every department director to report on their work. She said the CEO had not looked well all morning. I immediately thought of how I had disappeared last night without replying to her messages. Shen Buyu and I had agreed that even if we fought, we would never give each other the silent treatment. We had to reply as soon as we saw a message. She knew I started work at 9, and that I usually listened to music during my half-hour drive. But for some reason this morning, I have fallen asleep again in the taxi. I hurriedly sent her several apologetic messages, explaining that the gathering had ended too late last night, and I had fallen asleep against my headboard. Shen Buyu did not reply until more than 10 minutes later. I thought she would be furious, but to my surprise, the first thing she asked was, did you have the air conditioner on? Were you covered with a blanket when you fell asleep? Were you dizzy when you woke up? Do not catch a cold. I realized Shen Buyu seemed to be in a better mood. I said to Buyu, who was hurriedly preparing materials, do not be too nervous. By the time she gets to our department, the CEO should be in a much better mood. Buyu stared at me in surprise. Director Fang, do you have some kind of superpower? How can you be so sure? I smiled. Just wait and see. Director Fang, you should be prepared. You do not know this, but the 3 departments before us were torn to shreds. Our design department has no outstanding results to show today. How could her wrath possibly skip over you? Buyu kept chattering away, but I only smiled. Shen Buyu replied with a hugging emoji. She told me, I will handle some things, then reply to you later. What would Shen Buyu think if she knew I could see how stern she was at work? What would happen then? She was clearly such a gentlewoman. Yet when she got serious at work, she showed no mercy to anyone. I could not help chuckling under my breath. What a girl of contrast she was. After entering the CEO's office, Shen Buyu sternly asked me to present this year's work plan. After agreeing to join this company, I had made thorough preparations. After giving a half-hour presentation without notes, the slight furrow in Shen Buyu's brow relaxed. She said, you prepared well. It seems you do have some real ability. I had to admire Shen Buyu. She was clearly in a good mood, yet she still put on such a stern act. I could not help finding her a little adorable. When my eyes met hers, the smile at Shen Buyu's lips vanished again. Why do you keep staring at me? Do not get any inappropriate ideas about me. I have a boyfriend. Seeing Shen Buyu's disgusted look, I immediately explained. Please do not misunderstand. I have no such thoughts about you. You just praised me, so I was a little surprised. Shen Buyu gave a soft scoff. I only praised you once. Do not let it go to your head. I am the CEO. Do not keep staring at me so openly from now on. Shen Buyu assigned me to more tasks. She ordered me to lead the team to win an award in the global design competition this year. After leaving the CEO's office, I let out a long sigh. When Buyu learned we had to work overtime again that night, she sighed too. Who on earth did our design department offend? It is barely the start of the year, and we are already working overtime again. I gave a wry smile. You have all worked hard. Late night snacks are on me tonight. We worked non-stop until 8 that evening. When I checked my phone again, Shen Buyu had sent me more than a dozen messages. Just as I was about to reply, Shen Buyu called. I have a friend tonight who wants a set of jewelry designed for his girlfriend. I will send you the location. Bring 2 people with you, and we can discuss it together. I looked at the time and the half-finished design in front of me. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. Understood, CEO. No time to waste. I took Buyu and headed over at once. On the way, I arranged a lavish late-night meal for the team. The team posted pictures of it in the group chat, making Buyu sigh longingly again and again. Neither of us had eaten a single bite. After we arrived at the private club, Shen Bayu's so-called friend, and Lan, kept urging me to drink. Buyu and I have been friends for years. It is not often we get to have a meal together. When she heard I was getting engaged, Buyu said her company had just hired a design director. She said he was talented and insisted I commission a set. Since you are here, let us drink and talk. After running nonstop all day, waves of nausea rose in my stomach. I awkwardly touched my lower abdomen. I am sorry, Mr. N. I am not feeling well today. I will drink with you to your heart's content next time. And Lan's face visibly darkened with displeasure. You are already here. How can you sit at a drinking table and refuse to drink? If you will not drink, you are disrespecting me. Then how are we supposed to discuss this partnership? Shen Buyu, sitting beside him, looked unhappy. She was clearly barely holding herself back. Fang's you. Show my friend some respect and finish the drink in your glass. Shen Bayu's tone was a command that allowed no refusal. I did not want her opinion of me to worsen, so I forced myself to drain the glass. The hard liquor burned down my throat and into my stomach. My stomach hurt even worse. After 3 drinks, I staggered to the restroom. On my way out, I happened to run into Shen Buyu washing her hands. She looked at me with obvious displeasure. Hurry up. Go back and keep drinking. You must drink with my friend until he is satisfied tonight. No matter how I told her I felt sick, she pretended not to hear me. She just kept repeating, I do not want to hear it. You have to show me respect today. When we pushed open the door, everyone offered a few insincere words of concern, then resumed another round of socializing. After several rounds of drinks, and Lan suggested playing a couple of songs to liven things up, Shen Buyu became interested and said she would arrange it. I thought she was going to choose some piano music. Instead, she had someone bring in a piano. As everyone looked on in confusion, Shen Buyu spoke up. I have heard for a long time that Fang's you plays piano beautifully. Let him entertain us tonight. And Lang quickly said, is it really appropriate to have your employee play for us? Would that not be inappropriate? Shen Buyu waved dismissively. Everyone here went to school together. We are just here to have fun. My employee is very obedient. Fighting the pounding in my chest, I pulled Shen Buyu aside and whispered, I cannot play today. But Shen Buyu suddenly grabbed my wrist and forced me down onto the piano bench. She selected the songs herself and told everyone. I saw in his resume that Fang's you won quite a few national piano awards in college. Let us hear just how good he is. I stood and smiled at everyone. I really am not feeling well today. How about next time? I will treat everyone then and play for you all. Before anyone could respond, Shen Buyu pushed me back down again. Do not listen to his drunken nonsense. Why wait for another day? It is happening tonight. Let everyone enjoy it. There was no avoiding it. I could only force myself to begin playing. Pain in my lower abdomen covered my forehead with countless beads of sweat. Only after the 2 pieces ended did someone point at the keys and shout, Look, blood. That is blood. Shen Buyu asked in confusion. What is going on? Where did this blood come from? As Shen Buyu and the others discussed whether to take me to the hospital, my vision went black, and I collapsed straight down. My eyelids felt as heavy as lead. No matter how they called to me, I could not wake up. Before my consciousness faded, I heard Shen Buyu shout, Fang's you, wake up, call an ambulance, now. Someone, help. When I woke again, I was in a hospital bed with an drip. Shen Buyu was fast asleep, her cheek resting against my hand. I quickly pulled my hand away. The cold white walls made my eyes ache. I turned gently and woke her. Seeing that I was awake, she anxiously asked, How do you feel now? Awful. Sharp spasms of pain ran through my entire body. A flicker of warmth had just risen in my heart. When her next words instantly extinguished it, she held my arm and said, We did not close the contract last night. If you recover, I will arrange another dinner tonight. Shen Buyu could have sent the business department to entertain the client over drinks, since that was their specialty. But she did not. I casually said, for that kind of occasion, would it not be more appropriate to have the business department do the drinking? I only need to design a set of jewelry. I truly am not good at drinking. But she frowned and replied, Why are you still talking about that? It is not as though the design department cannot accompany me to business dinners. Shen Buyu could always find a convenient excuse. The moment she came near me, I felt deeply uncomfortable. I pushed her hand away and forced a smile. Then I replied flatly, I want to rest properly for the next few days. I will finish the draft on schedule, but I truly cannot attend business dinners. She shook her head firmly, leaned close again, and said, Why are you being so fussy? Then rest for one day. I will arrange it tomorrow night. Just as she finished speaking, Shen Bai's phone rang. I let out a long breath. When the attending physician entered the room with his assistant, his brow was tightly furrowed. I smiled and greeted him. The attending internist was my friend, Han Xingchen. When Han Xingchen saw me smiling, he lightly tapped my head and said, "You fool. You can still smile. In your condition, you need proper treatment. You work to live. You are not supposed to work yourself to death. I am allergic to alcohol, especially when I am unwell. I absolutely cannot drink. Alcohol causes unbearable burning in my stomach and intestines, and I pass out. In my 5 years of working, this was the first time I had been forced to drink at a business dinner." Han Xingchen scolded me with a dark expression. I thought he was saying it for Shen Buyu to hear as well. After hearing that, Shen Buyu claimed she had work at the company and left first. She said she would find time to visit me that evening. Han Xingchen handed me the test results and said, "You should have your parents come take care of you. You need several days of bed rest before you can leave the hospital." Holding the test report, I kept smiling and said, "There is no need to tell them. It is nothing serious." The moment I finished speaking, Han Xingchen said angrily, "If you will not make that call, I will." Although I had braced myself for my condition, when I saw the test report, I was still stunned for a long time. I turned through the pages one by one, clutching the reports. My eyes reddened without my noticing. He gently patted my back and comforted me. "Take the treatment slowly. Everything will be all right." Outwardly, I nodded and agreed. "I will cooperate with treatment." After Han Xingchen left, I sank into darkness. I did not know what to do next. I do not know how long I slept before a hand took hold of mine. Shen Buyu was keeping watch at my bedside. I looked around uneasily. "Why are you here?" Shen Buyu answered with a smile. "I spoke to your attending. I truly did not think this through. I heard from your team that you like cats, so I bought you one." With that, she lifted a carrier from beside her feet. Inside was a tabby cat. I bolted from the hospital room in terror. I did not stop until I reached the end of the corridor. Shen Buyu chased after me with the carrier. She asked in confusion, "Do you not love cats? The book says keeping cats makes you less likely to develop allergies. Are you not allergic to alcohol?" Shen Buyu shoved the cat carrier into my hands. Then she stormed off. Fighting the feeling of suffocation, I made my way to the nurse's station. The nurse said unhappily, "Cats are not allowed in the hospital. Do you not know that?" I hurriedly explained, "No. It was not my idea." My vision went black again, and I fainted. My head struck the reception counter at the nurse's station. As the nurse dressed my wound, she kept saying, "Hang in there. It will be over soon. It may hurt a little." I felt numb, yet large beads of sweat covered my forehead. The nurse gently shook my arm and asked, "What is wrong?" I gave a faint smile. "It is nothing." The moment the bandaging was done, the nurse saw something was wrong with me. She immediately called Han Xingchen over. Han Xingchen saw that I was soaked through with sweat. He immediately ordered another examination. I pulled him aside. I truthfully told him about my previous checkup results, which had shown that I needed rest. Han Xingchen stared at me in disbelief after hearing this. "You are already this sick. Why did you agree to change jobs? You would trade your life for money." I answered with a smile. "I wanted to earn more, so I could buy my girlfriend the house she likes sooner." Han Xingchen sighed, both angry and amused. He said, "You are such a hopeless romantic." My parents arrived that evening. When my mother pushed open the door, her eyes were swollen and red from crying. Her health had been poor these past 2 years. After a minor operation, my father had accompanied her to hiking to recuperate. The doctor said hiking had an excellent environment, ideal for recovering after surgery. Holding their hands, I smiled and reassured them. "It is nothing. With proper treatment, I will recover." After that day, my mother practically moved into the hospital to stay with me. Shen Buyu did not appear for 3 straight days. I truthfully told my parents about my checkup results from 2 months earlier. The doctor said I had inflammation in my stomach. I needed minor surgery. I had planned to put it off, but my parents scheduled the surgery right away. The day before my surgery, Shen Buyu came to the hospital again. Buyu came with her. I was alone in the hospital room. Shen Buyu brought me my favorite flowers. Sunflowers. Perhaps it was fate. I sincerely thanked her for caring. Buyu updated me on the recent work. Shen Buyu and I had not stopped talking these past few days, but because I was afraid she would find out I was in the hospital. Our usual half-hour calls at night had become 5 minutes. Shen Buyu pressed me about what was wrong. I only told her, "I have not been feeling well these past few days. I need to go to bed early." Before she left, somehow, Shen Buyu noticed the slippers beneath my bed. She pointed at them, her face full of surprise. "Where did you buy those slippers?" I suddenly realized something. I had once sent Shen Buyu a photo of these slippers. I told her I had made them from recycled eco-friendly fabric. I had even made a pair in her size. I said I would give them to her when we met. I scratched my head awkwardly. I bought them at a vintage market. They were made by an independent designer. The crease between Shen Buyu's brows gradually eased. Then she rushed over and asked, "Do you have the seller's contact details? I want to contact that designer." I thought Shen Buyu must have wondered whether this designer was connected to her online boyfriend. After all, Identical handmade items are hard to come by. Fortunately, I had actually opened an account on a second-hand marketplace app. I immediately sent her the link. That dispelled her doubts. Buyu told me there was a company meeting that afternoon. Then she left with Shen Buyu. The instant Shen Buyu walked out, my WeChat lit up. Those handmade slippers you made before. Did you sell them? This time, I decided not to hide it anymore. I admitted that I sold slippers for extra money. To my surprise, Shen Buyu was not angry. Instead, she said with concern, "Your job is already hard enough. Why are you finding time to do this too? You really need to take care of yourself." My eyes stung with tears as I replied with trembling hands, "I will take care of myself." Shen Buyu sent a kissing emoji. She said she had to get back to work for a while. I knew what was coming could not be stopped. Sooner or later, she would find more clues. I had a childhood friend named Ruyan. My mother told me that Ruyan knew I was having surgery tomorrow and had rushed back from overseas to see me. That afternoon, she accompanied my mother shopping for new season clothes. She also arranged a checkup and supplements for my father. We had lived in the same residential compound since birth. My parents had long considered her their ideal daughter-in-law. She confessed her feelings to me after high school graduation, but I turned her down. I told my parents I did not feel that way about her. I was 3 days older than her. Since childhood, she had followed me around, calling me big brother. I had always seen her as the best little sister next door. Actually, I knew that over the past few years, when I was away from home, she made time during holidays to have meals with my parents. My parents often hinted and asked me, "We are not getting any younger. Could we try being together?" That night, Ruyan came to my room and insisted on staying to care for me, knowing it would be inappropriate. I had my mother stay too. I struggled with myself all night. In the end, I decided a clean break was better than dragging it out. That night, Ruyan told me about studying medicine abroad over the last 2 years. My mother could not stop praising her. She had grown into a poised, remarkable woman, but I could never make my heart stir for her. The next morning, after agonizing over it for a long time, before I entered the operating room, I still took hold of her and said, "Do not wait for me anymore. We can never be together." Ruyan stood there in surprise for a long moment. "You do not need to tell me this now. I never expected an answer from you." I saw irritation and unwillingness flash across her face. It hurt me to see it, but there was nothing I could do. When I woke after leaving the operating room, the first person I saw was Shen Buyu. She glared at me, her face burning with anger. I realized she must have discovered something. Then I saw the matching bracelet lying in the open drawer. She told everyone around her to leave. Only the two of us remained in the room. "How long were you planning to keep this from me?" Shen Buyu did not beat around the bush. She asked the question in her heart directly. Seeing how angry she was, my first instinct was to soothe her. Shen Buyu had told me that if she was ever angry, the first thing I should do was comfort her, not argue with her. I immediately grabbed her sleeve. "Do not be angry. I can explain everything to you. Please calm down first." Shen Buyu forcefully shook off my hand and snapped, "You recognized me the moment you first saw me, did you not?" Yes. My voice was weak. Even with the pain pump, I was still in agony. "So, you have been watching this like a show all this time. Was it fun playing me?" Shen Buyu's eyes reddened with fury as she shouted at me. Before I could speak, she grabbed her bag and rushed from the room. I was too weak to chase after her, so I called her instead. I found that she had blocked both my number and my WeChat. I knew she was going to break up with me. My parents were angry to see me so worked up. They took my phone away. The doctor had warned that I needed to rest properly all week. I could not get too emotional. Ruyan stayed with me, listening to soft music. I told her the whole story of my online relationship with Shen Buyu. She sighed and said, "At this point, all you can do is wait for her to accept it. If she truly cannot forgive you, then this is simply how things must end between you." Before bed that night, I tried calling Shen Buyu twice more. Neither call went through. Buyu told me that several department directors had been scolded by the CEO that afternoon. She said no one knew where the CEO had gone at noon. When she returned to the company, she was in a terrible mood. That night, she made everyone work overtime preparing for the competition. They had not even had a hot meal yet. I briefly scanned the messages in our team chat. Shen Buyu had assigned a mountain of tasks. Even I could not finish them all tonight. I immediately told everyone to eat first. Work never ends, after all. I tossed and turned that night, unable to sleep. But I also made up my mind. Ruyan and my parents all told me. At first, Shen Buyu and I had been equals in status and family background. But now she was my superior. I was her employee. It was only natural that she might look down on me. At lunch the next day, I saw my teammates discussing something in the chat. They said President Shen had appeared in the cafeteria for once, but she looked distant. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried. I felt awful and barely touched my lunch. My mind kept drifting. My parents noticed something was wrong with me. They asked Ruyan to buy me the CDs I liked. She spent the afternoon listening to soft music with me. As the music played, My mind kept wandering. I wondered whether I had gone too far. It was not that I had never considered telling Shen Buyu sooner. I just did not know how to say it. Getting sick was completely unexpected. I asked my parents to take the gifts Shen Buyu had given me, pack them untouched, and send them back to the company. Xinci noticed I had been off these past 2 days. During a break, he came to my room and asked, "What has been going on with you?" The nurses said you can barely eat. I casually said, "We broke up." When I looked up, I saw Xinci staring at me in shock. "You broke up? How did that happen so suddenly?" I sighed and explained, "My girlfriend and I met online. That company CEO who came by that day was actually my girlfriend. I only found out after I joined the company. I never found the chance to tell her." She flew into a rage and blocked my number. Xinci looked at me in astonishment. Her outfit alone was worth over $1,000,000 yuan. "You really hit the jackpot with that online relationship." I gave a bitter laugh and changed the subject. "Yeah, she never told me she came from such a good background." There is nothing left to say now. Xinci and I talked until midnight. There were details I had never told my parents. I did not know how to bring them up. My father's heart had not been well these past 2 years. I could not bear to upset him, but Xinci talked me through it. Whether you stay together or part ways, let it take its course. All you can do now is live well in the present. Though I did not want any regrets, there was nothing I could do. On the day I was discharged, Shen Buyu appeared. She saw Ruyan helping me pack. Pointing at her, she demanded angrily, "Who is she? We just broke up, and you have already moved on?" Shen Buyu refused to hear my explanation. She dragged Ruyan outside. When Ruyan came back, Shen Buyu was gone. Fighting through my discomfort, I went after her to the company. Yu told me Shen Buyu had called a meeting of department directors at 6. I held on at the company until the meeting ended at 8:30. Then I rushed straight into Shen Buyu's office. Without a word of preamble, I explained everything. "I did not mean to hide it from you. That girl has nothing to do with me." Pretending to be calm, Shen Buyu glanced up at me twice. She took a sip of water. She merely gave a couple of non-committal replies. A few nosy teammates gathered at the door and started teasing us. Director Fang came straight here after being discharged. "What is going on? Are we getting a new boss again?" With the tension in there, "This is bad." Shen Buyu stood up with a smile. She opened the door and shooed them away. Later, when I happened to look up, my eyes met Shen Buyu's. Shen Buyu slowly walked over to me. The gardenia perfume drifting from her left me intoxicated. I could see love shimmering in her eyes. My heart suddenly raced. Even my breathing quickened. I quickly turned away, avoiding her gaze. I tried to hide my panic. Shen Buyu took my hand. "I really like you. Let us get back together." My breathing became even more rushed. The fragile, endearing look on Shen Buyu's face made my heart even more unsettled. I hesitated for a few seconds, then could not stop myself from pulling her into my arms. I had been looking for the right chance. This time, I was at fault. "I will never hide anything from you again." "Then let us get engaged." The moment she said it, my body stiffened involuntarily. "I have not bought the home I promised you yet. I still need another 2 years to work for it." Shen Buyu held me tighter. "If that is what worries you, you do not need to worry at all. I do not mind that you have not bought that home yet, but I need something to marry you with." I still insisted. She seemed to understand what I meant. She told me to leave everything to her. Then she told me to go home and rest first. 3 days later, Shen Buyu asked me to dinner. Over dinner, her parents made clear how much they like me. Shen Buyu's parents had filled a car trunk with gifts from me. They kindly told me, "You do not need to worry about the difference in your social standing. Our daughter likes you. From now on, you are the Shen family's son-in-law." I immediately nodded and instinctively replied, "Thank you, Uncle and Annie. I am honored you like me." I felt at ease throughout the entire meal. We agreed our parents would meet that weekend to discuss the engagement. It would be held at their home. My parents did not agree at first, but I pleaded with them earnestly. In the end, they relented. "As long as you are happy." That weekend, we went straight to Shen Buyu's villa. My parents and Shen Buyu's parents worked everything out smoothly. Our engagement party was set for a month later. Shen Buyu openly revealed who I was. Everyone in the team chat asked for cash gifts. Director Fang really kept this quiet. He is actually the CEO's boyfriend. "We had suspected there was something special between you and President Shen. You came to the company right after leaving the hospital." The company's employees all chimed in within the chat. "Congratulations. Best wishes to you both." Shen Buyu immediately sent 10 cash gifts to the group chat. "Thank you all for your blessings. You all have to come to Director Fang's and my engagement party. Director Fang and I will be happy together." Reading her messages and seeing Shen Buyu's joy, my heart pounded as if it might leap from my throat. Shen Buyu sent me a voice message. "Big brother, from now on, you are mine. Every employee knows now. Do not even think about running away." I replied at once, "I will not run away. We will be happy together." It happened to be the Lunar New Year. Our two families celebrated a warm reunion together. Shen Buyu bought lots of fireworks. We set them off by the river for a long time. Beneath the dazzling fireworks, Shen Buyu linked her arm through mine and said, "Meeting you was such a blessing." Gently stroking her hair, I replied, "I am happy to." A month later, we held a grand engagement party. Every detail of the event, from start to finish, was planned by Shen Buyu herself. My childhood friend, Ruyan, attended as well. She gave us jewelry she had designed herself. After Ruyan learned Shen Buyu and I had reconciled, she cared for me several more times. She said that she and I were a perfect match. She said she would try her best to love me, but I rejected her every time. After she went home, she sank into despair. She developed mild depression and even swallowed sleeping pills. Luckily, her family found her in time and rushed her to the hospital. Her family stayed with her through treatment, outings, and travel. Eventually, she recovered. As they say, time heals all wounds. Seeing Ruyan looking so radiant, I thought she had truly let go. When I first heard what had happened, I took Shen Buyu with me to visit Ruyan. Shen Buyu even found specialists for her. They created the best treatment plan. At the engagement party, Shen Buyu read a letter she had written to me herself. Deeply moved, I pulled her into my arms. Having you by my side for the rest of my life is wonderful. From now on, I will cherish the person who truly loves me. We even plan to have 2 children and spend our lives together. I woke inside a novel as its tragic, expendable male supporting character. When I realized my girlfriend was destined to fall for the male lead and eliminate me. To save my life, I struck first. When she was drugged and meant to sleep with the male lead, I got there before him. Afterward, I staged a dramatic confrontation over her supposed affair. Let us break up. I do not want a woman who has been tainted. Like a heartbroken puppy, she scrubbed herself raw in despair. 4 years later, I heard she was going to marry the male lead. I thought the plot had run its course, so I showed myself again. But that night, she imprisoned me. She slowly took off her clothes. She begged with sick, obsessive desperation. Baby, look at me. I have been washing for years. I am not dirty anymore. I stood there, frozen, looking at the intimate marks on Ningbing's body. My eyes instantly welled with tears. My friend's furious curses filled my ears. Along with Ningbing trying to come forward and explain, I stumbled back several steps, avoiding her hand. Large tears fell. Ningbing, this is the business trip you told me about. Baby, it is not like that. You know I only love you. Stop talking, I shouted in anguish. How can you explain the marks all over you? Baby, please, believe me. This must all be a misunderstanding. Ningbing lowered her head and looked at the intimate marks on her body. Her eyes were red, on the verge of tears. She wanted to explain, but could not say a word. She could only look at me pleadingly. But I said resolutely, let us break up. I do not want a woman who has been tainted. Ningbing swayed as if she could not stand. Her eyes went hollow. We are done. Do not come bother me again. You disgust me. Digging my nails into my palm, I said even crueler words. My tears fell like raindrops. With that, I turned and left in misery. My friend immediately chased after me. His comforting words filled my ears. Fang Yuan, when one door closes, another opens. She is not worth grieving over. That Ningbing is truly awful. I used to envy you two for growing up together. She had doted on you since childhood. I thought she was faithful and deeply devoted, different from other women. Turns out, it was all a lie. My chest ached terribly. I clung to my friend and sobbed. I really loved her. I loved her so much. But why could we not make it to the end? My friend patted my back, heartbroken for me. Fang Yuan, no matter how much you love her, you cannot stay with her. If she cheated once, she will cheat again. He thought I was heartbroken over Ningbing's betrayal. But what hurt was that I had to let her go completely. Ningbing had not cheated, nor had she been with anyone else. It had all been my scheme. 3 months earlier, as I walked down the street, I accidentally bumped into a young man. That night, I had a dream. From that dream, I learned my world was a novel. Ningbing was the heroine, but I was not the male lead. Fang Yuan was merely an expendable male supporting character. The male lead was Lan, the young man who had bumped into me that day. After meeting him, Ningbing would realize that the bond between us, childhood friends who grew up together, was not love. She would gradually fall in love with Lan, and my possessiveness toward Ningbing, as the cannon fodder male, would make me hurt the male lead again and again, until I exhausted the last of Ningbing's affection for me. My parents, who cherished me dearly, would also target the male lead for my sake again and again. In the end, my family would be torn apart and would all die. At first, I did not believe it, but wherever Ningbing and I went, and Lan was always there. When we went shopping, he would be handing out flyers on the street. When we ate at a Western restaurant, he would be our waiter. Even after I deliberately changed our college choices and applied with Ningbing to a university in a neighboring province, and Lan still showed up without fail. Amazingly, he was even in Ningbing's major in class. In the days that followed, I repeatedly saw him accidentally bump into Ningbing while walking, or scrape her car while riding his bike, or he would be bullied just in time for Ningbing to find him. Even when Ningbing did nothing, the bullies would leave the moment they saw her, and Lan then saw Ningbing as his savior, and gave her cookies he had baked himself. Ningbing's cold looks and indifference were not enough to make me feel secure. Instead, They only made me more afraid. And Lan was like a ticking time bomb. I knew by Ningbing, who belonged to me, would be taken away. No matter how I tried to keep them apart, they always found another way to meet. In the novel, Bai Ningbing's feelings for Lan began with a car accident. The moment I realized it, I tried to stop Bai Ningbing from leaving the house that day. Bai Ningbing did not understand. She thought I simply wanted to stay in bed. She pulled me from the covers and kissed me. Baby, get up, or we will be late. I pushed her down onto the bed. Bai Ningbing, you are not going anywhere today. Will you stay home with me? Baby, you are so bossy. But what if I really want to go to class? Unless you can suggest something more tempting for us to do at home. I saw through her naughty intentions at once. She leaned down and kissed my lips, but I blocked her with my hand. So she kissed the back of my hand. Then, like a chick pecking at grain, she kissed from the back of my hand at my arm. Her deliberate little kisses made me tingle. I tried to hide beneath the covers, but she lifted me up and pinned me against the wall. We fooled around for a long time. She finally let me go after kissing my lips numb. Still, she listened to me and stayed home all day. I thought everything had changed. But the next day, as Bai Ningbing drove me to class, a car lost control and slammed into us. I realized nothing had changed. To protect me, Bai Ningbing swerved the car at the critical moment. Other than dizziness and full body pain, I did not have a single wound. But Bai Ningbing was covered in blood. As people carried us out, I saw Lan giving Bai Ningbing first aid. In that moment, I knew everything I had done was futile. The hero and heroine were destined to meet and fall in love. Because Lan's first aid was so effective, Bai Ningbing was ultimately saved. Bai Ningbing's parents were deeply grateful to him. After learning of his pitiful background, they even wanted to make him their godson. And Lan nervously refused. You are too kind, uncle and Annie. Bai Ningbing saved me before, too. Helping her was only right. Bai Ningbing's father was surprised. So Ningbing saved you too. You two really are fated to meet. Those words, fated to meet, filled me with despair and pain. Looking at Lan, dark thoughts rose in my heart. I was the one who had grown up with Bai Ningbing. Why could he take everything so easily just because he was the male lead? At last, I understood why my character in the novel turned bad. Who would not be hurt watching the love and devotion meant for them be stolen away by someone else? But I did not want to end up as I did in the novel. Nor did I want to make Lan suffer, just as the novel said I would. I did not want Bai Ningbing to grow to hate me more each day. So I decided to let go. Love can be found again. But if your life is gone, you have nothing. To make the breakup go smoothly and leave Bai Ningbing feeling guilty, I staged a cheating scandal. After learning that, during Bai Ningbing's business trip to hiking, someone would secretly drug her, leading her to sleep with Lan by chance. I decided to strike first. I arrived ahead of time and took drug Bai Ningbing away before Lan could reach her. I tied the flushed, delirious Bai Ningbing to the bed. To prevent her from waking up midway, I covered her eyes with a tie. After doing all that, I was so nervous my heart felt ready to leap into my throat. After all, I had never done anything this terrible. But there was no turning back now. I undid the buttons of her shirt. Bai Ningbing had beautiful curves. Her chest rose and fell sharply as she breathed softly. Fang Yuan, baby. My face burned at the sound. But when I thought that, if Lan had come today, she would have been consumed by desire like this too. I vented my anger on her neck and chest, leaving bite marks everywhere. After I had taken her, I rushed to the airport. When the time was right, as the effects of Bai Ningbing's drug were about to wear off, I brought my friends to witness a dramatic cheating expose. It did not matter whether there was a man beside Bai Ningbing. The marks on her body could not be explained away. This fabricated lover would leave Bai Ningbing unable to defend herself, with no proof to clear her name. Everything went as I planned. She became a cheating scumbag. I was the heartbroken first love she had betrayed. After leaving hiking, I rushed home. I locked myself in my room. My heartbreak was real. Letting go of someone I had loved for so long was not easy. And so was my guilt, because I had already condemned her based on the novel's plot. My parents took turns trying to console me, but I ignored them. They only thought Bai Ningbing had wronged me. But only I knew Bai Ningbing had done nothing wrong. Bai Ningbing called again and again, but I never answered. Later, she even came to my house and begged to see me. I had known she would not easily accept such an abrupt breakup. If I slowly made her hate me, just as in the novel, I could not bear it. For days, she stood outside my door. Knowing I would not see her, my parents refused to let her in. Until one rainy day, she stood in the rain for hours and still would not leave. My parents had watched her grow up. After all, their hearts softened, and they let her in. Her pleading filled the space outside my door. Baby, I was wrong. Please talk to me. It was my fault. I should not have drunk. I should not have let myself become tainted. Will you please look at me? I have already washed myself. Baby, I am begging you. Her voice choked with sobs. Or do I have to peel off this skin before you will see me? Knowing she was capable of it, I had no choice but to open the door. Her eyes brimmed with tears. She was soaked through, like a drenched puppy. She reached out to hug me, but pulled her hand back just before touching me. I looked at the skin exposed beneath her clothes. Her neck was covered in angry red patches, as if she had scrubbed it violently. The places with bite marks had even been scrubbed raw. Baby, will you give me one more chance? By Ningbing, you can love someone else without me. Do not cling to this anymore. There will never be anyone else. She denied it, her eyes bloodshot. What about Lan? Can you swear his appearance did not affect you? By Ningbing did not deny it immediately. Then I knew I had been right. I wiped away my tears and stared at her. By Ningbing, let us end this with dignity. It is not like that, baby. Her eyes red. She shook her head and tried to explain. By Ningbing, I am begging you, let us both keep our dignity. Then I shut the door. I could not bear to see her devastated face again. I slid down the door and sat on the floor. Outside, I heard her laugh through her tears, followed by the sound of her fists striking the wall. How can you be so cruel? I could not listen to her punishing herself anymore. I put on my headphones and messaged her parents to send someone for her. Then I applied to study abroad. I did not know when By Ningbing left. When I woke up, I was on an intravenous drip. The doctor said it was acute pneumonia. Thankfully, they caught it early. When my mother saw I was awake, she hugged me and cried, "Baby, do not be sad. Your father and I will always love you." After comforting her, I brought up studying abroad. My father froze. He wanted to say something, but swallowed the words. My mother patted his back and sent him to the kitchen to see about food for me. Once everyone else had left the room, my mother sat in a chair and looked at me. Her expression was serious. "Fang Yuan, what happened to you?" My grip tightened on the blanket as I tried to brush it off. But then my mother handed me a file folder. It contained a full record of my movements and hiking. My heart jolted, and cold sweat drenched me. If my mother could uncover it, then By Ningbing could too. But By Ningbing was entirely focused on winning me back. She had no energy to investigate who had set her up, and she would never suspect that I was the man from that night. But once she came to her senses, that might change. I murmured, "Mom," before I could ask. My mother already understood. "I covered your tracks. Girl from the Bai family will find nothing." I breathed a sigh of relief. "But you must tell me the truth. You are my son. No matter how terrible it is, your mother will stand by you." Warmth filled my heart, and tears welled in my eyes. In the novel, my parents were just like this. They threatened and bribed Lan, trying to drive him away. In the end, they met a tragic fate. I fell silent for a moment. Then I finally told her about the novel. I just did not tell her that I had died because of Lan. My mother frowned deeply after hearing me out. I did not know whether she believed me. But as for my application to study abroad, she immediately helped speed it along. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. By Ningbing and Lan were getting married. Though I had always avoided news of them, our social circles overlapped, so I could not help hearing about them. The heavy stone in my heart finally fell away. It felt as if everything had finally settled. Without a cannon fodder supporting character like me getting in the way, they still ended up together. It had only taken them a little longer. At last, I could return home without worry. As I exited the airport, I came face to face with a woman in casual clothes. "Fang Yuan, welcome home." She smiled and waved at me, then presented me with a bouquet of flowers. After staring blankly for several seconds, I remembered. This was Ruyan, the arranged marriage match my parents had introduced to me. It might have been an arranged marriage, but it still depended on whether I liked her. So my parents had sent me her contact information long ago. We had chatted for some time. Ruyan was gentle, with delicate, elegant features. She was a good person. I smiled and accepted the flowers. "Thank you. I really like them." Smiling, she took my luggage. "I am glad you like them." I followed her around the corner, ready to take the elevator to the parking garage. Then I turned and met By Ningbing's eyes. I froze in place. Even my blood seemed to turn to ice. The By Ningbing before me was familiar, yet strange. Her face was cold and striking, her figure tall. Her presence was even more imposing. There was no love or tenderness in her eyes as she looked at me. Instead, they were cold as ice. She walked straight toward me, one step at a time. Each step seemed to crush my long, silent heart. Her overwhelming presence made me retreat half a step. Then a man's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the suffocating tension. "Ningbing, I am here. Have I kept you waiting long?" I did not need to guess. It wasn't Lan. By Ningbing stopped, and Lan, dressed in a white suit, had already reached her. "I told you, there is a driver. Why cancel an important meeting just to pick me up yourself? I am not some little boy," he said coquettishly. Though he sounded reproachful, his face glowed with happiness. My grip tightened around the roses. Their thorns stabbed into my palm. Once, By Ningbing had been the same way. No matter where I went or how far, she would take me there. And whenever I returned, however busy she was, she would come for me. Now, that privilege was no longer mine alone. Only at that moment did I truly realize that after 4 years, I still could not let By Ningbing go. I forced myself to look away, and forced a fake smile at Ruyan. "Let us go. My parents are waiting. After Ruyan politely nodded to them, she prepared to lead me away. And Lang called after me in apparent surprise. Fang Yuan, I did not expect you to be back. You have become so handsome. I almost did not recognize you. This is your girlfriend, right? You two look perfect together. As he spoke, he pulled out wedding invitations and held them out to me. Ningbing and I are getting married. As our old classmate, you must honor us by coming to the wedding. Feigning indifference, I took the invitations. I struggled to remain composed. All right, I will definitely be there. Then I smiled and said goodbye to them. From beginning to end, Ningbing did not say a word. She treated me like a stranger. Not until Ruyan and I entered the elevator, and the doors began to close. Ningbing's gaze was fixed firmly on me. My heart jolted, and I turned sideways, out of her line of sight. Ruyan asked, Fang Yuan? I shook my head, yet unease lingered in my heart. News of my return quickly spread through our circle. Naturally, I had to meet with my old friends at a gathering arranged by my buddies. After catching up, everyone began gossiping. Fang Yuan, tell us honestly, did you come back to stop the wedding? Just say the word, and we will absolutely help you send Ningbing back. I waved my hands repeatedly. Ningbing and I are history. Do not do anything reckless. My friends clicked their tongues in disbelief. I would have believed the world would end tomorrow before believing you two would break up. What happened between you two back then? How could Ningbing fall for Lan? Was there some misunderstanding? Or did Lan steal your girlfriend? They fired questions at me one after another. They went on listing all the ways Ningbing had cared for me. We had been inseparable since kindergarten. Though she was almost my age, she spoiled me endlessly. With other children, teachers encouraged them to feed themselves, but that never worked with me, because Ningbing took care of everything for me. She fed me, gave me milk, and coaxed me to sleep. Whenever I had trouble, all I had to do was call Ningbing. She would solve it for me. One of my buddies sneered, any man who cannot keep his woman under control is trash. That made everyone wonder if they had misheard him. My friends kept demanding answers, but I did not want to deal with them. I excused myself and went to the restroom. When I came out, I ran straight into a familiar embrace. My heartbeat suddenly quickened. I had not expected Ningbing to be here too. I hastily pulled away and tried to leave. Baby, her voice was low, for years apart. And you do not want to look at me. That familiar endearment stopped me in my tracks. My eyes burned with tears. With my back to her, I said, Miss Bai, you are about to be married. You should be faithful to your fiancé. Calling someone else that is highly inappropriate. I took a step to leave, but the person behind me suddenly wrapped her arms around me. At the same time, a handkerchief covered my mouth and nose. When I woke up, I was lying on a bed. Aside from one door, the room was sealed on every side. The entire room was a blinding white. The door opened, and Ningbing walked in. Only then did I remember what happened before I passed out. The stifling atmosphere, and Ningbing's clearly abnormal state, made my heart leap into my throat. I got up and backed against the wall, my voice trembling. Ningbing, what are you doing? Baby, I just missed you so much. She slowly approached, her eyes filled with obsession and hurt. Ningbing, stop acting crazy. Let me go home now. My parents will worry if they know I am missing. Her face suddenly darkened with icy malice. Why will you not think about me? Why is your mind full of everyone else? Why did you smile at another woman? Why did you accept someone else's roses? How could you make someone else your girlfriend? The next moment, she grabbed me and forced me onto the bed. You have been very bad. I should punish you. As if convincing herself, she kissed me hard. It was fierce and brutal, without the slightest tenderness. In pain, I bit her lip until it broke, tears spilling from my eyes. Get away from me. When she saw my tears, her entire body went rigid. Then she sprang up and slapped herself hard. Baby, I am sorry. I scared you. Please do not be angry. Then let me go. But she fell silent. Ningbing, are you planning to keep me locked up forever? Baby, no. Trust me, I did not know what she truly wanted. Fortunately, I learned she was using my phone to fool my parents. Once I knew they would not worry about where I was, I was not quite so desperate. Ningbing still treated me as well as she had before, other than keeping me locked up. Everything I ate, wore, and used was chosen to my liking. She even let me move freely around the villa. But as her wedding to Lan drew near, she still showed no sign of letting me go. It made me feel like a caged songbird kept by Ningbing. Yet every day, she actively prepared for her wedding to Lan. That made her closeness feel even more repulsive. One night, when she again tried to sleep beside my bed, I shouted at her, Ningbing, can you stay away from me? You disgust me, do you understand? Ningbing froze for a moment, then she began taking off her clothes. Horrified, I scrambled off the bed. Ningbing, you are about to get married. What do you think you are doing? As if she could not hear me, she did not stop. She removed her clothes one piece at a time. I did not dare look. Turning away, I tried to run out, but the door had a key padlock. I could not open it. Just as I thought she was about to force herself on me, she merely begged in a sick, obsessive, abject voice. Baby, Look at me. I have washed for years. I am not dirty anymore. I already felt guilty about that. But she was about to marry Lan. What did whether she was dirty or not have to do with me? She should care whether Lan minded. But my words somehow enraged her. The woman who had just been humbly pleading instantly wore a cold, sinister expression. She forcibly pulled away the hand covering my eyes. She forced me to look at her. I am your possession. How could it have nothing to do with you? If I am dirty, you should punish me. Or kill me. But all you want is to abandon me. Do you not love me at all? Her twisted behavior horrified me. I had no doubt something was wrong with her mind. When she placed a knife in my hand, I became even more certain. Baby, punish me. She firmly gripped my hand holding the knife and pressed it to her chest. I remember every place that was bitten by someone else. Let us scrape them away, one by one. All right. By Ningbing. Have you lost your mind? I tried with all my strength to pull the knife away. But she obsessively believed that if I was not angry and did not punish her, I did not love her. The blade had already cut a bloody line across her skin. The vivid red blood made me furious and frantic. I was the one who left all those marks on you. You are not dirty. I had expected her to angrily demand why I had done it. Yet she only shook her head, refusing to believe me. Instead, she disgustedly dragged the knife deeper across her skin. She obsessively demanded that I punish her. I had no time to wonder why she did not believe me. I only wanted to stop her madness. By Ningbing, put your clothes on immediately. Otherwise, get out of this room. Given an order, she immediately dressed herself. Baby, you still want me, right? I can sleep beside your bed, right? Not wanting to respond, I wrapped myself in the covers. Good night, baby. I heard movement beside the bed. I silently thought she was seriously unwell. There was a bed, yet she insisted on sleeping on the floor. Perhaps because I had too much on my mind that night. I did not sleep deeply. So, when Bai Ningbing left the room in the middle of the night, I knew it clearly. I quietly followed her. Bai Ningbing actually had another basement in her home. Unfortunately, its door required a passcode. The moment Bai Ningbing entered, it locked automatically. I had no choice but to return quietly and pretend to sleep. Nearly 2 hours later, Bai Ningbing returned. In the darkness, she took my hand, held it to her lips, and kissed it. Baby, it will all be over soon. I did not know what she meant by soon, but I was certain it had something to do with the basement. The next day, after Bai Ningbing left, I found the basement entrance. It had a 6-digit keypad. I tried Bai Ningbing's birthday, then my own birthday. Even every anniversary I could think of was wrong. Then I entered the date we broke up, and the door opened. It was another basement, but unlike where Bai Ningbing had kept me before, this one was dark and chilling. Further inside, I saw a recliner. It had restraint straps. There was also an electroshock device, medication, and more. I was horrified. I could roughly guess it was for treating some mental illness. So, Bai Ningbing really did have a mental disorder. But even after searching everything, I could not find out what condition it was specifically meant to treat. I had to put everything back, then find a chance to ask Bai Ningbing. But as soon as I came upstairs, I saw Lan. My heart skipped a beat, and Lan looked down at me. Fang Yuan, you really are impossible to get rid of. A supporting character should know his place. Otherwise, you will end badly. A supporting character. So when Lan knows he is the protagonist? I feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I do not understand. And Lan smiled. If you do not understand, why did you leave the country back then? Then he added, you know Bai Ningbing has mental problems, right? I looked him straight in the eye. What exactly are you trying to say? I only want to advise you. Never appear before her again. Otherwise, if she goes mad, it will all be because of you. But why do I feel that she will go mad if I leave her? And Lan snorted coldly. I hope when Bai Ningbing and I get married, you can still smile. See yourself out. After he threw me out, I considered how to get Bai Ningbing to talk. When Bai Ningbing returned, I probed indirectly, but I could not get anything from her. In the end, I had to use my trump card, near drunk. She had always been a lightweight. After what happened back then, she had not touched alcohol. So, when I fed her wine mouth to mouth, she had no way to resist. Drunk, Bai Ningbing's eyes gleamed frighteningly bright. They were full of excitement and disbelief. Baby, I want more. I handed her the glass. Drink it yourself. Boldly, she hugged me and rubbed her head against my shoulder. I want baby to feed me. I fed her plenty more wine after that, and she kissed my lips more than a few times. Watching Bai Ningbing's unfocused gaze, I asked directly, Bai Ningbing, do you have a mental illness? No. How could I be sick? Then what is all that stuff in the basement for? At that, she suddenly clung to me and burst into tears. I am sorry. Baby, I am dirty. Someone else keeps appearing in my mind. I cannot control my mind. I clearly do not like him, but my mind is full of memories with him. He is like a curse. He keeps appearing in my life and in my mind, always telling me that I love him. But I only love you, baby. But I can control it now. Every cell in my body says I hate him. If any man other than you touches me, I will throw up. From her answer, I began to understand. Bai Ningbing carried memories from the novel of herself and in Lan. Those memories had affected her deeply. Her heart told her she did not love in Lan, yet her mind was deeply imprinted with the fact that she loved in Lan. That was why, when I told her I was the one who had slept with her, she would not believe me. Baby, I really have cleared him out of my head. Please do not leave me, alright? I cupped her face and kissed her lips. By Ningbing, from now on, we will work through this together. I had once thought Bai Ningbing had developed feelings for Lan, but now I saw that it was entirely the plot's influence. On the wedding day, Bai Ningbing woke me early. Baby, I am going to marry someone else. I pulled up the covers and went back to sleep. Go get married then. You do not care about me at all. Her resentment nearly drowned me. Bai Ningbing's phone kept ringing. The noise made me sit up. Go to the wedding venue right now. Be good and go through the ceremony. Do not do anything. Bai Ningbing stared at me, her eyes full of hurt. And Lan was so afraid of me staying in the country. And I was the key to influencing Bai Ningbing. That showed just how much he cared about this wedding. Those voices in Bai Ningbing's head were desperately trying to make her love Lan. Since Lan was the one who stood to gain, I had to suspect Lan was involved. No matter what, I would not let this wedding go ahead as planned. Decision made. I kissed her lips. You are mine. I will never leave you. Go on. Do not worry. I have a surprise for you. Her eyes lit up. She pinned me down and kissed me again. At noon, at the wedding venue, before everyone's eyes, and Lan appeared in an elegant suit, but Bai Ningbing stood still, looking around. The moment I appeared, her cold features softened warmly. Under everyone's gaze, I walked onto the stage. Smiling, I held out my hand to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, I am here to steal the bride. Will you come with me? Bai Ningbing strode over, her lips curving upward. With pleasure. The guests were stunned, and Lan looked at Bai Ningbing, his face dark. Bai Ningbing, look at me. You love me. You are going to marry me. Bai Ningbing said, No, I do not love you. No, I do not love you. From beginning to end, Fang Yuan is the only one I have loved. Bai Ningbing and I clasped hands. I watched Lan spit out a mouthful of blood. He spoke towards some point in the empty air. It was utterly chilling. After the wedding ended in failure, the Bai parents changed their attitude completely. They took me home, fussing over me like I was precious, and apologized. Even they found it absurd. They had no idea why they had agreed to let Lan marry Bai Ningbing. For years, they had spoiled Lan like a son. They supported his education, and even gave him a position at the Bai Corporation. Those things were one matter, but they could not understand how they had ever agreed to his marriage with Bai Ningbing, without even asking Bai Ningbing what she wanted. In Father Bai's words, it was as though they had been hypnotized. It seemed my guess was correct. The original book's final plot point was the wedding. Once the wedding plot had played out, everything returned to normal. After the wedding was ruined, the people around Lan woke as if from a dream. The voices haunting Bai Ningbing's mind also vanished. Still, she needed to see a therapist. For years, she had been swept along by reality and the book's plot. Other than knowing that loving me was right, everything else was a confused mix of truth and fiction. Even now, she did not believe I was the one who had slept with her. Fortunately, my mother had handled the aftermath. I laid all the evidence out before Bai Ningbing. What happened was truly foolish, but I had to make Bai Ningbing understand that she was not dirty. After reading the evidence, Bai Ningbing's eyes actually reddened. Guiltily, I apologized. I am sorry. It was me back then. The next second, she pulled me tightly into her arms. Baby, I am not dirty. I am glad it was you. But as she cried, she started making advances. I knew nothing back then, and you forced yourself on me. I am going to kiss you back, though I was in the wrong. Wasn't the girl supposed to be the one at a disadvantage in something like this? So all I said was, it is daytime. Baby, I do not care. I want to. The world spun, and I was pinned beneath her. She silenced me with a kiss. Her kiss was fierce and possessive. With the wedding's end, the book's plot was over. I thought I would never cross paths with Lan again. Who knew he would kidnap me? Fang Yuan. Why are you so damned lucky? No matter who you are, she always chooses you. I only wanted to complete my mission to win her over and make it back alive. Why could she not just love me? From his broken, delirious ramblings, I learned that he had taken on the mission of winning Bai Ningbing over twice. The first time, he had taken over my current identity, growing up with Bai Ningbing as childhood sweethearts. But Bai Ningbing did not love him. Instead, she fell for me, alone and helpless. In the end, his mission failed, and I died miserably. In this life, he deliberately chose the identity I had in my past life. He imitated me to win Bai Ningbing over. But Bai Ningbing did not give him a second glance. So he used something called the system to hypnotize Bai Ningbing. That was no different from cheating. But if it failed, his life would drain away faster. At the wedding venue, and Lan used hypnosis again, whatever the cost. But over the past 4 years, Bai Ningbing had already tortured herself until she became immune to it. Bai Ningbing's confession to me was the strongest rebuttal, and Lan had struggled through to lifetimes, only to end up with nothing, and his life had reached its end. When Bai Ningbing arrived, and Lan had a knife pressed to my throat, at the sight of Bai Ningbing, he lost control. Ningbing, You love me, do you not? Say you love me, and I will let him go. Say it. Bai Ningbing looked at me and nodded faintly. The one I love is Fang Yuan. And Lang collapsed completely. I took the chance to ram him hard with my elbow. Then I quickly pulled away from him. In an instant, he was subdued. Bai Ningbing held me tightly, her whole body shaking. She looked at Lan as if she wanted to skin him alive. I hugged Bai Ningbing back and said in a muffled voice, Bai Ningbing, I do not think I have ever said this to you. What is it? Bai Ningbing, I love you. 3 months later, Bai Ningbing proposed to me. She had been preparing the wedding for a long time, yet I had thought it was for Lan. Later, Bai Ningbing told me that even if I had not crashed the wedding, she would never have married Lan. Her plan had been to propose to me that day. She had even prepared herself for my rejection. If I refused, she would have kept me captive for life. Fortunately, I was finally brave for once. When I told my best friend I was marrying Bai Ningbing, he nearly chewed me out. He feared love had gone to my head, and that I was throwing away my happiness for a scumbag woman. I stood there stunned. Seeing the intimate marks on Bai Ningbing, my eyes reddened. Bai Ningbing's face darkened with anger. That very day, she dragged me off to register our marriage. Then she flaunted our marriage certificate online, declaring her claim. Fang Yuan is mine, and I am Fang Yuan's. My best friend's eyes turned red with anger. So I told him exactly what had happened back then. It took a great deal of coaxing to stop him from hitting me. Bai Ningbing finally cleared her name as a cheater, but she gained a new label, hopelessly lovesick. Thank goodness she was so hopelessly in love. Otherwise, given my nature, we would never have ended up together. Bai Ningbing mysteriously told me she had a surprise for me. I was both curious and eager. I waited patiently until the guest left, then eagerly urged her on. Bai Ningbing led me to a seat in the dining room. An exquisite, delicious dinner was set before me. Baby, eat something first. I need to finish preparing your surprise. I nodded and urged her. Go on, hurry. Smiling, Bai Ningbing ruffled my hair. She kissed my face. Then she went upstairs. I ate slowly, giving her as much time to prepare as possible. I kept wondering what surprise Bai Ningbing had planned. Half an hour later, Bai Ningbing still had not come down. Suspicious, I called her name. There was no answer. Instead, I received a message telling me to come upstairs. I hurried upstairs. The second-floor hallway was carpeted in rose petals. I pushed open the half-closed door. The room was unlit, save for the flickering amber candlelight, paired with the European-style decor and vivid roses. It felt as though I had stepped into the last century. On the bed, the room's most striking feature, Bai Ningbing wore a schoolgirl uniform, her hands bound by chains. She lay on the bed. Her gelled hair from earlier had fallen soft and smooth. Her commanding air was gone. Now she looked only docile and obedient. Hearing the door open, she turned to look at me. Baby, why are you not coming over? Her voice was low and husky, full of temptation. It made my ears tingle. I swallowed. Feigning calm, I walked to the bed and looked down at her. This is your surprise. Baby, do you not like it? I said nothing. She continued. Tonight's theme is reliving the past. I immediately thought of what happened back then. I felt guilty, but also a little expectant. Really? Of course. How could I lie to you, baby? With her reassurance, I dropped the act. I kicked off my shoes, jumped onto the bed, and grinned like the big bad wolf. I undid the fastenings on her clothes. Bai Ningbing let me do as I pleased. Baby, this is what you did back then too. Yes, and I covered your eyes with a tie. You have no idea how passionate you were then. As I spoke of that night, my hands did not stop moving. Yet I missed the sly glint in Bai Ningbing's eyes. Baby, are you not covering my eyes tonight? I raised an eyebrow at her. I picked up the tie and tugged it between my hands. Since you asked, I suppose I can reluctantly indulge you. I raised the tie to cover her eyes. The next instant, our positions were reversed. The harmless Bai Ningbing from moments ago now radiated danger. What are you doing? Bai Ningbing leaned close and breathed softly against my earlobe. There is no one here but you. What do you think I want to do, baby? Her teasing, suggestive words made me flush at once. Embarrassed and angry, I said. You went back on your word. What happened to the surprise you promised? Get off me. The tie was snatched from my hand. My wrists were bound. Bai Ningbing kissed my lips. Baby, I did not go back on my word. Are we not reliving the past right now? She stole away my breath. The extra length of chain around Bai Ningbing's wrist did not hinder her in the slightest. Only then did I realize I had been tricked. Her heavy breathing accompanied every movement, until I sobbed softly and begged. Bai Ningbing, you jerk. Call me big sister, baby. Jerk. I stubbornly refused to do as she wished. That earned me an even harsher punishment. She kissed away my tears and coaxed, baby, be good. Call me big sister, and I will let you go. She had forced me to call her big sister since we were children. She always used that title to take charge of every part of my life. Then after we grew up, she suddenly would not let me call her that. And now she was changing her mind again. In this situation, the title was unbearably hard to say, but she would not let it go. She kept tormenting me until I gave in. At last, I could not help calling out, big sister. Baby, Say it a few more times. The look in her eyes was terrifying, as if she wanted to devour me. Overwhelmed, I called her that several more times, but it only made her push further. Furious, I bit her arm hard. Ningbing is such a liar.